Hello everyone. Yeah, fun fact, this is probably the last commentary I'm going to do. There were a couple of no, I'm not going to do that idea. I'll admit it. I was thinking of doing like a reaction to the Karate Kid quadrilogy, but I think a lot of them would have beat me to it with the whole analysis things and how it links to Cobra Kai and that. Yeah, I just feel like yeah, because I've already made the Cobra Kai commentary and how it like links, with the Easter eggs in the moment. So I feel like that'll be a bit redundant. I'll still consider it because the commentaries are definitely like a good idea. For because I want to do more unique things if responding to if making commentaries to media, go for more you know original ideas because I really like watching a lot of film reaction channels, like Microwave Society. They're really funny. Do watch them if you haven't seen them yet. Yeah, I think they're my favorite ones at the moment. um but yeah, they all do watch like the same like films. But as for me, I just want to try and analyze, films that haven't been spoken about and yet should have a bit more limelight. So that's one idea. And I also want to highly recommend a duo, like a music duo. Um, so if that ever comes up, which it might do, I'll probably do a like direct recommendation on them. Yeah, I think something like that could be quite cool. Um, but regardless, yep. So here we are. So either the last or the second to last commentary. So because I remember a couple of months ago when I was like keen on the novel idea, I remember thinking, oh, whilst doing this little bits in between, I'm definitely going to start writing a novel for the sequel because I did the official Haphazard Legion sequel in the form of the 8-bit comic, which you'll see in the thumbnail. You also see the commentary for it, and there's also the shorts where you can see the individual pages, and should be all right to read enough, I think, with all of the speech bubbles and that. But yeah, this is a novel version, granted heavily incomplete, and will permanently be unfinished because the whole novel idea, after doing some research, it won't work for me. Not only because there's so many like complicated steps, but there's yeah, it's just as you might find out, my right like the literature kind of writing, like, as I think I'm like a somewhat decent storyteller. Like, I would really know what to prioritize, and that I think the animations will be almost like um, the true superpower of my storytelling after trying to develop for ages. But in terms of like the writing side of things, I think that's what I'm a bit flawed at. And yeah, we don't want flawed writers like that. No, definitely not. We do need professionals, those who really have like that kind of grip with that craft. Because, for instance, I know how to animate, but there's could be someone who could be a really good storyteller too, and be like, "Well, I don't know how to animate," you know. So yeah, it just depends what all of us have at our disposal. So yeah, considering how this novel will be incomplete, so the purpose of this video is to explore what this unfinished novel is like, how it compares to the comic book, how it differs, what were the yeah, just like comparison over time. I do know my sequel comic quite well, so yeah, we're just gonna compare, and not every moment will be adapted. There will be, we'll just see how it goes with as we go along. But without further ado, so if we start reading, I'm also gonna put a physical tool, to help me read it. So you could do the same if you like. Yeah, because unfortunately, this laser, there's no version where it's just like a straight line. So yeah, I'm gonna have to use my own tool because I do struggle to read massive paragraphs in that way. There's 36 of these pages, by the way. So yeah, we'll uh, like go ahead and uh, yeah. So let's just see how detailed I made the sequel comic, because if the comic is like the simplified version of the story, it'll be interesting to see what the novel at least attempted, and these could be ideas I could carry over to the reboot. Although the thing is that with me really liking a lot of these characters, they might like exist in the reboot all at the same time when this is meant to be like the sequel era of this story. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to like really think carefully. Um, yeah, it's because I really like the idea of having the main story and then the four stories take place years later with a fresh cast and not alongside other characters to come along. So yeah. Anyway, sorry. Let's finish the rambling and yeah, let's just make a start. So this is definitely the start of it. So let's see how it goes. 40 years after Zynfall's downfall, the Legion is the next reign of the universe. Yeah, we'll break down over time. So yeah, the Legion overseen after Zynfall's defeat. So yeah, okay. Oversee reign of the universe in a far better way. Cool. Do tell. The Legion still has their members: Zambi, Fracture, Pasnos, and Helmwolf. I don't know why it's listed in that order, but there's like those members. So yeah, those still active. Pod still mainly leads the Morphils to help the whole universe, and Nicole, who is nearly 80, mainly leads the Legion members digitally. So yeah, 40 years later. Yeah, I think Nicole was set to be. Did I make her like in the 40s? I might have done because I was somewhat inspired by who got oh gosh it was there was like a uh who was I inspired by? I'm not sure, but yeah, there's been like a few women like like older, with like the wisdom and that. Yeah, it's just something about that which I quite like. And if Nicole's going to be a captain more during the main pentology, would make sense for her to be older, with the experience than that. Um, and so yeah, and yeah, Pod's still leading the Morphos. Yeah, that I forgot to address in the comics, so it's good to actually acknowledge that side of things here. I don't think he's going to show up in the battle, but I suppose we'll wait and see. But yeah, it's just covering like each Legion member, and yeah, with Nicole being 80, yeah, so for her to try and do the best she can despite her age, yeah, that's like a cool idea. She knows how to command others because of how she's got tabs on everyone digitally. So yeah, I quite like the idea. Oh, I'm holding this tool is taking. Oh, sorry, it's just very feel like I need like a selfie stick because it's gonna be hard to lean forward with holding this tool. Okay, the 18 means digital tech. Yeah, looking at mini holograms within the special room, seeing many camera feeds and other analytics, able to aid multiple teams at once. Wow, multiple teams. That must mean the Legion, Pods and Morphos, Titrans, being able to. Wow, 80 years old, she's like multitasking to the brim with overseeing the universe, making sure it's peaceful. Wow, it's something. Okay. And there were many other Legion members too, including a Hedal with a gadgetry gun, like a variety of lasers, a Skull, a human polar bear with ice capabilities, a Gallo or Jello made up of boulders and has water abilities, a Jellokiv that has a tough human-alike body but also has crystals growing out of him, alongside specialized crystal axe and even and also a hunchback being that can manipulate its own bones. So yeah, a lot of these alien races you would have seen the guide. So that was like my attempt to try and expand on the various Legion members. So yeah, yeah, like that list is yeah, it's definitely in purpose manner. The list is a lot shorter because I think like all of them go. Because one part of the premise of the story is that the Legion members lose probably all of their new members, and trying to quickly replenish them, which is quite an interesting idea considering the Legion being somewhat targeted. Because yeah, we do get one more casualty during the upcoming fight. Oh, I've just gone on to the next page. I didn't mean to do that. Let's just pop back on the previous page. Yeah, sorry about that. Alright, continuing onwards, the Legion is more like a society of helpers. Even more races are part of the Legion, such as the Suchers, or who still protect the elements, and such as the Suchers, or who still protect the elements. Yeah, so that's just expanded more of how the the alliance is made. So that's discussed too. Just see what the format is like. Earth is not the only base. There are multiple bases dependent on the planet. For instance, the helping races like the Titrans have one, and there are others on many planets full of protective security, such as Amy's own drones, which are very efficient and common. So yeah, that's just expanding more of the security side of things. And yeah, it's definitely helpful to set up this status quo, because all of those bases were going to be targeted, you know, especially as you would see in the comic book. Helping common helping the already mighty Legion. Say for no zone for level threat or level of power from the villains before. Villains before? Their threats before would be better. Has come about. The universe has been protected. Yep, so it's just nice to establish that as well. But because nothing is coming from the stars, it doesn't mean that a threat can lurk around in many other ways. Recently, the Legion has gone slightly downhill, as there has been many fatalities regarding some of the new Legion members disappointing the Legion constantly. Yep, so that's where we got a status quo and now things are going wrong. What was odd, however, is that the most of these lives were taken in ways which didn't make sense at first glance. In the past, Legion others often knew who attacked who, but now it is far more complicated. So yeah, it's so it's like an evolution where where it's it is like obvious who did what to who, but it's like Gera and the others are thinking of like less obvious ways to take down opponents, or at least make it a bit more puzzling and be a bit more sneaky about it, which is an interesting approach. You'll see what I mean when we get to what's his face in a battle. And this is where we do need the detective. Oh yeah, I think she'll explain later on. So anyway, first glance. In the past, Legion and others often knew who attacked who, but now, sorry. Whilst peace has been improved, encouraging fewer immediate services for the public, leaving all the work to the Legion forces, Nicole has a daughter, Andata, a very experienced detective, early 40s, and who wears a thin yet long coat, whilst wearing protecting gear underneath. So Andata's her daughter. Okay, I think that makes it a bit more personal. I thought she was going to be a colleague, but yeah, it's a cool idea. Haven't how often has his daughter been around? Oh yeah, I think it does line up. If Andata's 40, it was 40 years later. That means Nicole would have like given birth to her like shortly after Zion 4. She must have met someone rather soon after defeating Zion 4. So if that was the case, then fair enough. But we got a somewhat so we got some physical description of Andata, and that she's a detective, which is cool. And it's also covered a bit more of how other things work as well, security wise. Let's see. More description. You have a long short brunette quiff for hair. That's it. As crime amongst Earth is minor, there was less for the likes of police and those who wandered, such as the new alien president. Oh yeah, that's a cool idea. The alien to oversee Earth. Yeah, that's cool. So Lepardo named Leb. Lepardo being a snow leopard-like creature. Yeah, that's covered in the guide as well. So yeah, really good choice for a resident. Yeah, that's an idea I might like for the reboot. So yeah, just once again, just a bit more on status quo, a bit clarified. I feel like getting rid of the police isn't like a wise move. It's like leaving everything for the Legion. But I suppose if these aliens are a bit more grounded with their threats, and if humans aren't causing much crimes, then I can somewhat see, especially if they're like a massive community. But even then, so anyway, I left like green cloaks, sitting temple around and around face. They have thought about hiring new human detectives, or who have been offered and have declined because of how galactic and complicated crimes are nowadays. Andata, however, is one with the alien knowledge thanks to her time with Nicole and the Legion. That just reminds me of the novel commentary where just like, police, ambulance, firemen, they're no more, but the servicemen do all of those and more, and they still be the army and fight aliens. So it was having them do everything, which was really like flawed in me to do. I feel like we're encountering a similar problem here, where apparently no one wants to be a detective at this point in time, which I think is ridiculous. Yeah, because Andata could have already been special, you know, with the alien knowledge. So yeah, I feel like maybe there could have been like with the human detectives and how Andata like would be different compared to other ones. That could be like interesting to explore. I still could explore that, but yeah, I just want to be a bit more alien than human. So yeah, we'll probably put a pen on that. Anyway, even her father, Nicole's husband, Amos Archer, who is sadly not around anymore. Okay, why? Andata spent most of the time with him because, despite the knowledge, Andata was never interested in the alien side of things. She used to research a time in 2000, okay, and earlier, where there used to be many human detectives, and she somewhat wishes time were like that again. So yeah, that's already expanding on world-building problems, which doesn't make sense. Apparently, there's a dad that's not around anymore. Um, and I wonder where the inspiration for Archer came from. Where did I get? I don't know, because Amos, I just remember really liking that name because it's like more of a rarer name. Yeah, like Andata, you know, it's like a rare, female name, which is really nice. Thanks to your time with Nicole. Um, so did Amos like him researching aliens? Is that the gist? Yeah. I wonder if we get a bit more about this Amos. Yeah, what an interesting character, you know, for someone to have a daughter with Nicole. You know, he must have really took Nicole off her feet. No, that doesn't make sense. Sorry. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's just because I never really thought of adding romance to this series at all. But also, like, I was probably entertained with that idea somewhat. Um, okay. But yeah, she's also researching like history as well, so she knows bits and bobs about that as well. So okay. Um, yeah, we'll just go on to the next part. Okay, we'll know if we're on to the next chapter, but we start on this first one. With this new era of unexplained deaths, and Data has been given details about all the deaths of these new Legion members, to which she kept going over, even finding some connections such as how two of the lives were taken by flames, three who were zapped and trampled on, and one have multiple thin wounds, which have appeared more minutely all over the bodies. Okay, yeah, that's like set up for later. So yeah, she's spotting patterns between all of them, so that's where it makes you won't go, okay. But anyway, this creates the question, who did these? So there has been an attempt to keep searching for whoever performed these attacks. Yeah, yeah, if that's what she likes to do in spare time. Ones which don't exactly match with what many alien races are capable of at first glance anyway. Oh yeah, that pays off later on. Yeah, I like that detail. They could have been done by those wearing or using equipment of some sort. Yeah, very unlikely to be human, that's for sure. Yeah, humans are essentially powerless. This search, however, has been halted as the planet Waveron, home of the elephant seal-like Eslols, yeah, there is a entity referred to as a Aga, custom made, created by Entelos, the same race that created the Morphils. Oh yeah, so I think we get some description of what Aga looks like later on. Yeah, you've seen him in the sequel comic, yeah, pretty much the first page. And I think there was a 2D drawing I made on my Instagram about early 2025 somewhere, which you'll see. I really like the digital drawing, but yeah, the 8-bit approach doesn't do too much justice for him, unfortunately. But anyway, so I wonder if we get reason for why the Interlays made this entity, yeah, this hybrid. Yeah, we'll wait and see. And oh gosh, I feel like this screen should be higher. Oh, I think we're about to get some detail because I see the word planet. So anyway, that's what's been happening, and this is what's currently happening. So today's created by the Morphils. Some were paid for by the heavily political planet Trumba, when some have thought the Legion were taking too many leaps in galactic protection. That's cool. Would have been cool to expand on that. Trumba is where Arizona's race comes from, by the way. You'll would have seen that in the guide video. And say this one-off being was designed to fight the Legion. It is very strong after all. Yeah. As a being with no mentality, other beings have then. Sorry. As a being with no mentality other than being genetically created, the Legion knows to get rid of it. It cannot be spared. Yep, so that's where they would have to apply a killing rule, which I think is about to be expanded here. After Zone 4, the Legion has made a new kill rule, but the Legion will kill those that lack morality, those who are irredeemable, unsolvable unless the life is taken. Yeah, so that is in line with the villains in the Pentology as well. So yeah, it's good to outline that, because funny enough, even the new villains here, none of them like lose their lives necessarily, so they are continued to be spared, which is like a fresh approach. Okay, we've got a description of the creature. It was very tall. Okay, so we talk about the story in past tense. Okay. Almost like a human rhino, but the front of his head is where some flames will come out upwards via one massive nostril. Yeah, alongside wearing long blue jeans, give the creature clothes, why not? A long tail alongside some shards coming out of his elbows. The being was very strong, twice as strong as Pod. Forgetting was, so yeah, this is something described in past tense. Yeah, stronger as Pod, making it a very dangerous threat, especially more dangerous as the Aga, should be back capital, can produce fire that freezes instead of burns. Okay, so yeah, that's some unique ability, that's cool. And some flames can solidify into crystal icy shards. Cool. So we've got an expansion of the Vibra power, so yeah, there's that. Making the abilities very sudden. The Aga was sent to the planet through an escape pod. Pod shouldn't be capital. And they sent to the specific planet to draw the Legion to that specific location. And yeah, that's a practice that's been done throughout the Pentology a couple of times and continues to be used, which is fair enough. Once the Aga was scaring off the Elesaurs, the Aga attacks some of the Elesaurs, but its newborn mind makes the creature destructive. The Legion appeared very soon from the base. Yeah, very soon, so they responded to the situation immediately, which is good. Using the Comet Front via light speed, all the Comet Fronts, so yeah, that's plus not having to pilot. Yeah, because Zemi's absent, which you'll see why, hopefully. Via light speed to get to the Aga as soon as possible. With the Elesaurs having their own satellite to contact the Legion. Oh yeah, that's carried over the Pentology, that's cool. The way the Legion described the Aga was so unfamiliar. Yep, it is a hybrid after all. The Legion are keen to help as always. Keen to like helping, that's good. This time it's Pod, Vasnos, Wolf, and Fletcher, and the only recent new member, Baton. Baton is a Roch, a yellowish green alien, by the way, that's also explained in the guide. They have a round head, has a strong body, and other than the face, the rest of the body is coated in shards of rocks, eliminating the race to control rock at will. Yeah, we've got a Earth-powered alien for once, pretty much, which is good. Sammy is absent due to a missing Titran case, yep, which we'll go back to. After all, if Titrans have a code that all of them should be within the same planet, unlike other races that tend to spread to other worlds. Oh yeah, so that's explained too, so that's good. And if keeping in canon with the novels, yeah, that kind of answers that a bit more, which is good. Yeah, we'll just stick to novel commentary. Yeah, just I guess we'll forget about the comics. I'll say if it ever references them, but even then, so it's spread to other worlds. So yeah, even that's like an example of just aliens mixing after Zone 4's demise. So yeah, I like that future world building. As I say, Zami is on an ongoing search, so that the Titran is safe. Yeah, which is fair enough. Yeah, and yeah, nothing's too serious. So, yeah, it's only when Zami comes in where it starts getting serious. So yeah, safe while Zami keeps Legion updated. So maintained contact, that's good. Now that they have arrived. Trying to phone. They see that the Legion. No, they see that the Aga is nothing that the Legion have ever seen before. Thanks to the cameras and the collaptors, Nicole sees who Pod and the others are up against. Oh yeah, by the way, why is Pod away from the Morphils? Hopefully he might answer that, we'll see. And so she firmly commands them all what to do. With Ratchet being long-range fighter as normal, the rest fight the Aga head on, and Boruto making sure the LSRs are safe, trying to defend them since Zone 4, and their skills continue going strong. Oh, since Zone 4, yeah, these skills continue going strong. Yeah, so the Legion have essentially become better fighters And Botan being new, he's given like a more simpler task. So yeah, to help save residents, yeah, that's good. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's get going. Oh, this writing's really small. Oh, I could have a magnifying glass. So yeah, because reading's kind of boring in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, this whole brief analysis is like a working approach so far. Yeah, I've never done this video before, and I don't think I'll ever do one of these again. But anyway, with Pod and the personal using all of the martial arts skills against Aga. I thought it was the Aga. I don't mind. That part was the easiest, considering Aga has no martial arts skills, but it knows how to whack hard. Yeah, that's good to clarify. Even hurting Pod with his RTC defenses when the personal puts temporary invincibility. Put on the temporary invincibility. Yeah, Werewolf as she does from time to time, including her fights with Ozona and Ironfall, she likes to strike once the others have their round. Yeah, with her being one animalistic, yeah, she can like strike very well, but she would need space. I can imagine that. Ambushing the opponents somewhat as a surprise, as an effective one, and approach Nicole likes. Oh yeah, so Nicole just likes the strategies I like to do, even if they're not fighting in the same room. That's good. As Hillwolf fires her shards of fur as well as striking using her claws or jaws. Yeah, there are times where Pasnos likes to strike with Hellwolf simultaneously, considering how close they have become, a couple even. Oh, so they're having a go romantically as well. Okay. I remember entertaining that idea, but like I said, it's just romance is not really like a part of this universe, because if I just feel like romance should be given its own like space and time space instead of being like wedged into genres. Like it has worked in, like in the earlier MCU films and Star Wars, I suppose. But it's just something I'm unfamiliar of at a point where I don't really entertain the idea. But if they're passing on to Wolf that close, then okay, well, all right. Anyway, giving each other looks in between moments of fighting, make sure each other are okay. Yeah, this is like set up for later on as well. If you read the comic, you'll see what I mean. Yeah, for while they're close in that. Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Whilst acknowledging the others, of course. Yep, still working as a team. Yes, I'm not getting distracted. Knowing that there is a whole team to acknowledge. Most Botan does manage to help defend the other souls by placing them behind rocks, which is made higher thanks to Botan. Yep, rock manipulation. Yep. Botan takes a couple of chances to not only throw some rocks at Aga, allowing to others to perform strikes. The approach is to keep hitting the foe's chest as it does weaken over time. Okay, so that's the approach of Aga. Okay. The Pasnos using his blade, a wolf with animalistic features, Fletcher using his many arrows, such as the explosive ones, and Pod using his ice objects to hit the Aga. Botan does perform other aggressive feats, like mainly thanks to the Legion training, which, yeah, it's good to explain that fine. As a rocky planet, Botan can shift the ground around, making Aga lose balance. He will perform some rock spikes from the ground to jab at Aga more. So, yeah, missing a word, but never mind. So, yeah, it's good to get that kind of explanation in. Whilst this does add additional damage and even the Aga away from the foes, the rest still want Botan to keep an eye on the Ellisals, etc., just in case. Still thanking him for help. So yeah, we've got like a nice balance between helping in those situations to make sure everyone has the focus. So yeah, let's see. I quite like that. Oh, okay. Actually, shall I try and make this higher? Or put myself lower. How do I do this? I'll tell you what. If I add this one more cushion, might stop me bending down. Yeah, I know this is short, thankfully, but I don't want to hurt myself. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, thank you for the help. Yeah, as Botan gets them back to his post, he does spot a mysterious figure, wondering who it could be. And as he gets closer to it, the Legion get closer to victory. So yeah, just shifted the battle. Despite the strength and the power of the Aga, the Legion are doing just fine. They have won all the time thanks to their teamwork and the lessons they've learnt, especially after a near failure to Zionfall. Yeah, we definitely witnessed all the lessons they've gone through. So yeah, and they're consistently successful. Other than the basics, there has been some neat moves on the way, such as the Basnos using his astral projection to hit the aggro back. Oh, okay, so again, that approach I don't like in my novel writing, where the downfall is described, but I'm like, oh, this is how they did it, and it's the expansion of detail, which I'm not so keen on. But anyway, what kind of powers come about? And back onto some. I feel like this word's a bit mixed up. Back onto some, I think it's meant to be on some spikes, I think. Some icy spikes. Oh yeah, sorry, the summon icy mixed up, sorry. Icy spikes, icy spikes, pod summoned, and pod even sets aggro on fire to add to the damage. Not to mention that's not hitting aggro's legs, not kegs. Else Airwolf goes for the head, and even Fletcher firing an arrow to summon some vegetation. And once it's wrapped around Agger, the vegetation being wrapped, Pod sits and fire another attempt to damage Agger. Okay, that's got repeated, never mind. I like the other moves there, and there's definitely emphasis teamwork, so I like that. To damage Agger. All of this becomes too much for Agger at a point where he starts to slow down, and all of this fighting happens. The other souls watch this in glee. Yeah, because they're safe enough with the Legion about. Yeah, I can see why. It's how nearly every resident watch. And then the Legion has become on a streak of successful battles. Then they are safe. Well, yeah, at least Botan's like protecting them. So it's that kind of acknowledgement that the Legion are trying to do as well. But no one knows what Baton is up to away from sight. The fight does finally round up as Pod summons a ice hammer, whacking Agger in the head, finishing the battle. Okay. After Agger tries to throw a fire at others, even hitting a wolf, which there was a Vesnos. Hang on. Agger tries to throw fire at others. Oh, so this is how he was trying to attack. So nearly hitting a wolf and makes a Vesnos defensive, or vice versa. And with Fetcher summoning a fire-based arrow to deter the icy effects of Agger's powers. Wrong punctuation at Agger, by the way. With the Agger now defeated, Polka, Wolf, Basnos, Fetcher all have their sigh of relief, not sign of relief. However, where is Baton? So they look around, but something smells burnt from far away, captured by Hellwolf's sense of smell, whilst maintaining her Pay-1 form. Yeah, she's in her Pay-1 form, yeah, all this time. And so she looked behind a rock when see how Baton was heading off. Oh, to where Baton was heading, and his body is found, fired in smoke, upsetting Hellwolf as she goes back into her normal form again. Yeah, I can see why it being upsetting to her. She was like very keen on protecting others, and so I feel like she probably feels a bit like she's let him down almost. Well, I think the Legion feel the same way. She helps as she calls the others, and the two are sad from the last of the Legion members is also dead. The last of the new ones, oh dear. So so things have really gone downhill. And despite showing like the status quo of the Legion, how they deal with the problems, it's still adding to the current problem that's been persisting. So yeah, I quite like this start. This is really good. And as she goes back into her normal form, as she yells consumers and this makes them all feel extremely bad. They have wondered why these other new members have been targeted and not them. So yeah, there's like this kind of guilt they would most likely feel, yeah. Making them question all sorts. Regardless, a new crime is made, and Andata once again gets called. She had just woken up just in time for a call from a very upset Nicole. After all, it was early morning when the Legion fought the Agger. Okay, first thing in the morning. Yeah, it's good to get the details of the day and time. That's good. And so Andata gets changed and finds her in space adapted jet named the Odette. Must be another name. That's cool. A name she picked herself, as it is named after a very close friend of hers. Oh yeah, I had a couple of ideas with a friend. I tell you what, because whilst I'm not sure if the story might still happen or not, it just depends, because I'm kind of wondering if I want to make Nicole and Dart separate characters, or like the same character in one, and make the Nicole like a what they're called, a military investigator. Yeah, like Jack Reacher. Yeah, so I was just wondering about that, but I remember coming up with all sorts of ideas for Andata because she was going to be like one of those individuals who would take very like vicious ways if things go too far. And there was like one instance where she finds out that it's an alien that killed her friend, and once she finds that out, because later on in the story, there's a Veronic, I think they're called. No, Veronic, no, Veronic's the flying creature. Yeah, it's not them. A Verov, that's it. Yeah, my version of the werewolf. Yeah, once you get bitten by them, you get turned into one permanently. And that's what Andata does. Like she has like some serum, finds the alien, and she's like, "Oh, you'll be spared." But she turns into the creature instead, and there was going to be another alien race who wanted one. So Andata's like, "Oh, well, there you go," because because once you permanently get turned into one, your whole personality is gone. So you essentially like become like another pet. That's like how the Varovs work. That's how they populate. By turning other variety of species into one to expand the population. So yeah, as you may could tell, he has a very dark idea, but yeah, I think that might be a bit too far-fetched, but uh, it's just so because I do like it when, at least find it interesting when characters control the situation in ways that are like controversial yet in line with the characters. A very good example is the Doctor. When for instance, well, I guess we'll just say the early Rusty Davis era, where, yeah, like we'll just say with the 10th Doctor, like the many ways, the choices he has to go for. Because one of my favorite instances is where, oh, actually, no, well, we all like the Waters and Mars thing, where he's like, oh, I've decided to, save you lot, despite the time rules going wrong. And whilst, I forgot her name, but I've only seen it a couple of times, despite really liking the episode. But even she goes, she manages to understand that, having all of this power and, going against time could potentially be wrong. And the Doctor's convinced to be like, no, because I'm the one, like the only one who can do this. And, yeah, it's just like that kind of yeah. It's just that I would like to really like to go for a spin on that on like multiple characters in my show. So yeah, I'll definitely be nice and unique despite the inspiration. Anyway, we don't want too many tangents. We've got a whole unfinished novel to read. On slide 5 and would have been 3 if it wasn't for the edit earlier. 38 take away 5, that is 32 pages left. Hopefully not too much. Anyway, Odette, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I can't find where I've come from. Oh yeah, there you go. Fit to name a very close friends. But when she sat in a jet, she has the same reaction every time she sees the name of a friend, a sense of guilt and nostalgia. But then gets a sense of boredom as she mustn't ever investigate yet another case. Boredom? Okay, well, I suppose it can just be repetitive and mundane. I think that's what it's going for, or maybe she just finds the investigating so casual, like she's that good at it. I don't know, a bit mixed of calling it boredom. But I like how she responds to like the name of her jet. It's like a way to cope with with her loss. Naming the vehicle after her. But anyway, she has her destination of thanks to Nicole, and off she goes. Yep, no location given. Once she makes it to the planet, she has her gadgetry magnifying glass in her hand. Yeah, so analysing gadget essentially. Looking at Vaton's body all around, not only does she confirm that fatality was done through fire, but also despite the killer's efforts, there are still some strange markings on the ground, prints that have been spotted and noted before, and they look so off there is no match to alien race regarding footprints. As she spots the bits and bobs, she once again gets snarky with the Legion, judging them for not protecting their own teammates properly. Yeah, that's yeah, I think yeah, it's already making a bit like this early. That probably isn't like the best character introduction, but considering how mundane things seem, and if she used to have a mate called Odette who she was probably still overcoming the grief over. I think that's where it's like more of a sad introduction, but I think there's like a right way to introduce like characters, and the first ever emotion see them as sadness. But anyway, yeah, not the best introduction, but never mind. Um, but yeah, so yeah, Andata is almost at the counter bit because whilst the Legion try their best to do everything and to be in the still losing teammates, but yeah, Andata just sees them as not making enough of an effort, and that could also be part of their guilt, feeling like, I wish I protected mine properly, and looks like the Legion are like constantly repeating the mistakes I once did. So I could see that dynamic. Anyway, so this makes the others go into a sense of guilt. Pod, however, attempts to talk back, talking about how Voton was helping defend the resistance in the battle and the safest job at the time, which is true. So Pod's attempting to fight back because I think like the others, who are a tad more naive, or I don't know, there's Fletcher too, but I suppose he's just chill with being criticised. So okay. Because I think if I don't know, is it recent with all of these Legion members? Like how old or new are they? Or not? That's not really outlined, but 40 years along the way, you've got a whole heap of members, which I can see that being the case. So yeah, okay. So yeah, Pod is like, yeah, that's the stubborn one. So of course he wouldn't want to be talked down in this way. And yeah, it clarifies that he was doing the safest task, but he still got their eye off them. But they were fighting the Legion Screecher, so yeah, maybe they could have had someone to look after Botan, so maybe that's probably not the first plot hole or character assassination potentially, but if the Vicar was just dangerous and if Botan's doing a simple thing, I don't know, because if this would have made sense if this was like a first time instance, but if they were constantly losing Legion members, then a caution would to be kept an eye on. And also Botan would have been wearing a collector too, so where was like the camera feed? Because it's not like he would have been losing his life from afar. Like evidently not, considering what we learn later on. So yeah, we've got first problem ready, but with this far, and it's not been too bad, so it's all right story-wise. Anyway, Harold tries to get on with Dart by asking nicely why she has to be so bitter. So yeah, she's like the one trying to be nice and that, so she's just trying to be like, don't do this, why you're acting like this. And so, and what is so being so better, and what it is about a lack of responsibility combined with a loss of makes and are to so on edge. Okay, so wow, I managed to preempt something. Um, and So how form is I ask a question I don't think Andata answers. Oh yeah, she doesn't. Yeah, doesn't respond immediately, asking them to move the body into her jet. So yeah, she has like instances of her history which she probably hasn't explained, or I don't know. She would have been. There would have been, I don't know, like additional like parents maybe, despite um, Amos and Nicole being the parents. I could see Andata growing up around the Legion. Would not be so bitter. I just feel like Andata should have been like an additional colleague, not the daughter, because Andata is like more distant with them. Maybe if she was like living more of a normal life until recently, then maybe that's why she hasn't met the Legion once. She's therefore a bit bitter. But even then, anyway, so she's just done one investigation, and not to mention, that there's no forensic team apparently. I feel like that should have been a thing. Another investigators, there could have been like another fraction, because sometimes you can have, police, private investigators, the FBI, or you could even have, um, oh, um, there's an additional crime searching fraction, not searching, but another type of investigation. Oh yeah, what was it called? There's an episode of Vera called Tiger Tiger where, alongside Vera and the team, she encounters someone who's part of another crime, like, investigating team. They weren't police as such, but I forgot like the label or the name. Um, I think if you look it up, you'll see what I mean. But anyway, all of that police work was just done by Adart. Apparently, she apparently knows enough forensic knowledge to do all of that as well, which is not great will building either. I suppose if it is just like alien stuff, then fair enough. But I don't know. I just feel like should have been others involved. What I will say, however, that she does have one forensic friend called Binate, who we will see very shortly. Yeah, a character who has been repurposed potentially for the final time. He has been in and out of my stories all the time with the constant rewrites and that. So yeah, good to give him a final role. Anyway, so I think this might be the end of that chapter. So yeah, let's get on. Finally, a short paragraph. So, what is this paragraph? An investigation has started once the body is taken to Earth space. There is a special area where whoever is called is analysed to identify what killed a certain being. Binate leads the room, a being of multiple personalities, all which have different names and knowledge. Binate is the primary personality who likes computers and is rather chatty. Missing that word, but never mind. Tarek is more formal and more into science. Diplo is serious and does well to track politics all over the galaxy. Nipper is very useful and likes to have fun. Combo is stern yet active, especially as he likes to fight. Janier is more into technology and is quite crude yet amusing. And Fant, who is quite philosophical, speaks like a poet, good at asking complex questions. There are many more, but their primary ones have more distinct abilities. They're good at taking in turns, not terms, but if overthinking, they can sometimes accidentally talk all at once. Regardless, they're binate, and with the rest act as good support for all of those Legion members, whether it's to contact any Legion member across the stars to update them or assist them with anything within the base, occasionally going out and about if needed. So I guess it's just, yeah, it's just definitely explaining how this new character works. All of these names might be familiar if because I've created a video on Binate, with the many personalities the individual has, and even the names and the personality traits are carried over. So yeah, some of them anyway. But regardless, overall, they are pale blue, cross between a human and chameleon, and a human. What? And a. Oh, cross between a human and chameleon and a. Oh, I'm actually repeated human twice. Oops. But yeah, he's not a human alien. It's just human proportions as an alien. Yeah, you'll see what I mean if you see like the binate drawings I've done over the years. Has dots on his eyebrows, overall bald with tail as thick balls of monkeys. After using the corpse analyzing technology, Binate and the rest find out that the body has died from burns from average fire, making the death very broad. Normally it is easy to pin down who did what, at least to a specific race. For instance, if a Titran murdered another race, there might be a chronokinesis involved, or maybe Titran saliva or blood may be left on the body, but the death of fire could mean anything. Yeah, so it is good to understand that kind of difficulty when investigating. Yeah, this is where me watching these crime shows can help with these bits and bobs. Yeah, by the way, yeah, the Titrans haven't done anything of the sort. It's just like to expand and clarify. So yeah, it's good to clarify it. And Data likes inventor, so she can go on any planet using her space adapted jet. Going to any planet is not easy. It is required set a lot of security. Many planets who are populated. Any ship must be identified who they are before entering to keep the planet safer. So yeah, that's nice to expand as well. Like even if the Legion are overseeing these bits and bobs, yeah, once again, security is a virtue. And so yeah, Dante likes adventure. Yeah, because she would hop from one planet to the next as she does the investigations. That's like another idea as well. So yeah, I like that. The likes of Andata and any Legion ship must be identified in one position. Oh, yeah, before entering the planet. Have I accidentally repeated that twice? I think I probably did. Sorry. Regardless, Detective Binate and even Nicole has a chat about the dead Legion member. After all of this, the detective was wondering what kind of help she could get. Normally she has an assistant Legion member, but because of how broad the case is this time, she needs more help. Oh, she's acknowledging of more help. Okay, I thought she was more like a individual, but she's not that individual considering she does Binate, and if she was a bit closed off, it probably would have been repeating Zami's stories. So yeah, it's good to make Andata like be a bit disconnected, but know how to get on with others well enough. So yeah, that's like a nice variation. Nicole, however, needs to use her remaining members to try and figure out what are causing these many deaths. All of them have been killed in many ways, such as bursting, freezing, or heavily zapped, creating a pattern. We already got these patterns earlier, but I guess it's just like a smaller list. That's fine. Yeah, just to clarify, so it's like Andata is she's doing like detective work to figure out who did it specifically, but with the main Legion members, they are just I think they're just like looking more into like the grander scheme of things. I don't know, it just feels like they're both doing detective work, but they do go to different locations, do benefit to all sorts. Oh yeah, because Legion find out more about the scheme, but Dendar finds out more about the individuals, but not to mention she's also on a quest where she has to get hold of other Legion members. So but yeah, it's just not like the best idea. I just feel like it should give like the Legion or like split the team between the older members and try and get hold of them that way. But I suppose maybe, I think Andata's like sent to do it because, needing more defense because, she's not like combat heavy like the others. So I think that's why. It might be explained more so, but at least that's a good amount of interference. Nicole, however, she needs to use her own. Oh yeah, being coded in many ways, such benefit that really creating a pattern. Nicole gets the detective to create a new legion for herself, which made Andata reluctant because she isn't always keen on others. She likes to help, but nothing more than creating connections beyond work colleagues. Okay, so that explains the relationship between her and Bionate and how they get on. Okay, so we'll see what the next page is like. Yeah, because it's not going to be like a normal version of the comic where you can see like the whole thing in detail. There will be like moments that aren't explained. I tell you what, I don't think we'll even get a novel version of the final battle, which is a bit of a shame, but we'll still see what is adapted. And yeah, we've got all sorts explained in that. So yeah, we'll just pop to the next page. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, if you hear this noise, it's my laptop rendering. Hopefully you shouldn't hear it, but regardless, looks like it's continuing the chapter. Nicole then persuades Andata that while Zami used to be more antisocial, Andata may have more tragic history, but no one should go ahead without help, which, yeah, that's pretty much on point with the themes. Andata eventually agrees, knowing how to be closed off. Okay, so she's not really going to listen to Nicole, okay, but she's like smart enough to have like a balance. Because yeah, I think Zami was like almost trying to be coming up with excuses to be non-sociable, but with Andata she knows when to chat when she wants to as well, but she also doesn't want to mess about with others. And also if she's grieving still, then that's probably adds to it. And so they discuss who they could get hold of. Nicole then provides two potential beings. Firstly, Zivit. He wears blue normal trousers alongside a tail which is flat sunk in a sideways manner, like a salamander tail. Lime green overall, that's what that's meant to be. Plus, he has a small anchor on top of a walking stick, and he uses to aid his blade of a peg leg. Oh yeah, there's a blade as a peg leg. Yeah, his leg was loose to a werewolf. This here goes to a werewolf, who are wolf-like, except has bigger arms at the front compared to the back. Dark green and even has some hard spikes on the backs. Yeah, I remember thinking that was like too similar to a hay one. So whilst I really like the concept of the idea as of the creature, and probably should make them a bit more different. And but yeah, good to get that explanation because these creatures kind of help with this story. So yeah, you'll see what I mean. Also, I wondered how he lost his leg, but that answers that. So that's Civet to the research of Nicole. Okay, another Legion member is someone who looks after animals who weren't in serious situations like getting into accidents, but once they are healed, Civet carries on looking after them, even uses them to aid him in many situations such as moving objects about, and even to aid his own battles. Yeah, so Civet is like a combatant who uses animals to assist him, which does become like a bit of a debate, because these creatures normally look after the creatures and then move on, but Civet like stays attached to them, so Yeah, I really like that idea. Yeah, it leans more to the wildlife ideas like to juggle with. He does look after the animals well if he is friends with them, but some have wondered if Civit's activities are moral enough. Regardless, Civit is a decent combatant, and the animals could be a great help. So the animals are still going to be part of it, despite being questioned about it or still wondering about it. I guess they'll look more into it, depending what it's like with it. Because, for instance, in our universe or our planet Earth, we have police dogs that help with their situations, and they seem to be happy enough to assist the situations. So it could be like similar things. So I think that's what they're needing, probably keeping an open mind with, because you can't just simply have Zivit and not any of the animals, because they could be helpful. But yeah, anyway. Additionally, there is a Nemean who has gone rogue, using the power of spirits to his own need, applying it to a sword in order to help the universe on his own. Oh yes, he's like a galactic traveling vigilante. Where's the spaceship though? Hopefully that gets addressed on his own without being tied to anything. Nemeans are a race who do prefer to stay on their own planet rather than occasionally help, depending on how vulnerable they are. Help with what combat situations? That's not really stuff. After sticking to one clan instead of splitting throughout the universe, which the Legion does to sustain safety within the whole galaxy. Oh, so it's not only the race's choices, but also the Legion just recommending it. Okay. Regardless, they are not pleased with Outright going out and about, which could expose their race too much, especially as they don't know who has been killing each Legion member. The latest sighting of Outright was on New Zealand, and a former yet lightly populated planet for Outright to often relax around. Okay, so that's like part of its routine, and it's good for that planet to come about. Yeah, because you kind of infer that's the planet they go to in the comics, so yeah, it's good to attach that location to which planet it was. So yeah, it did have like similar coloured grass. I'm not sure if that was the intent or not, but anyway, yeah, I think I've talked about Arnott before, originally like a gothic inspired character, and yeah, he's been reused here. So instead of having a flaming sword, he has a sword of spirits. So yeah, that's nice. Nice, so probably later around, but as like relax around. But with Civic being already having a large ship, Civic can manage multiple beings at once compared to the Detective's jet, which can hold multiple beings too, but Civic ship at least can act like a massive caravan in a zoo. No, a zoo within the caravan. Instead of squeezing everyone inside the jet. With all of this planning in mind, the detective starts to make her way to her own jet. You're average fighter pilot jet, but can adapt to space region speed. Okay, so we've got how this jet works. Now it's a bit more in use. I think this would have been better earlier, but never mind. Making our own way. And five, but if it could adapt to space region speeds, nearly light speed. As someone who performs many investigations from one planet to the next, the detective is very useful to her hardly having anyone in it. She sits on the seat, gets the engine going, and prevents the launch. The first stop is the ship Azivit. So yeah, we've got so thanks to their investigating. Oh yeah, because the otters become like something that they come along later on, and yeah, because even adding Apollo and Venlig, it just becomes like a plan as you go kind of thing. So yeah, so it's only two members to get hold of, to part protector, and yeah, it just makes you wonder why they weren't approached earlier. I think that could be potentially another plot hole. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, because Outnot could have been rogue recently, and Zivit could have been a bit more active recently. So I think those are kind of answers. But yeah, it's like the Legion try and find anyone who could be potentially be handy, especially if they go for oddities like Outright and Zivit. They definitely stand out compared to the rest of their races. But anyway, yeah, let's go on to potentially the next chapter. I say good news. So, well, for some who might find this a bit lengthy, so it turns out not all of these slides are the chapters. There's some notes that are at the end of this thing as well. So we'll go through the notes because they would have been notes as I was, making like improvements over time. So yeah, we'll see what they're like when we come to them. But anyway, we're still reading, and so anyways, this is where Andata visits Civet. So yeah, so let's have a look. Andata encounters Civet's ship, and once her jet slows down, she puts on a communicator to try and contact Civet's ship. Yeah, sensible. Once Civet's ship phone gets ringing, Civet nervously replies he normally gets called to help a situation involving himself and animals he looks after. Well, this is a one-off call which he would never thought he would have. Yeah, that's so it's like a one-off situation. Okay, just adds more to your routine and what happens. What is when this routine differs. The call occurs once a detective proves herself as her jet can produce a projection to show up her ID, something which many professional ships do. Okay, alright, so more on the security side of things, that's good. Civet accepts this and lets the jet inside the ship rather. The projection was shown. One was a Legion one, a Legion logo that was made shortly after defeat Signfall. Oh yeah, so it's just more very fully refined team. I remember creating the logo like numerous times. I don't know what it would have looked like at this point, but oh yeah, I'll definitely will create a new one with the 8-bit style. I think that would be really cool. Anyway, the logo is green, mixing the H and L together. Oh wow, so the logo is described. Oh yes, because after making the sequel, that's where I was just coming up all sorts, like oh yeah, I think I've lost the drawings, but yeah, so yeah, there was an otter logo, with an otter head, and those who support design Thor, and there was otters design for supporters. I think Fracture for Gara as well, maybe Earth Space as well. I think that's what the emblems were like. I definitely hope to 5 for them, that's for sure. Anyway, so logo, that's cool. But yeah, I really like the H and L mixing together. That's like a really cool like idea because I'm rubbish at logo design because I remember when we were taught like bits and bobs about graphic design with at uni, and oh yeah, because we were making a logo etc. at one point. I remember the tutors were being very like picky's the wrong word, but they were just like just make sure like this is the like it's all accurate in that. And and I thought I did somewhat okay because you would see like the logo, just being the initials and that at during like the 2022 of my YouTube at the time. So yeah, it's with all like the dashes and the cross like that. I just thought that was kind of cool. Because I created like an otter one at some point. Yeah, I thought I did, but but I think they were just more keen on I don't know. It's just I feel like as an animator, you should you don't just have to name the animation or your own company after yourself. Surely you'd be allowed to call yourself, I don't know, Elephant Animations, have a local one, and turn out to be like a one-man army kind of thing. Yeah, I should be allowed to do that because that's the fun of being creative. Anyway. To flick on the right to resemble the initials for the Haphazard Legion. There are also other details such as a blue lightning bolt to make Legion representative of its origin. Okay, other details. I wonder what the other details were because the lightning bolt is with Zami, yeah, of course. I think there were other parts like a trident and a claw maybe and a blade representing Hardpass and Hellwolf. So I think there's bits like that. It shouldn't be all other details. There should be other minor drawings to expand from the H&L to symbolise the origin of the Legion, something like that. The detective approaches Civet calmly, and Civet, knowing that Andarte is from the Legion, a somewhat familiar face as he has been approached by the Legion before. Okay, well that's something. I wonder how that's expanded upon. That's quite something. He welcomes Andarte to his ship, and Data lightly says hello but gets straight to the point to ask Civet to join her on investigation as some protection. Civet explains that he was asked before but felt like he wasn't ready back then but is more ready now as he was trained with some help from an exploring Morphil. Oh, okay, well that's sorry, I got so surprised. Sorry, I just thought that was a cool concept because they can they possess martial arts already. So yeah, that's cool. I'm all for that didn't want to be part of Pod's army, to which Pod understood. Okay, so that's a bit expansion on the Morphil side of things. So yeah, I quite like that. But I've then created the Akira race in the guide, which will be the more definitive martial art race, but for stuff the guide when you already have a novel's worth of history talking about how Pod already possessed martial arts, and so did the other Morphils because of the genetics. Anyway, Zivit has but also we're getting a reason why Zivit wasn't ready back then, so that's something a bit convenient that it's now ready, but oh well. Zivit has many animals at his disposal, making him formidable, which he has helped for other wildlife across the galaxy, whilst getting some to be his allies. We already knew about the animal part. That's kind of repeated, oh well. Also, I just suddenly realised, I wondered, yeah, like, if what happened with Botan was, like an example of the situation, how did the other Legion members lose their lives? And what about how Andata and the others were able to make it? I know power could have been like one factor. I don't know. It just feels very convenient that to. Oh, I naturally know how Wolf does go, so there is like a consequence and a danger of some kind. And you have Legion members, go from time to time, from book 3 and 4 and 5. So yeah, the stakes like that are still around. So there is something, but I don't know. You would just think it's a bit more dangerous, but I don't know, because I just feel like the evil team aren't as powerful compared to the new team. But I suppose I think the charm of this new evil team is that despite being on the simplest side, they know their methods well. So I think that's why they've become threatening in their own way. Because the 5 foes across the novels, all of them were significantly powerful. So to have more of a community, a variety of power, almost like their own kind of legion. Yeah, I think that's the danger. But also what were the Legion doing that made them lose all the new members? Did some go off on their own, or I don't know, that would have been nice to expand. But anyway, and Otto explains that there are other allies trying to get onto the show's out night alongside some otters. Oh, the otters are explained. Okay. Oh, the otters were not mentioned. They were an afterthought later on. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's that first mention. So yeah, I don't think that's meant to be in there. Never mind. But at least Out Night seems to be known. Yeah, not notorious. Anyway, to which David is excited about the former, but not the latter. Why not about? I'm not sure. So hang on, was excited about the former, but not the latter. Okay. So knowing how urgent the situation is to get gathering whilst finding out who has been taking lives of the Legion members. The former or latter or what? I'm not sure. At least we get a bit more insight, but I feel like that won't be paying off much. Anyway, this is as if it shows off his animals many creatures currently have at disposal, despite encountering many in the past. He has 2 favourites. There is a... Okay, so yeah, we're just going to get a list of wildlife. I'm going to skip all of this listing because all of these animals you can find on the guide, and not to mention the sequel comic. So you just essentially get an explanation of what each creature is, and unfortunately the novels don't really, this novel nor the comic really expanded them. There is the flying creature, I suppose. Also we've got a second explanation of Avarov, so that's an accidental repetition. That's the second repetition. But yeah, most likely. Anyway, there's the end of this. Shark all these enclosures, despite scorpion creatures often. ... That is definitely an unfinished sentence. So I think it would have been talking about more about the interior of the ship. So that was an idea, but it's not really written. Anyway, so yeah, that's quite a lot of description about all of these creatures. Wow. I still like the idea, although I'm not just wondering about the creatures. Anyway, yeah, let's just go on to the next page. Is this more of that chapter? I think so. Oh, okay, so we do get description. Okay. So it tries to make every place eatable, such as the dirt grove from the right to vegetation for some to eat, rocks for climbing, as well as others are obstacles very excised. Okay, so well, yeah, it's quite fair for all of them. To demonstrate some skill that all of this wildlife have really shown distinctions, such as Gritter's ability to overwhelm an opponent as they climb all over him, as well as a Slum being able to perform a super stomp with their front feet. Okay. Alright, so yeah, just demonstrate abilities. Okay. And I was quite impressed having reached to flight for flight, fight assistance, climbing speed, riding, defense, digging, diving, swimming. Um, yeah, that's just like the summary of all the creatures. So yeah, okay. Data was then told by Zivit provides occasional training, and these are multiple ones of each race after roll, but there is concern about using them to assist combating and dangerous situations. Oh yeah, because it like later pays off when Zivit sadly loses all except one because of the ship getting destroyed, which yeah, because I am framing it as if Zivit was like wrong, but Outline was like correct to use spirits which were far more practical and moral. And yeah, I've even justified the spirits instead of virile animals too, which yeah, I think with enough reasons I can see. Yeah, I think we would see why Our Knight becomes like the correct one between the two. Because normally when it comes to rivalries, you're trying to see both sides, but I think it's like one of those rare rivalries where one of them's definitely more on the right. So yeah, and it's presenting Zivit as more flawed, to which yeah, it does make sense considering later on. Yeah, it's like one of the more main characters. Anyway, so those. But Antarctica keeps his thoughts to herself. There is no time to lose after all. So yeah, she's very focused, not a time waster. So it's good to explore enough of these bits, but it's just efficient enough to not hold like progress of the mission. Alright, if you're wondering, yeah, I just went back to the recording and chopped off some of the writing I previously read. Okay, so, and discussions like these should happen afterwards, as long as if it has got these animals to look after themselves during combat situations. So that should happen afterwards. Oh, afterwards. Okay, yep, so it's just time and place. Okay. Before Zivit and Dart leave the flying zoo, that's a metaphor, Zivit not only mentions that he can access one animal at a time via a teleporting mechanism. Yep, so that helps to outline the stakes in that, which, yeah, I think it would have been a bit convoluted to hire multiple ones, so I like that limit. But it shows that Andata, a special type of serum, which can act as a decent backup for backup if they ever need an upper hand. The Rov, as shown earlier, possesses the type of venom that can turn any race into another Varov, and it does this to keep its numbers up. Oh yeah, I think I wrote that on the guide first, I think. So yeah, I just really like the idea. So I found out recently that thanks to a sprinkler? A sprinkler? Oh, a sprinkle of a type of water. Okay, I wonder what it was. Okay, a sprinkle of a type of water. Okay. I thought it was like an injection, to get rid of the Varov, that kind of antidote, but apparently whatever this type of water is the antidote. So there's different types of water for this universe, okay. Which none of these must be in possession of. It can turn anyone back to normal form. If someone has venom without treatment, they have the form permanently, as they slowly lose themselves over time. So yeah, there is like a risk to it. So yeah, I really like that. And Data refuses. She considers herself a trickster to take down any foe rather than someone actually, well, no, rather than someone actively fighting anyone to win. So yeah, that's her memo. So yeah, cool. And she will only kill if she only has to, regardless of how reluctant she may be. So she's definitely into that rule, that's for sure. Zivit somewhat understands this, but just in case, he has brought two samples with him, one for him and one for her. I don't know. That means he would have lost the other one, unless would he use it at the end of the story if I've made two? Well, like when writing the story, because I thought you only like made one, but I wonder why you had to. Why not bring a whole lot more? But I think it would have complicated it if you end up creating a load of them and then you have to cure everyone. But also, this would have to be treated as a temporary move because, yeah, because for instance, if you're in a very lengthy battle, everyone's going to slowly lose themselves, aren't they? So yeah. Anyway, you cannot bring too much because going in and out in the Varov form too often can lead to biological damage to one body. Oh my gosh, okay, so just even more limits explained, so that's good. And Dalta will keep an open mind about it, but she really doubts that she will ever need it. Yeah, you can really believe how she refuses from how stubborn she is, but Yeah, it's I still like the setup. Okay, but you never know. Regardless, they go and make their way to the jet as if its ship is safe within an asteroid field. Yeah, that helps defend it. I could see that. But its wildlife will not only be safe, but they are comfortable when if it leaves the ship. Okay. So that expands on some things. So yeah, the animals seem to be thinking, all right. Then he comes back, yeah, and all the animals do get on except the Verov, that has to be kept separate despite its efforts to have peace with other creatures. Okay, yeah, that sounds wise, yeah, especially with what they can do. You almost like feel sorry for them. I feel like if I made a side story, then it'll probably be, I don't know, like about the first well-behaved Verov who won't want to, like, you know, fight other creatures, and to then to make another one. Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Sorry, I've got something nearby. I'm just babysitting for someone else's pet. Yeah, hello. Okay. Do you want to jump on? Jump on. Yeah, sorry, hang on. Okay, where was I? No, they come back. Yeah, all the animals do get on. Oh yeah, the Varovia, of course. Peaceful creatures. All his pets have teleporting device, one that Civic controls. Yeah, enables it to port any of the creatures to him and back to the ship, making it handy for when in many combat situations. Yeah, so it's just understanding more the function, which is good. Oh god, that's why I have this object, because I keep losing my spot. Oh yeah, especially when Zivit is in a combat situation, especially defending his wildlife. As Jet flies by night and his other personalities have found a possible lead, even a possible suspect, someone who wears a large dark poncho. That's what the CTV shows in Nahash 2 recently. So Nahash 2, you remember from book 3, by the entrance port. Not only is it suspicious to be all cloaked, like this cloaked figure even accidentally produce some fire in front of his vehicle, I think, whilst the camera was facing his back, making him all wonder, could he be the main offender? So Andelta and Zivit make their way to Nahash 2. The main 4 Legion members are going to spread all across the universe, alongside asking some more Force Titans, even Sausages. They visit, even explore plans to keep looking out for what could be the Legion's new danger. Okay, Andelta may have a possible lead considering the suspect's arrival right after Baton's end. The Legion needs their eyes to be everywhere. Okay, so I feel like the eyes are already everywhere, but I think it's just more emphasis on that, because especially with the new danger going on. So Andelta as if it have their thing to do, and even if they're like more on the forefront, the classic members, you could say, still have like their own like true roles. Even Sammy has like his own subplot. So yeah, because I felt like kind of bad with the new cast like getting more at the forefront, but I I think I have at least tried to make some time for the older Legion members in this novel. That would have been the intention, that's for sure. Um, but we've learned quite a bit how things work, the characters, and where they're going to next. And Bionate looks like he can see like what access camera footage all over various planets. So I feel like that's quite a debate, but regardless, let's go into the next one. Okay, so this might be Venling's introduction. Once again, a small paragraph. Okay. Quite a few years ago, none of us were resurrected, but like the Numians, they keep themselves to themselves. Yeah. While the Numians mainly want to keep a cap on the spirits they have access to, the Navras feel like they need to stay away from the public eye because of how bad as I'm for made this race look, not mad this race look. Alright, so so this is where we found out that Navrases have been resurrected, and I say every race that would have been resurrected, they would be like 40 years old. the oldest at least. Maybe by 41 or 42 at a push, it does depend. But yeah, it's just worth outlining. So yeah, they like to keep themselves to themselves, yeah, because I've probably talked about other ideas, you know, the Ravras get resurrected, they eventually help with defending the universe, as evident by the Duel comic, and you know, which is in my YouTube shorts, and yeah, they like to keep themselves to themselves, and then Venlig, he wants to go out and about, and he ends up being a proper Legion member, so yeah. Yeah, because the thing with him is that he may be like the strongest biology, but he lacks the martial arts skills, so that his martial arts isn't very good. So yeah, that's where it becomes like a bit of a trade. But anyway, oh, that sneeze. No, okay. The world has been repaired thanks to Dion's elemental wave all those years ago. Yeah, and these beings aim to live a more peaceful life. I feel like the duel contradicts that because they seem to be quite forthright, unless they develop like that, or was it more of a defense thing if they ever get attacked? I'm not sure. Not surely all these races will leave each other alone because of the Legion. Not sure. I wonder why Gara hasn't even gone for them. Maybe they were bar that peaceful, who knows. However, there is one who wants this race to be more. There were on days now. No, just nowadays. Okay, an average Navras tries to live peaceful life roaming around their peaceful around their recently reformed planet. Sunfall's old planet, but with more greenery. The rule are either to show that they are a race that do not want to rule. Okay. When past Navras used to wear armor pieces, currently ones wear soft clothing made from their own handmade cotton. Alright, so they are like super peaceful. What was the point of the duel then? I feel like there should have been like another individual instead of another ruler. So now we have a potential. Well, I guess this novel is complete, so you could say it wouldn't count, but I would have like created a severe contradiction. Yeah, so that novel, that I think that duel maybe it could be like a different Naravas fraction. Maybe that's like the best way of explaining it. Whilst there are like some that are more peaceful. I think yeah, that's the best way to describe it. Okay, so we've got some explanation, and we also get to some ideas about Vindig. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, out of their own cotton. Yeah, showing other races that they are gentle giants. They are planning that one day they will reveal themselves to the public, so they haven't yet. So yeah, there's a decent amount of build up. Here, 40 years is probably enough. The whole universe wants whatever the stories of Zophor settle at a point where his race and Naravas are two different races. Yep, despite the physical similarities. Benleg, however, his name wasn't said until now, however, okay. However, many likes to wear trousers only. The planet he is on was always humid after all. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. Because it's weird because he wears like the blue armor in the two comics he's appeared in, so well, three of them actually. So yeah, that's no contradiction, never mind. Speaking of Nick, he wants to want public exposure to be around as soon as possible, which the one strongly disagree with. Yeah, all sorts of potential consequences, making him a loner. This race was resurrected by the Titrans. Vegetation was added to the planet by the Titrans too to make the planet more habitable. Yeah, we talked about the wide vegetation part earlier, but good to expand on that. The oasis, like the Suchers, helped with some buildings using their weight to move blocks about, creating similar architecture to what the planet used to look like. Okay, so it's just a bit more of the detail of the world. Venlig, after being tired of being stuck on the same planet, he was thinking of using one of their developing craft to lead the planet. There was one last chance where Venlig tries. What? There was one last chance where Venling tries again to make the public knowledge again, but it hasn't been 100 years yet, and the tale of Nightfall's defeat is still fresh in people's minds. Well, probably the minds of very Sabian races, as that's what I'm trying to infer, but yeah, it's just some additional detail. You can kind of see what the Nine Rusts are like nowadays, and now Ven looks like an fish out of water kind of individual. Actually, no, I won't go that far, but it's definitely like a minority, more with what his beliefs are. The Legion want to make it a story of inspiration, but there are times where Signfall is somewhat they demonize too much in order to dissuade from being like Signfall, making the universe dangerous again. Oh yes, so yeah, well it is accurate, regardless of the framing. Yeah, because Signfall was not into anything good at all. So yeah, if there's like an individual that was doing bad things, you can't really have to teach others not to be like this individual, because yeah, what Signfall did was near fatal. Well, for a lot of them. The Legion are at least demonised in design form, but open for their race to be part of the galactic community. Oh yes, that's good. So in the end, Vandenegg managed to sneak around to nick a ship and leave the planet with no one noticing, and yet there were a load of these miniature crafts after all. But they're unable to go for long periods of time, and to the knowledge of Vandenegg. Okay, this is why Vandenegg is often a #2, a place where you can not only explore a lot, but he can hopefully get a ride from another vehicle. Oh, okay. So yeah, not since like a good varied place to get the exposure of as well. So yeah, I feel like that might be it for that chapter, but it's a vaguely decent structure, that one. Yeah, a lot more detail. Yeah, there is already segments that never existed in the comic version, because in the comic version you just see him in the #2 later on, but I feel like this kind of setup would have been important, and the reason I say would have is because of the payoff later on, because I still like the comic where he started calling, no, maybe I shouldn't fight after all, only four. The others to be like, oh no, please join us and help us, and once he does, he becomes really effective and turns the tide of the battle. So yeah, it is. Yeah, I do like his story, even if it's smaller. And he almost has like his own arc, but it's like smaller compared to Antarctas and Zivets. They're like the ones with arcs, even Scape too, and Aporo. So yeah, they're all changing that more in some way, shape, or form in the comic, despite the incomplete novel version right here. But yeah, just a lot of exploration. Yeah, I just really like how the faction looks like in this newer era. So yeah. Okay, down to the next chapter already. So yeah, we can assume that they made it to Kingy, um, New Zealand. Yeah, that's it. All right, so let's have a look at this one. The kind of location they arrived on is your average pond of familiar vegetation. Oh yeah, I bet this would have needed a more way starter intro, but we're just going to jump onto the setting. So yeah, but on a much bigger scale. The other potential members which Andata and Nicole have kept in their tabs on, even other members too, is Outnight. Oh gosh, so I think we're repeating information. I think because I went back and forth between chapters, I'm treating them like, like fresh chapters, but this, as I would have continued editing in it, yeah, I would have made the first mention of him like the intro compared to what is happening here. But yeah, this is repeat information. Yeah, we already know he's a Numian. We already know he's a vigilante. He's going around space. And oh, he's flying a spirit dragon. That's new. How is he being in space? I don't know. A type of bubble creature that cover your whole body. Oh, okay. Well, new wildlife. Okay. A bubble-like substance can be detected from space. Wow, that's quite a feat. As Numians still have a special type of northern lights to showcase for animals, which Numians largely still focus on the culture of them, but now add to their research, which helps tide trends and even the Legion expand on the knowledge of life overall. Alright, so that's where the Numians can contribute. That's nice. I don't know, however, uh, Outnight's a she? I thought Outnight was a he. Uh, I'll say he because that was the intent. Okay. Jealous of Airwolf by being able to leave the planet, and whenever so she can fight evil. Okay, yeah, that's understood. Jealousy. That would have been expanded upon. Yeah, to see how they're similar, but they don't really have like a chance to speak to one another. I could have made that the case if expanded on this, but we'll say that's not happening. So yeah, that's something. Okay. often taken by the automaton, but a drone version of it. Oh, a drone version. Yep, so there's multiple of them. Yeah. Outright was researching the special type of novel light at a point where, well, you have a special novel light, doesn't have a name. Oh, well, at a point where he created a sword of his own. Thanks to multiple interactions, one night some of its energy was taken within the sword, the blade, and oh yeah, by the way, the northern lights still stand. It's just like the Zorb sword copying over the power. That's what I should have clarified, because it would have made him sound like a really bad robber. Anyway, the blade of the sword is made up of a newer metal which enables any Numian to absorb the form of energy without using up the northern light. Oh, okay, yeah, that's clarified at least. So spirits can help within Numian's day today, making the spirits more useful and gaining respect at the same time. So that's a bit more expansion, okay. Making Numians a more evolved race. Our knight managed to get his power in the middle of the night and used 2 animal spirits to leave the planet without anyone's knowledge. What were the 2 animals? I don't know. We talked about the dragons, so yeah. So dragons exist in the universe now? Okay. Whilst the average Nubian still wears their gi, Outknight wears his, but it is also covered by a handmade cape alongside a cowboy hat, which he made, and 2 decent pair of boots. So, yeah, it just makes you wonder who created them. It must be like a fashion designer somewhat, so cool. Outknight still wants to represent Nubian culture and thinks it should be spread out, spread out further. So yeah, he sounds quite similar to Van Lego. I think that was the intention, to how they could be similar. So yeah, because there is definitely enough difference as well with the motivation of where they come from as well. But still wants to keep the Numians on the planet to keep them safe, making him eager to be a one-man army. Yeah, okay, so that's understood. With her wolf agent, she taught Outknight how to fight, as he is to be the next protector of the Numians. Or for the Numians. Okay, so and he still does that just by roaming about, so yeah. But he is going out and about far too early, causing some worry about the protection of the Numians rather. Thanks to Herwell's training, he is a decent combatant, even a very good with a sword, and thanks to his understanding of the animal spirits, he can summon them with ease, able to summon any creature to benefit his situation. Yep, so that's already similar to Zevit as well. That too was intentional. So yeah, I quite like these similarities, and there's enough differences in there. Being bouncy. What? How's along being very bouncy? Okay, you can jump more. Okay, that's something. Most interesting of all is the usage of sword form skin cells, which allows him to regenerate from any injury he retains. Oh, so it's a healing factor. Okay, make him more formidable. Despite the use of animal spirits, he too respects them. He is, however, stronger against existing physical forms of methods being used. Oh yes, so that's where it becomes against specific use of animals. So yeah, that says that. After hearing what Ozone was like against the Numians, so he likes to resolve cases where freedom is minimal or where animals are mistreated. So the animal thing is more of his own motivation, but you can understand that with the Ozone and stuff. Now they have met Outknight on Data, they try to get Outknight to join the team. Outknight refuses, telling them that he only works alone, but Data explains that it is against the law to be a fugitive. Oh yeah, I suppose you have to be in and out of the Legion, of course. Any heroic combatant must be part of the Legion one way or another. Yeah. I think he could have still made him a Legion member, but have him on his own, but I think they're just so good to meet him as well. It makes you wonder if I got rid of him at a time too soon, but I felt, because I wrote a lot of the pre-stroke chapters, so we'll see what happens there. I think that's like the last part that was written, or at least the latest. Anyway, Civet doesn't help by bothering Outknight with asking a load of questions for why Outknight's using spirits when he uses his own animals is better. Okay, why? This leads to an argument between them, judging each other's methods for when it comes to combat situations. For instance, Outknight may use new original spirits from the spirit realm, which is a thing, which could be as easier than using real life animals, but at the same time it is using a side of nature that is hardly used. Civet's animals, however, is just as simple as training them, but it means less variety consider the near future number of wildlife that can be accessed via the spirit realm. Okay. But training animals for combat purposes is a mixed idea, especially when it comes to the scales if it has reached after the squabble. Alright, so they tried to debate and it's vaguely expanded well, but also, yeah, but Anna's right, so that's something. After squabble, both of them nearly start fighting, getting the swords out. This is where Data shouts and quickly goes in between them, which is similar to Nicole, sorry, with her being strong, saying that yes, both of them are in questionable territory, with more emphasis with Civet as the most wrong, so that's explained, but that can be sorted, and after the case has been resolved. I feel like that was on the nose by saying, oh hey, Civet was like more in the wrong, but I feel like the audience should have worked out more than for themselves in that regard. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, we'll just hop onto the next page. Okay, so looks like the evil side are getting their own proper introduction instead of seeing them later like in the comics. So yeah, I'm up for that. Let's see how this introduction goes. We then see our evil team, the main drivers of it anyway, despite only reaching numbers like the Legion. Okay, well, even before some of the Legion members were murdered by probably by the anti-Legion. Yeah, no, that's an excellent repeated word there. Anyway, the main drivers consist of 5 original beings, those who do not like the way the Legion runs the universe, even going as far thinking that Xanathar may have some better ideas, such as disallowing anyone else to be combatants, making it a flawed universe, whether it is part of their twist perspective or not. Back to members. Firstly, there is Upper T wears a massive suit similar to a suit from 1900s. Yeah. It has a shooter and zombie plants which are connected to the shooter. As he is an Abdor, he can convert any warm energy into his own laser-like fire, using it to form beams, shooting like bullets or releasing it down opponents around him. Contra is Aves, a round fish-like alien with 2 large front fins and a tail that can allow some good mobility. And there's a note about repeating. Okay. However, Contra mainly sits in the head of his anti-Legion suit named the Counteract, a low-rod robot suit that cannot only counter every mainline Legion ability, but it has its own tricks like a turret and a laser blade. But it has electricity absorbers, heaters, chillers, remote technology, replenishment, metallic armor, and energy diffusers. So yeah, these are rather good descriptions, and I really like how Contra's suit is described. Yeah, you can definitely tell that could counter the Legion. It's a cool idea. Which not only can expose severe heat or a lot of reasons stream, but energy can be withheld to take more energetic hits. When absorbing physical hits, hits is easy enough. Okay, up to like. And easy enough. Oh, okay, full stop. Up to likes the mostly sleep chill followed his way as the team stand up against legions similar to everyone else's mindset. By contrast, far more active, he likes to invent and improve, having other tech ideas. And there is Gloop, named Gloop. Reminds me of that funny joke from George of the Jungle, an ape named Ape. But yeah, he is made up of a load of goo. He is around 6 foot, jade green, in hints of blue, and his only facial feature is one big eye on top of his head. He has long, thick arms and legs, with the arms being slightly longer, and he can spawn tentacles and even extra arms thanks to his effortless shape-shifting. His language would have limited. All of his organs and even his eye come in and out of existing before all of the goo shape shifting. He can turn his whole body and get a point where he can turn into a tighter goo, even fit tighter places than mollusk. And even that's what I was trying to meant to put. Anyway, so mollusk is like octopus and squid. You know how they can fit into tight places. Well, Glit can go into tighter places. Anyway, next there is Contro. Oh, that's where it's repeated. Okay, oops. It's really get really bigger tadpole, but green and arms. Swim fast, many performs made to full fins, but its foes What you see body because it is in a robot suit. Robots need to remember to 7-8 foot tall, arms legs around the arm of detective. It draws electric devices absorb light and gun and leave space emitters. Can also control levels, where also waves of energy can be related with the lasers. It can also fly. Shoots basic missiles, a century gun on its back, several parent parts, and contrast Nikon's enemies key-based drones, which control can be used for himself, as well as such parts of the suit to contain charge up sonic energy, which can be used to knock over someone. So yeah, even if it is accidentally another Contra intro, you can see how it's different. If like completing this in another timeline, then yeah, I would have like blended both in some way because yeah, because both have like new information. It is a very powerful suit, despite being designed to fight the Legion. It can still find other foes, making them the most successful, even getting the highest kill streak compared to everyone else. Next is Form. He lost his legs due to an explosion which Legion accidentally caused when they were fighting foes who were possessing explosive weaponry themselves. Okay, that could have done more context. Might have been expanded later on, but never mind. That already makes his motivation similar to Gara's, which we'll get to. They can form think Legion are too reckless. Born is not to have human build, except he has a small trunk and grey skin. Similar to an elephant, he would have decent human-like legs, but he now had robotic legs, which are thin as bone with sharp claws, making him bouncier, rather, stronger on his feet, and his martial arts skills consist of kicks. He also wears a small shorts, making himself more threatening with the robot legs. I don't think that's threatening. Also, I think I didn't draw shorts on him when it came to his natural drawing, and not to mention the 8-bit design too. So no, I would have removed those shorts, yeah, because yeah, there's like his whole bottom half is essentially the robotic legs. You no need for shorts. That's what you do when you try and hide them, but might as well wear trousers. Anyway, out as well as generic Gogan t-shirt, really showing off his build. Finally, there's the founder of this new cult, the one who shared all Kara. His race is an order is similar to an ape race that is bouncy, feet like hands, as well as being more bendy thanks to more limb parts compared to an average race. Wow, that is kind of cool. Unlike an ape, it has no fur skin with only extra dark blues. It has Oh no, unlike an ape, it has no fur skin only with extra dark blue skin, but is similar to Contra to hide his real body in a suit, which Contra helped make. A suit which is well armoured, new custom metal, which is nearly as hard as Nitro. Yeah, I wonder what kind. I'm just going to lift my laptop again. Yeah, I don't want to bend down whilst reading. Yeah, I really shouldn't have made the writing this small. I think I was trying to go for less pages, but yeah, never mind. Anyway, let's continue. And it is hard as Nitro. Okay, I would have expanded on this metal, but I will. It just also has a grappling hook in each arm, and if it climbing, and retractable claws like devices, making him a deadly up-close fighter. Whilst they always keep track of their own gears, today they are wondering about two of them, who is exploring planets for other sign of the other allies, and perhaps find ways to knock down the Legion. Okay, so that's just showing how they're planning the mindset. Okay. Whilst they were just left without words, probably due to doubt, they also have their overall goal to take down all the Legion's bases, but at the same time, in that way, it will decrease Legion's presence immensely, making Legion more vulnerable across the galaxy. Having the Legion to oversee it is agreed regardless of all societies. Okay. Whilst Gary's own clan takes step that step too further. I'm not sure that makes sense. Okay. There are some races that not agree with certain things regarding the Legion. For example, not exactly the nuclear rule, which could extend ages from certain individuals, but at the same time, the Legion wants to be more fair, especially as it was designed for was their last resort. Yeah, because of the power he had and what he was going to do with it. Legion overseeing that means less privacy, and with analysis and cameras everywhere, and with the level of peace has encouraged many races to start mixing in other planets, which could lead to complications, like resources, adaptation, and less distinction between worlds. So yeah, those are actually rather good counters. I feel like I have explored and go more into depth for why Gara etc. would want to go against Legion. So yeah, I like how straightforward it is. So you can see the perspective, but the Legion are probably still on the right. Hopefully, I think this Legion would have learned to keep less of a tabs on things, but I feel like I think Gara and the others would have to be more of a victims of that system. I guess Fawn is kind of defined like that, but yeah, I think I would have gone more into depth and why they're all gone against that. And you never know, could have had the villains actually bring like a little bit of insight at a point of the Legion. Could be like, okay, yeah, maybe we could acknowledge these things more, but at the same time, we'll be keeping that for nuisances like Gara, etc. The Legion have taken up this criticism for years, and it is the best they can do to make sure there is enough freedom and caution throughout the whole universe. Gary schemes, however, whilst involved sneaking around well-established planets, they have many settled on moons that don't always get monitored by the Legion. Okay, so that's kind of a smart move, yeah, assuming that Earth's moon doesn't have um, a base yet. Well, it hasn't been stated at all, so yeah, I think they might have settled there at one point. Um, yeah, does the Earth's moon actually have a name? Because there's other like moons across the solar system, like Titan and Lu. I've heard of those two, but there's dozens anyway. Gary's scheme, however, was involved sneaking around well-established planets to how many satellite moons. Yeah, the Commander Mind Legion, and making Garrett and threat. No, no, wording's wrong. That's grounds too big too quickly. No, I don't get that last line, but got his rather good villain's introduction. Well, granted, it should have had. I think if expanding on this paragraph, it would be like a day to day. You would more basically see, they probably would take fight against a like an alien race that were loyal to the Legion or someone else to add to that scheme. They might have fought an alien town just to find another part to work on their plan because they run on two machines for their plan to work. And yeah, one and that creates shields all over the planet to make one prevent from leaving, and then there's no one that creates the Contrary bots, which Contrary makes. So yeah, that's where his engineering becomes very handy for the story. So yeah, I think that would have made this part better. But this is definitely like a good start, despite like a couple of things being a bit mixed about. And yeah, even this is like a sneaky presence as well, so it can kind of see like if they're newer as well, that's another reason. But we don't quite know yet how long the Legion have been losing these new members and why now. And but at least Gary and the others, at least trying to go from place to place to remain hidden. So unlike the other villains, well, some of them they kind of had a base, but not them. I don't think. I think they just had to hide well. All right, I think we're going to go on to the next chapter. Let's have a look. Okay, so as far as it looks like we're about to go to Nahashtu, where we're about to meet Apollo. So, oh gosh, this writing is really small again. Yeah, let's have a go read regardless. Okay, so Andatus event and now at Nahashtu, they park their ship and they start walking rather quickly. They spread out slightly to explore more of the area, yeah, which is a good start. After all, they don't blow onto a city stand out. Then Zivit spots Apollo and contacts Indata and Out-Night via their collaptors, which she'll start to wear once they arrive to Nahashtu. Okay. However, as if it's first group of mission, this suspect sees this, making him run. This is annoy Andata as you are meant to be anonymous when contacting other Legion members. Yep, so if it's inexperienced, then that's fair enough. Never mind. Chase is on, and they see where the puncher where it is at, and so the three of them go after him, and they go ahead. Civet summons his runner, yeah, one of his animals, and Civet is about to ride on it. Outnight tells him to knock it off, summoning a green ape to knock Civet off his feet, off the runner, going to Civet to get running on his own. Oh, okay, that's a bit mean. Could derail him, but I suppose if Outnight is powerful, then fair enough. And does sees this, but is going to ask about this later. The Hooded figure tries some methods to do so, down like summoning large cubes as a blockage, cause a small flood in once if out in his past, and then some flames down the alleyway. The figure is not only powerful and varied, but is also certain if I use this stone, making the Hooded figure a very possible suspect. Cool. yeah, we already see those elemental abilities, don't we? You know, it's like a hint. And Dodge tries to find a way to stop suspect, thinking about how to stop in his tracks. And thanks to the study of the planets, she spots one of the tallest buildings nearby and aiming to corner and punch wearer. Our knight Civet about it. Civet got back on the runner anyway, trying to catch up. We're trying to find everyone. So yeah, this is. Yeah, I kind of getting lost, so although that's just me just reading the wording, that's why I don't read novels. But you can see how everyone's trying to use the methods anyway. And this is where some of the big arms creature created enough the fourth chaser after the poncho wearer, thanks to its brief tinkler and hand gesture, meaning go after it, frustrating Outnight even more so when the big arm creature was stopped by some vines. Vines summoned by the hooded figure, by the way, going Civet and his two animals towards the ground is regardless. Outright is doing well, summoning his own spirits like a monkey to swing from one body to the next, even a large tortoise at one point to jump from point to point when going across water. Oh, that's cool. And even fires some dragonflies so quickly that I like bullets. Cool. They're hitting the suspect. Bullet. If they're like bullets, could that really like hurt the suspect? I'm a bit mixed on that, but never mind. The chase soon rounds up when the daughter takes the route and attempts to fire at the suspect with her pistol, making the figure go into an alleyway, cornering himself. Now the figure named Apollo is tied up thanks to Arnott summoning some Vranic spirits, then ties his legs and arms around his back, making Apollo unable to move. So this is definitely evidence of Arnott being more efficient because of his abilities, but also Andart is like very efficient, you know, just only like a couple of steps and there you go. Anyway, unable to move, therefore unlikely to summon any abilities regardless of its lack of control. Okay, yeah, so yeah, because I think most of their superpowers require like body movement, and oh yeah, because if you need more concentration, that's where you can summon powers, you know, by just thinking. I think that's how my like superpowers work. Anyway, Civic gets jealous of Outright's quick ability to do this, wishing to make any of his animals useful, as he was about to use the teleporting device to get hold of any of his animals. Okay. They all are in the alleyway. Civic does use their flying creature to make sure the imposters interrupt her and Data from interrupting the interrogation. Yeah, that's a smart move. That's good. There's moments where it surprises me, me thinking like I've managed to acknowledge all sorts of these bits and bobs, so yeah, I really like that. Anyway, without Night Civic keeping up his guard up just in case, Aparo panics, wondering what is going on, and Data explains that one of the Legion members has died from getting burnt. Aparo being a member of the Anti-Legion, Aparo could have been tasked to try and narrow down the Legion further, getting Baton. That's where he was. Yeah, Turtle. That was like his nickname, and I keep forgetting his name. Anyway, when there was a good chance, Aparo strongly denies this. He is admitted, and he has left and tried to go on the run. Yeah, so yeah, I quite like how the story just makes you think, oh, it could be him, especially the Anti-Legion stuff and the power of fire abilities. But not only does he not have like sharp feet, but to find out he's on the run, and they even back up this alibi as well as they investigate further. You know, there's like a camera on his ship with the time on and everything. So yeah, I do like that kind of acknowledgement. Anyway, Porro then goes on to say that Hashtu was the first stop he made. He was at their base when the Porro was told to do something which he refuses, and he nearly killed and manages to escape by a ship of his making. Cool. Yeah, more elemental abilities explored. Um, yeah, and yeah, it just makes you wonder what it was. Maybe it was like sent to kill Baton, but Fawn did it himself. And also, if Gavra's team was like these five beings, and it just makes you wonder how he got hold of the others, you know, when on the prehistoric planet. But I think that we'll get the answer on later, unless that's like he had another team expanded or they literally just joined. I guess we'll wait and see. This way, when he made a while ago when he used to be part of the regime. Oh, so he made the ship ahead of time. Okay, that's cool. All right then. As Data knows how to read people well, she so far believes him. But what she now needs to know is connect the robotic hand to the ship. Oh, she has a robotic hand. Okay, cool. Um, that wasn't set up, but oh well. And also for her to read people well, yeah, she's definitely more of that kind of individual, so that's good. And does the ship provide the digital data to Zami where you can analyse where it comes from? So the ship is found thanks to Zivik getting hold of a Varov who sees sense where Porov was previously walking. Oh wow, Varov. Oh, that's risky. Okay. Afterwards, the Varov is then teleported back to the craft, and with his flying creature coming back to getting swapped by the Varov briefly. Wait, hang on. I thought you could summon one creature at a time. I think this parts of the paragraph has contradicted this, but okay. Unless I try to acknowledge it by swapping the verb and the flying creature. Well, that must be quite overwhelming for the flying creature to go in and out of the ship like that, but might be used to it anyway. He can only get one type of creature at a time after all. Oh, so was that knowledge? Okay, that's cool. Except for the critters who are small enough where the teleportation can manage to transfer multiple of them. Okay, that's convenient. Apollo was to abandon the ship so he can escape more easily, hoping to find a ship. Yeah, but Andartes is missing the S, was able to find out where Apollo was recently flying. Andata performs this method to give the data to Zami. Giving data to Zami while she's already on a mission. Okay. And whilst the first location is hidden well. Also, I don't like how this is like the first mention of Zami, you know, just like quickly helping another character's investigation. That's not a very good, like, exciting beginning after seeing the character in the years later. It's just, you know, not going in that. Whilst the first location is hidden well, the last few distances was nowhere where Bowden died. Oh yeah, so yeah, Poro's nowhere nearby, so yeah. Rider Poro, solid alibi. After this, Poro has no one. And also, it looks very quickly, and Arta is like a fair investigator. She's not jumping into conclusions immediately, so yeah, she is like a rather good investigator. Okay, I'm just going to quickly shrink the text just very quickly. Oh, there you go, that was better. So we're reading the rest of that chapter. Okay, after this, Sapporo having no one, and Dr. then encourages Sapporo to join the team. Okay, yeah, because you don't want to leave Sapporo running about, so yeah, that's not. I feel like that idea should have more backing up, but it's a cool idea regardless. Sapporo refuses, trying to find an excuse to which he cannot make, which Delta could detect from the get-go. And Tata then gets inside Sapporo's head, making Sapporo think that by joining the team, he will have a sense of worth. Otherwise, he's just roaming around endlessly, trying not to die in the hands of his former team. Yeah, that's actually quite sensible. And having the power he cannot keep a cap on. Oh yeah, so yeah, there's like hints of power not being able to control his power properly, but I haven't really got that sense of that. It's just shown to be okay, and then I need to be explained that. So yeah, I think I would have come back to make Poro's abilities like more out of his control. At least to get more confirming later on, but still, Poro eventually agrees he will do more. He will be more protected after a role, and Antara then wonders if he knows if anyone would do this or have fire abilities. Poro replies that there is one being who is currently roaming and he carries a lighter everywhere. Oh yeah, gosh. In the comic, because Barnett talks about how it was like a fire coming from a lighter instead of supernatural fire. This novel's missing that information, which kind of sucks, but never mind. Yeah, because I quite like that aspect because it narrowed things down, being like, oh, you know, this isn't supernatural fire. Someone made this fire. It had to the artificial kind of approach which the former Legion do, because not a lot of them are supernatural. A lot of them just have like different aspects to them, which makes them stand out. Anyway, but like Poro, he too apparently left. He and Poro contacted each other recently, not met each other for their survival. Oh yeah, this is where we do get to see another person. Oh, sorry, that's against its head. Elijah, but probably he too. But like probably he too apparently left. He'd a problem. It sounds like they're meeting up with Form, but why did they meet in what's his face in the next destination? I'm a bit. Oh, I don't know, because if Apollo knows, then why go to that suspect? Unless it was just to get other kind of answers, we might find out. But if I'm missing information, then the next stop to come across the next suspect won't make much sense. But okay, we only left to contact each other recently, not to meet each other further in survival. But by meeting who is listening, he could be encouraged to reveal where the evil group is at. Oh, okay, so it is finding their location after knowing where it is. Okay, so that's why they seem suspect. The next one. Thor states that his last heard was on this planet, name and description. Oh yeah, which planet? Knowing about the planet, the GPS is set, and the jet sets off. Well, it was about to set off. Some strange activity happens. Someone else is getting attacked. So yeah, everyone has a destination, but when what gets in the way, the detective gets everyone out of the vehicle and investigates the situation. Civet flies his flying creature to the situation. And oh, yeah, what's weird? So quick thing. So the Civet loses his animals due to various reasons, but the flying creature still is around. So I feel like sparing the flying creature probably contradicts the story a bit. I know having the flying creature is useful, but I don't know. I feel that the summoned spirits would have helped with that. Yeah, because he can fly with any flying creature. Yeah, that's definitely a flaw in the comic book, to do that. But hopefully, yeah, this story would have probably taken that angle anyway. If I did have those thoughts in time. Without Knight grabbing the creature's tail just in time, Out Knight then used the sword to summon a Beastosaurus to make the crowd step back for whoever's getting attacked. How big is the Beastosaurus there? The giant. So did he do a miniature version? I'm not sure. I find that so weird where the Beastosaurus is huge, giant even, but they could do various sizes of it, baby ones. That could still be scary, but yeah. Is that so? You can talk about any living being of any age. Is that how it would have worked? Because you can't really do an alternative size. That's like trying to summon a giant ant. To it, sure, that could be a cool idea, but I don't know. A person would have stuck to consistent size, like the final size, and no changes. Anyway, it turned out to be Venlig, shot at the detective's team. Simon pulls another look to Out Knight. I guess it is convenient for Venlig to hop on here. Oh, actually, no, it was set up earlier. But also for this moment to happen at the same time, at least Venlig wasn't left alone with the lot leaving earlier, because yeah, they would have meant being left alone. So I guess it is convenient that the lead didn't leave when they did, I suppose. Or if it happened earlier, that meant Poro could be caught, or he would have to be caught later. Yeah, we'd talk about other variations here, but never mind. This is somewhat reasonable. At least we knew that Bendig was going to Nash too, so it's not as convenient as I think. Striking this detective team, so it pulls out a look to Out Knight. That pulls out another look at Out Knight. Oh, okay, yeah, this is just them two eyeing each other, yeah, because they're not keen on one another. On sort out the situation again, and the Paro and Andante coming by. Andante owns the room by getting the crowd to get to their back to their day today. Oh, yeah, just being just go back to what you're doing, nothing to see there. Yeah, that's what she's trying to do. Threatening them by arresting them if they continue to disturb the peace or attack someone who is most likely innocent. Yeah. So yeah, I like the shot reaction. Yeah, because it's probably the first time anyone has seen an Arabast, especially after a very long time. So yeah, let's see how this goes. And Archer and the rest are very shocked to see Vendig is not seen after not seen Arabast for a very long time. I'm missing a couple of words there. Okay. Vendig is only arrived on this world minutes ago. Okay. The first now has to be seen, with the last time, of course, being these public areas which 9-4 were performing. I'm a bit lost there. Does that mean I'm for visited that planet once? Okay. Performing. Vendig, however, shows there not to be a threat. Oh, is it suggesting that Vendig's just innocent, but Zynfor was just going all guns blazing? Is that trying to be the difference? Okay. However, it's not shown to be a threat. Someone still backs off. Exit and R2 tries to see a gentle side of Vendig, asking who he is. Vendig, for the first time, is greeted nicely by another race, making him instantly endeared towards Andata. Yeah, which is nice. When they all wonder why Vendig is where he is. Also, just to pause, so Andata's quite yeah. Alright, so yeah, what was I was saying? So yeah, Data, after being quite stone with the Legion, only for her to be nice and open when it comes to Venlig. I guess it just shows. I just get the page, didn't I? I'll come back to it anyway. So yeah, she's stern with the Legion, but she's open-minded at a point where she's nice to Venlig. Sure, you would be a bit wary, but Well, if she's really good at reading body language and that, then maybe that's where Vendig has like, oh, I don't know, like Vendig's like new and she doesn't really know like the full story yet. Unlike the Legion, where she probably could see them being responsible for losing these Legion members. So I can see that being uh, like not a dichotomy, if that's the right term. I do say that a lot, don't I? Yeah, I can't really see that being a contradiction. Yeah, it's just yeah, I can see uh, those kind of thoughts sharing in the same mind. Anyway, so let's just hop back onto the previous chapter. Alright, so the rest of the Nahashtu chapter, when they all wonder why Vendig is where he is, Vendig explains that he's tired to be part of a race who must hide from everyone because of what everyone thinks of them, just because of what one being has done, making it unfair for everyone, which can be true. And Data then goes on to explaining that if it is what he wants, then the race should be allowed to thrive in the public eye. Yeah, which makes everyone else a bit mixed, but they all wait and see, and meant to be the full word C, not just the letter C. Wasn't texting. Anyway, seeing that this narrative is a safe one, and Data also gets Finland to join too, making everyone slightly on edge. Aporo was already enough, but if Finland wants to join, he would be a good asset to the team. I feel like Andata probably gets hold of all of these beings just for like to benefit herself, to add to like the protection, but also if you can't really leave and they're wandering around, you could have him with him. And if he does seem innocent in that, not really a threat at this point, then yeah, because it doesn't seem like experience like Slime 4 either, and definitely no elements. So yeah, I can already see Opera Alnight and Zivit and maybe Andata already have like enough to neutralize Vendig if he ever goes off the rails, but thankfully that never happens. Anyway, um, uh, famous really good asset. Now is very powerful after all. Data explains to Vendig that their mission is knowing about the mission, knowing about it, Vendig sees a chance to redeem his own race. Cool. That's similar themes, making it a good decent race to help them take down a collection of goons, many to arrest them, not kill. So that's clarified. That has to be done in necessary, such as saving another Legion member's life. Yeah, we know the stakes, and yeah, it's continuing quite well. So yeah, I'll just go on to the next chapter. Okay, after some more paragraphs, this is where we see some of the first two notes. So there'll be notes to be very interesting to look at because could help with my ideas in future, or just seeing what kind of improvements I was going to make before giving up on the novel. But anyway, finding someone who may know where to find Falls Iron for dudes, a better fraction name than False Ironfall. Oh yeah, because I don't know, the Anti-Legion is already a thing, unless this was a different faction. I'm not sure. You can also see the snake in brackets because I've forgotten the name of the snake race that Hozuna took over. So it sees him, that race again, yeah, like a singular dude. Yeah, he was, well, still is working for Gara. I wonder what abilities he had because in the comic he was just presented like a normal snake, like everyone else, well, snake with arms, that kind of alien race. But yeah. Anyway, on what's this other note? What to catch up about before arriving. Also, did Apollo say that the snake was also unsure, and so that's who they meet to find out who it could be, who has killed Botan, etc. And Apollo didn't know it was Fawn, as Fawn uses the lighter sparingly to make himself easier to hide, a creature with no supernatural flames. Okay, I think that's what I would have clarified later on. But anyway, let's just see what this paragraph is at. So they're about to talk to the snake, and then Garrett and the others come along. Now they arrive to New Zealand, but back there again? Well, it was a different location at least, but okay. The jet is off and landed, and are known to leave with Night Civic Apora, and they all leave where they meet the snake, waiting on the rock. So yeah, Apora and Snake did communicate, I think. He will likely gather around with Apollo being the closest, but maintains some distance just in case. Is he still wary? Okay. Even with her hand in her coat, lightly stroke his pistol's preparation. No, that's meant to be Andata getting the pistol ready just in case. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, there is a light greeting, but Andata wants answers, and so she starts asking about the kind of fighters there are who are non-supernatural, who has a non-supernatural variability. Yeah, that would be fallen lighter, who could have metallic feet. Snake, however, hears another ship coming nearby with a small smirk, making Andarta's new team wonder what's happening. The snake makes a hint about how they might see who they're looking for from a beeping device Snake has, which is a tracker, most likely. And Data works out something and grabs the device, seeing that her team flew into a trap as Snake's told the Snakes that Apollo alongside some more company has come. Yeah, regardless who the company is, if Apollo was a traitor and he's got other allies with him, Legion or not, then you can see how that could be a problem. But anyway, so I think for his mates to sort out taking down every possible Legion members before it gets too much for the mates to handle. So not only they want to keep the numbers down, so that's for sure. But also, was Gary and the others not doing anything at the time, or they're just like sitting around and to be like, oh, Apollo's around apparently, but I don't know, because surely they would have like some kind of quest. I suppose they were looking around for the Legion anyway. Maybe they were having a look and need to find out about Apollo and they'd be like, oh, let's go and find him. Or it could be like a midpoint goal, but they could probably try and find where Apollo is at, as he was a traitor, only for the Snake to be like a friend at one point, tending to stab his back for whatever reason. That wasn't really explained, but you get what I mean. There's a couple of things that should have been pointed out. Anyway, the ship is landed and they run. What does Gary's ship look like? I'm not sure. The ship has landed. They run to stop the face what these possible new Legion members. Snake, Lass, and then Thax and Data gets annoyed, but Venlig is so annoyed at a point where he backhands the Snake, accidentally taking his life. Oh yeah. That was like a sudden turn of events. I'm a bit mixed on the idea. Like, I like the idea because it just shows how Vedlig doesn't know his own strength. I'm not sure why he would be annoyed though. No, he would need far more build up for that to be the case. I think what would have happened is that they would have had a chat with Vedlig, quickly getting attached to all of them, and what could have happened is that the Snake could have, I don't know, maybe it could have pulled out a weapon to new shoot Data and for Venlig to then do that. That could have been the case. And with Data being like, well, okay, thank you for defending, but you accidentally gone too far with just that one hit. You need to realise the kind of strength you possess. So if something like that was added, then yeah. I really like working at puzzles in my own story. Yeah, like storytelling is just a very complex puzzle, isn't it? I love it. Anyway, anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. Uh, oh yeah, Shock and Venlig, Christian Archer, and the others. Venlig already is apologetic. Sorry, as the strongest being, who somewhat feels protective, and Archer and the others. Yeah, like I said, needs build up. I like his response as well, being like, "Oh no, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry." Yeah, I like that side to him. These are possible new friends. He's never had these kind of connections. And Archer then tells Venlig to only attack if any fighting commences. Okay, so it's like a respond to it. Yeah, because even the running, that was only using attacks to slow Apollo down. So yeah, they are very like choosing where to use abilities, which is smart. It is all needed to calm down Andarte and can ask the incoming lots of questions, Gary being one of them. Gary saw the backhand earlier, and whilst he witnessed the telling off, he feels disgusted that the Legion has taken yet another life. It's almost like the Legion being hypocritical. Yeah, I got the word. But unless he recognises Andata, this just would be other members, that literally just joined. But it's just, I feel like they would know about the other Legion members if, I don't know, all like some kind of file or something, or see them hang around the Legion. But that was neither the case with any of these 5 people, unless Andata was shown to be hanging around with them once, to which that could be something. But no, they're just going after those who just be getting in this way, just like a refraction. So already coming up with the Legion excuse, yeah, that would need more backing, as I've already explained. Adding to some frustration he has against them again. He has against the Legion, that's what I meant to say. Plus his new possible members. Oh, possible members, so he's already entertaining that idea. Gareth shares this perspective, with the others agreeing, form contra Uppity and Gloop are around too. Yeah, Gloop is and the only one showing hesitation while the rest are keen for another fight. Ah, yes, so that's even. It's not the most subtle foreshadowing, but yeah, Gloop does turn in the end, and I'm not sure what kind of reason he was around. I think he was probably misled because if he isn't so smart, but I think a reason would have been added. But that's an okay-ish kind of setup anyway. But another fight, so yeah, they just really enjoyed the fighting apparently. Yeah, fair enough. It's almost like a darker version of Pasnos. I think that's why Garrett and Pasnos kind of work as like their own singular rivalry because they're both revel in combat. But obviously, Pasnos has been taught when to use that, despite the book three's flaws. But the sentiment's still there. Anyway, Andarto confidently asks, yep, she's not scared, who they are, not taking no for an answer. Imagine if she was like, I got this question, no. How about that? No. Any ship? No. Just imagine that. Anyway, Garrett introduced himself and the others, and worrying about the snake. Um, oh, the others would. Okay, so yeah, Garrett's doing all of the talking, and the others are like, what about the snake? He's just gone. So I think they're probably like kind of scared to fight them, which is quite an interesting thing, for the villains to be slightly scared of the heroes. That is something, but I think deep down they do know they have the ability to take them down. They've fought off new Legion members after all. Also, something else I wondered about is that because I guess I have read a couple of books before where character lines come in between descriptions, but I felt like I would struggle with that at a point where I'll probably write it in like a play kind of format because for instance, oh, hello, said this person, and this person then said hello back. And then this person was like, how are you? And then she replies, oh, this, and this, said this person. Yeah, I just feel like I would find that very repetitive. I feel like I'm saying novel writing in a very simplistic kind of manner. I think with more research, I could have written like novels of dialogue, but I say the play approach, where you can just have characters saying which lines is not a bad thing. You can even write the actions in between. Yeah, because funny enough, despite not really being a theatre person, my favourite play, arguably, I think, yeah, it is a play. Yeah, it's been played and staged and that. It's called A Taste of Honey, written in 19. Oh gosh, the film adaptation was 1962, but I don't know where it was originally written. Yes, but written by Shalini Delaney, something like that. And yeah, because you need to get a description of the status quo, you can see some actions in between, and then it's just continuous conversations between everyone. So of course that's far different compared to this sci-fi fantasy show, but I reckon it could have worked. Like if I was more into the whole writing approach, then maybe I could have written the first sci-fi fantasy novel using the stage approach whilst not also being stage. I reckon that could have been nice and fresh and just really showing that it doesn't have to be shows or plays to have books written in that manner. Even when did Romeo and Juliet in GCSE, even that follows that format. But I just personally prefer to Taste of Funny. It did vibe with me better. I just liked how down to earth it was and how new it was. Anyway. Yeah, if you haven't watched the 1962 film, I will kind of recommend it. It's definitely an early 60s film, that's for sure. So it's not paced like your usual film nowadays, but I think it's still really good. It takes a lot of your own working out, especially when the characters end up going in a cycle and they end up going in the same position as before, but it's intentionally written that way. You'll get what I mean. And I don't have my DVD back. Someone else has got it. I could do a commentary on it. Now that is interesting. Tell you what, that's like another commentary idea. Anyway, sorry, we're reading this incomplete novel, aren't we? Yeah, come on, stop with the. Just telling myself off. Anyway, wondering about Snake. And Data tries to shift focus once she clarifies that Vendig will get punished. Oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting. So they know they're not, in the right. And Data's clarifying, being like, we don't just take pleasure in that. No, we we'll tell him off. Like a temporary sentenced or potentially charged even. Um, so yeah, which would make Venley kind of worried, but you do want to get on the villain's good side to be like, if that's what you're complaining about, well, okay, well, we won't get take advantage of this. So I do really like that conversation idea. I feel like this novel is already better than the first, the original Pentology. I just feel like I can really like, oh, I don't know, this would be like the most fun to make improvements of. Anyway, I was just wondering how this story would work on its own, and it could be kind of cool on its own, yeah, because so it was already set up that's an AD team that already exists and the losing members, and there's apparently some history that's happened. Yeah, we caught up enough, so yeah, I think this already works as like a standalone. Anyway, um, punished. Make sure he does. Yeah, what a note. Anyway, yeah, I think there would have been like an ending where Vendig, like I said, like a temporary imprisonment or charged for the accident, or with however the law works. Anyway, and Garrett doesn't believe her, already shown severe distrust. Yeah, that's just Garrett not being open-minded, and that's his character flaw. He just the leader who think a legion are kind who oversees and think they can do whatever. Yeah, it's that too close-minded, despite what Andata said. I think what Garrett could have been like is to be like, just so like angered by revenge at a point where he doesn't want to listen to her, and if they do like enjoy the fighting and wanting to punish everyone, going as far as with Botan losing and that would have been a far better angle. Anyway, Steve, however, has clarified that not only do they stick to their rules, but a lot of them have been carrying weight to this day. Yes, the one against Signfall, but loads of lives were lost during all the big events. Why did they start talking about Signfall all of a sudden? But at least David's trying to help. I clarified a couple of things. And oh yeah, so carrying a lot of weight. So I think that's a way of the Legion explaining that they have been through so much turmoil that's affecting them to this day. Like losing Arvin, Mike, and Dion. And the many choices that they've had to make in that, yeah, I can imagine that being really hard. So it's just really showing that they're not just doing whatever. They are finding this really tricky. Just make sure everyone's safe, and Gara etc. aren't helping with that. But anyway, especially after Torrid and Mechador, Gara gets the hint of his own guilt. This Andata sees, now asking who could have fire abilities and the other feats, and she has her unspoken guess, especially as Fawn has thin metallic legs, or feet rather. Wait, did she say now asking who could have fire abilities? That's a strange thing for a detective to do, because imagine if in our planet Earth, someone had their own alternative projectile. That's like one of our detectives saying who has this weapon. I guess you could be like, oh, we've been told someone to this weapon, like empty your pockets. I could see that happening, but I just feel like that's so weird because none of them can like what you're on about. None of us can produce fire. You should know that. Yeah, so that's one writing flaw regarding Andante here. Yeah, she's meant to be extremely intelligent, but she has shown other clever feats. But even I still like this last sentence, so it makes up for it almost. But yeah, this line would have been gone. But anyway, let's just continue. All right, so I think this where both sides start fighting. Let's have a look. But the other feats against the non-living Legion members are most likely done by the likes of Contra and Uppity too. Oh, so it is trying to expand. Okay. Gara gets frustrated but overcomes it and is fed up with Andata and so tries to fight. Swinging one of his claws at Andata, she leans back and fires at Gara, yep, using a pistol, which does nothing due to the armour. Which she would pick up upon. Civic clarifies that if they proceed the attacking, they will have to fight back. After all, the Legion responds to attacks, not calls them. Yeah, which is good to clarify. And Data only did a warning shot. Gara asks the others to fight, and Data waves her hands at Contro quickly, and Venlig raised himself to catch Andata. Oh, okay. So yeah, I feel like Andata and Venlig would have to bond more, for that to happen. Yeah, for Venlig to like quickly move Andata out the way. So yeah, because it's so interesting. Cause she doesn't really have any abilities. Well, I guess she does have the Ver of Serum later on, but that doesn't really count. But she uses like the others to her disposal in some way. But yeah, there's something about that which I quite like, keeping her far away. Even Vendig takes the shots from Uppity and Contro. Delta is thankful, and Vendig understands her instruction. Oh yeah, so it just shows that he's picking up on gestures well in that, I suppose. Yeah, it's good. Even Outlook summons a large spirit leaf from the ground that would have been in front of Andata just in case. You can summon plants too. Okay. Well, spiritual plants. I suppose that's the thing. Our night was concentration hard just in case. No, not a sentence. Anna even wonders why Data wasn't behind any cover and even wanting to be the one in the forefront. Oh, okay. She clarifies that someone has to lead, someone has to stand up to them, someone has to confront them, which, yeah, you really can understand that, yeah, because if you like have your defense up, that's where you're like asking to be attacked, but with Vandata being confident to go in front of them, and with what she communicated with Venlig, she already had a backup if she was ever going to yeah, attacked, and also the way she like leans back, with despite being swiped by a claw, like that is yeah, she knows how to fight in some way, yeah, because it reminds me of I remember in one of my sparring sessions, I was just up against someone who it was just like he leant back and moved in ways to effortlessly dodge the punches. I was just like, oh gosh, that is like masterful. So you never know, Antarctica could be like that good. So yeah, I think she is like a decent combatant, and I think there was like a part of her character that doesn't like fighting because of her grief, but she still, likes to use smart ways to neutralize foes. So yeah, and yeah. Anyway, just let's see, confront them. And thanks to her upbringing, she has been taught herself to put a fearsome facade, making her tougher than criminals. That's cool. She has armor underneath and has very good martial arts skills, and with other powerful beings around that she can trust, she'll know she'll be fine. So yeah, she's smart enough to know that. That's cool. And Data would be more of a hiding figure if an explosion was going to go off, for instance. So she is sensible despite mind rebellious nature. Yeah, absolutely. Additionally, Garrett and the others are hugely crazy like Mechanjal and not aged like Zymfor. Garrett and the others are misled by Garrett, and Garrett has been affected by some events. Okay, what events? I'm not really sure. I had like some backstory that the Legion attacked a planet to prevent a scheme, and then he ended up meeting a Keo from another planet. He gets trained, and then he would have met the others, and Contra apparently created the arm for him. So yeah, his backstory would have been expanded slightly. I say slightly because you don't want too much backstory because that's like an excuse for characters sometimes. So it's just enough in his history to fill in the gaps. But as long as he has like a decent personality, motivation makes sense, and he has enough of personality and a reason for what he's doing, then that's what matters. Anyway, and if the Legion was responsible for that, Gara has gone too far with his mindset. It's these factors that make Kandata confident that none of his goons are the smartest guys ever. Yeah, good for our data to work out. Yeah, cool. She likes her mind puzzles to fight her opponents that way, and fighting is no problem if that becomes the next step. A fight begins, and Dodger asks them all to try and neutralize them. Her team to neutralize the opposite team. That's what it means. Yeah. Make sure they end up in no state of fighting. They must be tied up, for example, and taken to prison. Oh, yeah. So instead of actively fighting, yeah, it's just trying to neutralize them. So yeah, okay, that's smart. Then it goes for Contra. Poro starts firing against Uppity, and Out Knight and Zivit go for Gara. Out Knight and Zivit have a moment of annoyance because they both go for the same goon. Regardless, they both try and land hints against Gara. Yeah, because trying to grab hold of Gara won't be easy. So I think that's where a fight needs to be done. Using their up close weapons. So yeah. Firstly, Apollo, whilst having a variety of abilities, does have his favourite power, Blast of All Energy. All his elements shared in one yellowish green anyway. Yellowish green anyway, that's not wording anyway. But yeah, that's basically the combined elemental power. So yeah, Apollo's just using because his power, like even if he has all the powers of the elements, it's kind of implied that it's like kept with a cap on, but because of him not being able to control it, that's where it does lead to a consequence later on. But yeah, instead of individual abilities like Signfall was kind of doing throughout book 5, yeah, it is like all in the same colour because it's all combined. Anyway, but Pyro likes to combine all 4 elements for more powerful blast, producing more power, requiring more concentration. So he understands those parts, so okay. Yet, I wonder what other parts of his history was. Like, how long was he around Gara? Did he get trained by Gara? Was he raised by someone else? I'm not sure. Anyway, if he was created by Escape, how did he end up with them in the first place? He must have been running off, and if Gara to be like, hey, you want to be on our team? That must have been the best reason. Anyway, yeah, at this point, he's in control. Yeah, when a power maintains it for too long, it starts to become explosive. Regardless, he tries to calm down and keeps going for uppity, even trying to fire at others, except Thorn, considering he's too close to Andata. So that's where Thorn is at. So you can see where everyone's positioned, which is good. Even I can follow this. And so yeah, we've got some like setup for what's going to happen later on in the battle. Even I wonder if Garrett like sees this as an excuse with being like, oh no, out of control power, you know, how could you with the Legion? But yeah, I don't think that happens. Yeah, that sounds really childish. Anyway, what I probably didn't notice until later is that uppity separator can absorb energy but convert it in his own laser energy, which is more like living core lasers. Okay, yeah, which Arvin could produce. Uppity suit helps direct the energy more thanks to his arm turrets he has. He's not just surround blast like any other uppity race can do. So yeah, that's the reason for this suit and how he stands out from the others. So yeah, he's able to blast them from afar. So yeah, yeah, I kind of get the gist. All right. I think we're going to get more fighting, I think. Yeah, let's have a look. Okay, so... Oh, yeah. Yeah, more of the battle, of course. Meanwhile, Venlig and Contra have a proper brawl. Yes, Venlig is capable of throwing the hardest punches, but also Contra suits his emotive energy enables self-repair. Oh, hang on, I'm going to sneeze. There you go. Sorry, but yeah, all of that ability set up. Venlig struggles for what to go for. The legs, weapons, torso, head. Reduced to Venlig's neck and martial art practice, no thanks to Narvis's new ways. Far less combat. Finland like missed a couple of words, but okay. After all, they are the most protected. They had no need to practice martial arts except the ruler, who has have to self-train for protecting the rest of the race. Oh, that might answer a bit more the duel, but I don't know. The others were armed, so I'm a bit puzzled. Anyway, Venlig has given himself too much to do. Also, overwhelmed Contra's multiple abilities, drawing all sorts to harm Venlig, firing at Venlig. Venlig fire a powerful laser over the turret shoulder turret. Yeah, sorry, I definitely missed done some wording here. I tend to scratch Venlig alongside hot freezing emitters to hinder Venlig, going to Contra a major advantage. Yep, so Venlig is probably losing. Not only does he make Venlig insecure, but he is partially conscious. He accidentally took someone the earliest, so he doesn't want to kill Contra. But he also wonders if he's even good enough to be considered worthy at all. So yeah, it's this is where the fighting really like helps. You know, add to his character a bit. Anyway, oh, we've got I think Garrett's backstory coming up here because KO is the race is mentioned. Yeah, which you all know from the guide. Garrett is also having an easy time against Zivit and Outknight, while Zivit and Outknight abilities to fight thanks to self-training by Zivit. No, forget the Civic part. No, they just trained themselves, and some Ninian. Oh, okay. They're self-training by Zivit and some Ninian training for Outknight. Okay. Garrett is League's head for what he was trained for by Anakio. Is that even right? Yes, it was. After, yeah, the capitals. Yeah, they helped me note down some bits and bobs. Yeah, as I was writing the story. So yeah. After Garrett lost a lot for what means to him, he came across a rogue Akio, one that he wanted his own way of life, and the Akio, but once both him and Garrett met, the Akio found new purpose in life to train another race. But you didn't know that Garrett was going to try and fight the Legion. Oh, okay. I was wondering what kind of Akio it was, but okay. So in the end, sadly, Garrett fought the Akio once. Akio didn't want Garrett to learn how to fight in this manner. Akio wanted a peaceful life and their fighting skills to get around safely, just in case they encounter any threats. But when they fought, Garrett won, especially when he used his blacksmith skills to shift all of the Nitro back to his armor he wears now. Hang on, I thought Contra made it, so this is definitely a contradiction. That I would have fixed if rereading it, but still. The were some of the first combatants in history. The Narrabros not expanded on this, but of course, Vatans, I forgot rid of the AZK were an absolute threat. Yeah. But it was just martial arts. They did not have like additional powers, no. Well, sorry. And Skullscar has, not to mention all the armor around the body, the sharp claws and the grappling makes Gara very quick, not quickly. Not to mention being very fast and acrobatic. Zero and Out Knight have their approach where they try and use their own blades to hit Gara hard against the armor. Our Knight has an advantage where he summons any animal spirit in front of himself where Gara throws an attack that seems too dangerous. Yeah, so you can see how they're using their abilities. Civet doesn't like this, and not only does Out Knight look like someone who's always having an advantage, but sacrifice spirits like that could be immoral too. So yeah, that's just more of them not being too keen on one another. Civet at one point summons some critters and throws a whole load at Gara, distracting Gara and then making Gara all stiff with a whole load of insects travelling all around Gara trying to eat the armor. Yeah, I can see how that could be distracting. So yeah, okay. Okay, I think we've got some more fighting. Okay, Our Knight tends to swing his spirit-based sword against Gara, hitting the critters too, making Civet somewhat annoyed that some of his critters were etc. because of Out Knight trying to attack Gara. Yeah, I can see that being annoying, but there is a little choice. Gara then throws himself on the ground and rolls, and only to remove all the critters from himself. Civet then summons an elephant, well, yeah, the alien equivalent, to ask to get Gara hard and quickly teleporting the elephant away before Gara tries to attack it. Oh yeah, so the teleporting is very snappy, which is quite good. Gara falls to the ground, it does tire Gara quite a bit due to the force. Civet gets jealous and wait, what? Why is Civet jealous? Because oh, sorry, I missed a line. Then Out Knight then concentrates to turn hard to summon a large spirit of a mammoth form which vigor thud against Gara. Oh, okay. But yeah, that's kind of cool. So yeah, already added in like a prehistoric theme, before the prehistoric line. That's kind of cool. But they have gone so far Gara could lose to this fight. Finally, Andote's dodging counter those attacks from Thorn, who is mainly uses kick-only types of martial arts to keep throwing and swinging some metallic legs towards Andote. Yeah, so it was most likely Taekwondo, which Form does. I've seen a little bit of the fighting. It is quite good. Sometimes I do find it frustrating with fighting tournaments where, like when they're like, or like they become so aware and so keen to not get hit at a point where they keep going like back and forward. But then there's a Taekwondo snippet I once saw where someone like spins rather well at a point where what was it, like a couple of kicks followed by a really hard one, like very good spinning. It was very good. Anyway, and after being an experienced fighter, she does well survive to like one small scratch towards the face, yeah, which lowers the plot armor, so that's good. During the fight, under the spot where Gloop drops a bit of his own goo, his lead flies make it stickier, and this bowed up to at one point where he accidentally stepped on it. Yeah, so it's good for it to spot. And Gloop tries to get involved by attempting to push Venlig off her blobs at Poro, but Venlig is stronger enough against Gloop to Gloop hard to make Gloop splat on the ground. Gosh, imagine that. So yeah, the Gloop's like a bit more on the background of the fight, which does add to more answers later on. Well, you'll get those answers in the comic in retrospect, as opposed to this, because the final battle's not written, unfortunately. Only for Gloop to reform himself well enough, and well, this might be spot wrong. When Apollo refuses to go away, Gloop can replenish the go easily if he has a moment to self-regenerate. And Dad has one An, okay, go nearby Gloop and shoot at him to drop some goo, and then throw the go at Fawn's leg against a wall, making Fawn's leg stuck. And I think it's against the building, that should be written in, but never mind. And it was to remove the leg stuck. unable to remove the goo. Fawn tries to use his other leg to throw more attacks against Adata, but Adata is too far back. Fawn then drops the lighter, Dr. quickly picks it up, and once she uses it, she tests it towards thin air, and she sees that the lighter can not only go long range, but it also has a wide berth. This is most likely the tool against the Legion, especially when Concho's heat emitting is more like gamma and less like flames. Oh yeah, that's good to clarify. And Data then confronts Fawn, stating it was him who killed him, and some of the others too. Fawn gets onto explaining. So I keep removing my tool, thinking I could read the rest, but not really. That he'll be safe. What? That he'll be safe on a collection of fights of Vold. Oh, wait, what? But onto explaining that he'll be safe, but sadly, a building collapses on his legs, and the Legion have plenty of time to get there. But the Legion, sadly, were focusing on the collection of fighting involve Ekron's race. The Legion were making sure that no more fighting, even making sure no residents were getting hurt on the planet Tromba. Oh, Arizona's planet. Okay, Ekron says maybe the first cause of the Battle of the Building collapsing, but Thor felt like he was left aside by the Legion, having to go on Sliverrock's planet, where Garrus race is also at, to get a new set of mechanical legs, not wanting to stay on the planet that reminds him of his injuries. Yeah, because Fawn's race, they too are like native to the Tromba planet, so okay. Yeah, you can tell that this is quite reminiscent of the guide. There's like an attempt to how to describe it, stay faithful to it. Yeah, I really like that. And yeah. I just like a lot of this connected, but also we did get a bit more of Fawn's backstory as well. I feel like a lot of them are given backstory, but I think hopefully later on throughout the story, it's Garrow who is mainly like the primary leader, but it could be more of an ensemble approach, which I still quite like. So anyway, yeah, we'll get going. So yeah, it looks like the fighting is nearly done. Okay, let's have a look. Fawn first met Garrow when Garrow came back to his home planet after the training. Okay, yeah, that's good timeline wise. And that's where both have their fought of the Enter Legion. So, oh yeah, they're like a dynamic duo of some kind. With Fawn getting some martial arts thanks to Garrow, especially kicking moves, and the whole fight goes on until Apollo's power starts to get too much. Oh, okay, so we now go back to the fight, okay. So it goes on to Paris gets too much, constantly firing at Opti. Opti, while struggling to shoot at anyone else except Venlig, struggles to shoot anymore as he is absorbed too much energy. After all, this is the 4 elements in one. One too many regarding energy for Opti's race. I have to absorb. The detective sees this and shouts at everyone to go and cover. Garrow's performs a special kick as he throws himself back with both legs apart, hitting both Civet and Outnight in the face. Garrow runs off using his claws to free from glue, and that was already within the building. Oh, the building nearby, that explains the wall. Okay. I was wondering about that because I created the building in the comic, so yeah, it's referencing that. I think the building's just empty as well. Where was I? The building, yeah, Vinland Goths go ahead to even see if it summons a turtle, so that if it can stay within a force field that the turtle generated. Yeah, that's explained in the guide. I don't know if he's just to go within the force field, fair enough. Now concentrates on layering Numian spirits all around him, making him strong against potential energy blasts. Okay, so both of them so stood them at a point where they're not wanting to help each other out, which is partially a shame, but never mind. Fawn, Garrow, Contra, Glue managed to make their own vehicle flying away, so Apore disperses the energy from him, hitting up a T, wrecking his suit, and damaging some of the surroundings. A couple of trees down, Alnight Civet and the turtle on October, but not harmed by the energy. Avenag takes the energy defending Andata. Apore falls down, but no more energy is around. Okay, so that's how the fight ends. So, yeah, even though I don't know pretty much, I would Gara like leave his teammates for his own safety. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Yeah, I think if you're like nearly seeing someone explode, yeah, I think of course you're gonna have to run. But I reckon Uppity wasn't able to make it. Yeah, I think Uppity fine because he was like arrested in the comics. So did he get arrested by the drones? I guess we'll find out actually. Um, Nice vehicle, the runway fine vehicle. Oh no, yeah, falling down, yeah. But no energy around. The fight is pretty much over. Pretty much over. Yeah, that's informal. Optin, however, is hard. The suit is in pieces, and Dodgen turn or run up to Apollo, help get him up. Except as if it to checks uppity, he's breathing. He will need some kind of medical assistance, but would have to go to the prison and. Um, oh, okay, so there's a note to help introduce that beforehand. Okay. But yeah, he's getting medical assistance in prison, which is like a good choice for joining the clan at 10th time the Legion. And Dodson notifies the Legion and Binoct has offered to pick up Uppity soon. Uppity is somewhat stable at the moment, so he can wait. Oh yeah, so Binoct's going to sort him out, and then the others need to get moving. Then yeah, fair enough. So whilst Andarte was contacted by Nate and the rest, Andarte confirms he got Rotan and possibly some of the others too. So yeah, good to pass the information. Thanks to Andarte and the rest of their collabors, Barnett and the others look through the footage where there has been very little matches when going through historical camera footage. Oh, okay, well, they're hidden themselves well. It's very little thanks to Gary's strategy to hide, and this applies to the others too. Barnett, etc., will keep out for them wherever they go. No. Oh, where did they go? Okay, I didn't feel that answer. Never mind. So the story they settled around somewhere. When attention look back on this, it's no wonder why it has been hard to match the many crimes with any initial race, wearing the suits, etc. Strangely, there has been no death by goo, which means the group either doesn't like taking lives. Oh, okay, that's even more of a hint. So it's maybe more of a subtle pattern. Had no chance, or could mean something more. Even the original Legion will be notified about this too before they all leave, and Data also decides to send a pirate to Zami, as Zami acts as one of the trainers for recruiting Legion members. So, he's ready grown. And Data knows that Zami will be a great help in getting the pirate in control of power. Yeah, cool. Or control of his power, rather. Not to mention that the Anti-Legion will be looking for the team as a whole next time they have a no-go fighting the detectives team. But with Apollo hidden elsewhere, Apollo refuses at first, wanted to help the team, wanted revenge against his former team. Okay, but Andate explains why he should go for his own training to protect the team and perhaps help expand the Legion before it narrows down more. Yeah, especially if he's out of control power-wise. Yeah, of course. Apollo reluctantly agrees, and so Andata calls Amy to send an also tone to Apollo. Okay, yes, that's how the picking up is working. Yeah, that's all efficient because Andata the others can like make their way and turn Apollo on everyone else jumping in the jet. Yep, the jet's name was stated later. Looks like I've got in there. Anyway, once again, having to leave Apollo alone for a few minutes make Apollo very sad. And then onto a note, maybe add the idea of how considered to be in isolation to leave them, and then the others consider Zami if he isn't busy. Okay, I guess it was just other things to clarify. And so yeah, I do like some of this planning. It's a tad convoluted, but it yeah, like I said, it just benefits, if Sammy's easily contacted. And I was surprised he did have the time, but he did luckily complete the mission. So imagine if Valdarta's like, have you managed to like see what you do? And Sammy would have been like, yeah. And then she's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna. Could you like send your own like a copy of your vehicle to this planet to pick up someone and then come back to you to train because he's losing power and then control of his power, and that's where they're like, Sammy could be like, oh yeah, sure. Should be able to squeeze it in. I can keep an eye on the person who I'm trying to look after, or the alien rather. So I would have added those extra other details too. Alright, yeah, let's go to the next one. I'm a bit lost here. It just looks like Yeah, let me just come back to that actually. I think I sorted that out. So I think what that paragraph was after this part here. I think that's the case. Okay, so alright, so Paro is sent to Sammy. Yep. Paro's own automatic also in turn comes by around to the planet name and description. It was meant to be like the Golly planet, but yeah, I didn't like that decision when making the guide, but never mind. As Aparo walks around, he then encounters Zami, using his own gentle lightning to hover to Aparo. Welcoming Aparo as Zami welcomes Aparo. It then talks about the planet he is on, how he's trained others before, and then goes to ask about Aparo alongside what else has happened. So yeah, just got to clarify all sorts. And Aparo was warming up to Zami, who is far more sociable compared to his younger days, explaining a lot such as leaving his former team, explaining the former team is like Power Control fighting the former team and why he's dragged to this planet. Dragged. Zami already knew parts thanks to Andata, but he promises to train him quickly, and so they can join the situation. Zami also explains that the two aren't the only ones in this barren planet. There's a third being around. Yeah, there's no description of the planet. The comic book might give you a good visual, but still. There is a third being around. They decide to meet him for anything else, and so they jog to a cove where they find Scape, a Titran. He was the one who was on top of the missing list, where he was part of the Titran division, bringing back races from extinction, except he broke the rules by bringing back a race which the universe wasn't ready yet. Yeah, okay. So he doesn't even understand him. Yeah, because the general thing about Scape is that he's like made up of extremes, creating his own race and then the living on within himself to spawn vegetation himself. So a couple of things went wrong and he felt bad and left. So yeah, I think there would have been more effort needed to be made. And not to mention, this is already quite excessive. So I think the whole story did need to be a lot bigger. But anyway, okay. Yet. Oh, yeah. One of the dozens, if one of the dozens of races who have traits of all four elements. Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, that's explaining about how yeah Escape created a Boros race, and yeah, and about how they exchange. I accidentally jumped ahead. Sorry. Let me just go back to that paragraph. All right. Yep. So now we're back on track. So one of dozens of races who have traits of all four elements. Yeah. Once Pyro was made, ignoring the warning, Escape then decided to leave the other Titrans. He had a newborn, and the first being he ever spawned, never known about how he felt before. Okay. So this must be like 20 years ago or something when I'm a bit lost. So did Scape what would you expect? What would be the through line? Because so yeah, Scape was made a Paro. Then he probably did the thing with the like applying the Livicorn within himself, and then he left and was a Paro. Then spawned, and then encountered by Gara. Is that what happened? Did Aparo go elsewhere once he grew up? Was he looked after on the Titran planet for a bit? That must be the case. Okay, and then let's see. Yeah. Scared Titrans. He had a newborn, the first being he ever spawned. Oh yes, first ever creature. I'm not sure. Okay. Never known how he felt, but then these for the child, wondering about what the child would have been sorted out in ways which couldn't involve getting rid of the child. So Scabe raised Paro as his own. Oh, okay. But as this is another race that matures quickly, he got rebellious. He argued departed ways. Paro was keen to see other life forms, but Scabe says it was too early. Apollo needs to control its power first. Apollo managed to form a ship of cubes, which ended up being faulty, making us going to form another craft for space travel again, or only scary feat using the elements. This is where Apollo was then approached by the Anti-Legion, explaining that the world out there is ruled by an organisation who are too restricted with their rules, thrown to the Legion. Apollo started to see that he was in the wrong by saying that despite the Legion's flaws, they are more like heroes. So in all this world, the Legion can destroy. Okay. Since the departure, Scape made himself into a hermit. The Titron escape pod he used cannot get him out of the barren world he is stuck in. Did he intend to go there or tend to be somewhere hidden? Okay. Feeling hated by the Titrons, despite not knowing if he missed or not, he decided to experiment on himself. He thought that if the Titrons could have the abilities for controlling vegetation around him, why not stall and grow the vegetation around him at a point where he can control vegetation within himself. Yeah, I feel like that was a bit complicated explanation, but basically, Titrons normally control the vegetation around them, but he's able to spawn vegetation like within himself, which is like a really cool concept. So yeah, that is so yeah. I feel like that is like quite explained. So yes, this game must have been raised in Apollo, like within the Titron planet, and then they all left in that. I'm a bit confused about the whole thing about like being scared to make his own ship. Is that a thing? Okay. And so yeah, it's just there's enough history like somewhat filled in, and yeah, and it's just a lot of explained in that. This is almost like a third or fourth subplot of some kind. So anyway, yeah, let's just get going. All right, next up. Sammy talks calmly with Apollo about how Sammy used to lose control of his lightning, and whilst putting his power through gadgets to make it easier. So that's probably history that happened before the pentology, which I can see happening. Probably would have been better to expand on it though. Oh, I just lost my. No, I haven't. It's fine. I'll probably just make it easier. It's actually letting the knowledge from the power itself to communicate with you. Oh yeah, that goes back to how because instead of power because emotions, I wanted to go for a more unique approach. I think I was still trying to figure out this point, but or it might be explained. Yeah, like tied with the whole and like the entities. Whilst the elements were living. It's actually knowledge about it, so to communicate with you. Apollo thought it was as simple as keeping it contained, controlled within a calm mindset. Fazemi explains that all of this massive amount of power is actually the powers communicating too much, creating an overwhelming experience. After all, the Legion's research stated by Fletcher and his resurrected race, despite the eternal element's primary forms no longer being around, they are omnipresent and existed within every power of every individual. The more complex the power, the higher the communication. Okay. It's a bit convoluted again, but I still like the idea. It should have been nice clarified. Scientific biology was not only strong enough to take the rejection from why the elements didn't want him overtaking the elements, but the machine on this planet would have narrowed down the communication. This feels a bit retrospecting almost, but I still kind of like it. So yeah. Anyway, Alonso for full control if he did make it to the machine after fighting Legion all those years ago. Sadly, Apollo failed to control this massive amount of energy. He collapsed, raising energy all around. Thankfully, Zami was fine thanks to his armor. Oh, so this is Zami. No, sorry, Apollo having to go with his power again. Seeing what it was like. So yeah, okay. So yeah, I was fine thanks to his armour. Yep, the shapeshifting armour. First gave him a run the rock. I needed to get too many scratches, but thankfully he can regenerate himself thanks to his plant-like abilities. Yep, cool. Use the vegetation to cover up those scratches. Oh, nice. Semi made sure that Aporo was okay. Gabe was wary, but at the same time he stuck in disbelief that Aporo was his original creation, something this powerful. Yeah, I almost feel like this is almost like when one of those stories where a kid and a parent have been so like far apart and distant at a point where it's hard for them to reconnect again. It's probably playing with that kind of connection, but although this is far more different because it's just seeing your creation and etc. So yeah. Anyway, they can wonder if creating a Paro was a mistake. After all, Paro cannot control all of his power, and Scabe left because of his controversial creation, plus what he did to himself. Yeah, I can see those kind of feelings. After checking the Paro, it was okay. All three of them wonder if Zemi can control its lightning power better used than technology. Maybe a Paro could. Oh, cool idea to explore. Okay. But not only would that take a lot of time to create, considering they don't have a lot of time in the world after all, they could do with helping the others, yeah. And now escape has been found, Semi needs to help the rest after Aporo's power is certain to be controlled. Despite Aporo coming to Zemi much later, Zemi and Scape agreed that gadgets was not to help Aporo's power. It would take a lot of time to handle it, which is getting a bit repetitive, okay. Aporo has a tight grip. Aporo, however, thought to have another go. Thanks to Sammy's advice, he felt like he was going somewhere. Now he has some understanding. Yeah, which is reasonable on that. So Aporo stands up, he starts charging all of his power again, and in his mind he lets the elemental figures partially communicate with him, granting him full access eventually. It's not just the four main elements that communicate with the energy user, there is Origin. Oh yeah, the one who created the universe in the first place. He was the Almighty who created the universe, and the one who was there from the very beginning. Not to mention, sorry, I think up again. There are a subcategory section of elemental figures made up of those representing more than one element. For example, one being called Humanity represents living on vibra simultaneously, making the being made up of life and water. A figure who had a face of reminiscent of humanity alongside a dad bod, I think I was trying to say, and a manatee-like tail over and a partially dark green, overall partially dark green. Okay, all right. So yeah, I really like a lot of this, clarification in that. So yeah, cool. Let's move on. Okay, and right. So what's next? There are 5 others, and the Legion and those who would look at more. Oh, okay. There are 5 others, and the Legion and their allies would like to look more into. Okay, a bit lost at that point. It's referring to the elements, not sure. Look more into, especially that when sometimes show up in their minds of energy users. Oh, okay, so it's a Legion. Wondering about that side of things. Okay, especially those who take their power up a notch, such as by creating gigantic form made up of fire, ice, and water. Regardless of Paris starts to get more of a grasp. I say yeah, no, the Legion never really had these visions before. Maybe they call like glimpses as they try to use the power, but I feel like yeah, that's what the reboot will be doing. Yeah, just that extra kind of clarification. More of a pattern as energy charges up more so, and eventually Aparo gathers the charge energy and makes him temporarily invincible. Yeah, like a Pasnos. His body uses the yellowish green energy and he's able to direct it, aiming for another rock across the water, making a rock explode. Paro's power eventually goes down. He turns Zaminscape. He turns to Zaminscape with a grin for a motion to work it out. Everyone is happy. While Scabe is pleased, they did it for like leaving once Zami started to lead the way. Zami and Aparo tried to encourage him, but Scabe was not only worried if Aparo's power acted up again, but if Aparo was not a worthy creation, how will he be accepted by the Titrans, never mind the Legion? But Aparo tries to reassure Scabe that Aparo has felt like he has found a new meaning. Yes, so he was created as opposed to come from family, but being a hybrid was something he started to accept. What's the note? But there should be worries about being created, not born. Yeah, I think so. If a product is entirely new and Escape felt new, then there's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, many who join the Legion are a whole collection of misfits who felt like oddities, but the uniqueness is what's they can't see multiple times. Yeah, which is true. Escape started to warm up and avoid losing time. They all get going. Parry and Escape can start being helpful, save more Legion members and stop Gara. They have all the details thanks to Nicole. So yeah, I'm kind of a lot of it clarified. That's cool. Was this note? So Nicole did explain the new members, but their clash may have been misunderstanding. Actually, no, Venlig surely would mention they should fight for personal reasons, not a case for Nicole forgetting the others. Oh, that must have been like a plot thing I must have picked up upon at one point. I don't know that full context yet, but like fair enough. Okay. All right. Let's stop to the next one. Okay, so we've got an introduction to the prehistoric worlds of this chapter. So, far as I can recall, so it'll be like arrive to the planet, the battle later on, but in between there's the case when the Legion confront Ekron's race. So, it's just 3 sections left really. Okay, what's this? Need to write that so you do new prehistoric planet Lex technology. Okay, just another plot thing introduced to fix. Okay, back to Andarta's massive jet. The vehicle is on autopilot. Everyone is sitting back. Andata and Fletcher had a quick call. Now they know about Garen and the others are involved. The Legion and even contacted Varalize to locate or at least have a look out for those nuisances. The Legion are going to try and find out where the anti-Legion is at. I'm just really impressed by how this writing is already like far better compared to the novels. So I've completed the main 5 novels about let's see, because maybe making those last adjustments in the summer of 2023. But yeah, I attended this about winter of 2025. So yeah, in over a year, I managed to write better for some reason. Cool. Anyway, okay. Anti-Leader not to mention if there is any plans they have. Nicole has joined the call and Dante takes the chance to say that as if an outline had been added to the team and in new additions Venlig Aparo. Aparo is sent to Zambi and Zemin even drops a message that they're on their way despite being a very far location. Okay. I want to say that all of this Samu stuff probably happened in the meantime. I should have explained that. Especially when they don't come to prehistoric planets. So yeah, unless I decided for that to be the case. Sorry, I just suddenly realised the page has been turned again. Now we just snap back. Okay, yeah, there we go, back on track. It has been a long day. The Legion have already slept whilst on the vehicle, but Identity's team are exhausted, and luckily there is a world nearby which could be much safer area around sleep. Yeah, okay. I know I'm saying some of the wording not as accurate when reading it, but it's like paraphrasing almost. The planet is, don't know the name then, a world where a large majority of resurrected races made from Earth can continue to live. After all, our prehistoric races cannot continue to live on modern Earth. Yeah, absolutely. Watch YouTube videos on it. The world was one of those spare planets. The prehistoric world was one of those spare planets where a variety of races could be added if the living elements had a chance to create more types of races. Thankfully, the elements gave responsibility to the Titrans at the time, a very early time. Oh wow, cool. When the elements were trying to juggle a lot, they were the Legion at the time, but also playing with a sandbox where everywhere they created. Cool. And now in the post-Iron era, Titrans were able to use the spare planet. The knowledge of it was passed from one generation to the next. They were said about how many Earth's wildlife had died, but plenty of time the Titrans could bring back the former forms of Earth's wildlife. The planet was adapted to be in sections, a stronger area, hotter area, colder area, almost like kind of Earth, but more exotic and less varied. Even the Legion and many other races held this planet. Each resurrected wildlife was placed carefully and along in the other factors such as food chains. Yeah, cool. with the world having hiding spots and very little to no technology, they all agreed to stay there. Yep, cool. So yeah, more careful planning once again. During the call, however, Nicole explained to Andata about where the otters, possibly whereabouts, could be at. Once again, she didn't mention the otters first, but maybe in retrospect, I was thinking, or maybe they were set, like to be mentioned at one point. But yeah, about the otters, whereabouts could be at. They do have their own planets too. Another new one, like the prehistoric planet, but hyper-intelligent otters did used to exist before the planet was wiped out by Vector at the time, and were all otters at a time where all otters were more predatory. But nowadays they are more intelligent. However, this very moment in time, the Otter's own heroic team used the Otter only made spaceship to go to prehistoric planet together. Another Otter ally, a single prehistoric Otter, which we'll get to. So yeah, this is just all of a sudden. I think this would have been better caught up with the Otter like novel being created if that timeline was continuing, but obviously it's not. So yeah, I do read the comic, here it may help with some clarification. Skaben's early days was the one who brought the Otters back. Oh, that's nice. Definitely have a quick chat about this. Yeah, definitely a good note. Only for them to consider adding that on to the Otter planet too, to put it over regarding the prehistoric planet and give the Otter planet more diversity. Yeah, okay. Before considering the rest, they go and find the Otters on the prehistoric planet whilst they make their way. Okay, so they knew about the Otter stuff. Okay, I see. So they're just going to try and find them now whilst Jesus is set in the spot. That's convenient. Okay. Renling was the only one in the group who didn't know what otters are, but he was caught up quickly. Not only earth creatures of many variations, but hyper-intelligent ones may share the same types, but are more unique. Yeah, some which are superpowered. Yeah, of course. Eventually, they have all arrived as in name, and just in case with two C's instead of one, they saw any harmed animals. Civet has programmed his own ship to follow him, as it has many resources to aid creatures. Outline immediately wondered why Civet is continuing to add animals to his roster. Oh, okay. What was that? Right, just in case any. Oh, I see. So yeah, so just in case any animals were harmed, Zivot's going to go for them to look after them, and maybe add more of them to the ship. And so yes, I was wondering about that. Yeah, does that get expanded unless that accidentally discontinued? Yeah, that's going to be explained. Cool. Sivot explains that he is only going to consider first aid for these animals. Not only does he feel like he's had animals helping him, but he has had second thoughts, wondering if these animal spirits seem to be more practical. Oh, okay. So I would have liked to know where he kind of got this change of thought, but oh well. It is like a nice progression. I know somewhat shocked by this, but hesitant to admit that thought, especially as these newly generated spirits can be guided and can be happy to help thanks to the psychological connection between Out-and-Out's intentions and the power he possesses. Unlike these living elements can recognise that whilst Out-and-Out did believe that Numians, it was for good intentions to try and be a sole protective force. Yeah, cool. As they explore, they wonder about how Sivert got to his ship. In the first place, consider the alien race aren't the most involved with. Oh yeah, because Zivitz is far from the others, but ships there. Okay, and he said that he wanted to get the wildlife on a global scale. Global? No, it should be galactic anyway. Another ally? I don't know why that's a note. Okay, on his home world. Oh, okay. Which one? Contacting Iconic to form a ship. Yeah, of course, the Iconic's around. Yep, spaceship creators, not in the reboot anyway. No others if it kind wanted to join, and so he went off alone, aiding male wildlife, whilst also trying to form his own team of protected wildlife. Oh yeah, so that's where Zivit and Outlight are kind of similar in the ways, you know, they have like their own spins compared to the rest of their race, and you know, they want to be like their own galactic heroes, and so yeah, it's yeah, they do have some bits and bobs in common. Um, whilst him being the only galactic vet was admirable, but not making some wildlife an additional force that no one else agreed on, and that kind of pushback he started to get to him as Civet compares himself to the others within the Legion. Civet compares himself to the Legion. I don't know what that last line means. No, I'm lost. Let's just get going. Okay, there are. Wait, hang on, 5 others. No, hang on, sorry, I've already gone over this page. Yeah, sorry, let's just move on. Alright, so time to actually see more of the planet. As they all explore the planet, what's it spelled with 2 E's? Okay. They see the most of the alien planets have had their life from day dot through some minor evolution. Earth, however, had dozens of extinctions at a point where bringing up those races would for a whole planet. Yeah, of course, follow races such as all of these. Yeah, all of these extinct races were real. So yeah, I'm gonna skip that list because I can't really read a lot of them. But yeah, do you look these creatures up? They're rather cool. I kind of wish I would like to see them. Yeah, I think the one I would like to see the most is the Stellar Sea car. I bet look fantastic. You know, why did we pump them down? Anyway, this is all thanks to Titrans and what's not, and that's not all the races. Yeah, of course, yeah, there's definitely more. I think they're going to be like the first one I show off in like, when making the animations, but I feel like adding the rest because there's no like prehistoric horses or deers yet, so that'd be worth adding on too. Anyway, but what no one knew is that another child protecting clan were on this planet. But no, they already knew about the otters. So no, this is contradicting. But also the otters were looking for another ally that won't protect this planet. Anyway, when Andonta landed his ship, it sensed that the ship did arrive on this planet recently, making an investigate, hoping and isn't any of the anti-legion on this peaceful planet. Okay, so just a wary and that. Okay. Regardless, they go out on the ship, and considering nearly their bedtime, they need a place to rest. The jet is well headed thanks to Andar to get inventing to rub some rubble and vegetation all around it. Okay, and now they need a big space for all, yeah, all of them to rest around something like a cave or a tree, something not treading anyone's territory. Yep, sensible. However, they have already come across something. Seven otters have come about with the intention of fighting, and this happened before any more discussions could be had. Planning against Garrus if it's questions, intentions, etc. Yeah, so it's just one to address. As the first time the Legion see these otters, the team consists of we already knew all of these otters from the comics, so I'm not going to list a lot. Okay. Yep, here's great. Last but not least, main rosters. Make it involved with a variety of living elements. Oh, and if the living elements don't connect to every love spot, not having any physically godly forms, he trusts to protect him alongside the other automates. So yeah, the thing amongst this list is like bits and bobs of context I like, and is kind of accurate to the what is it? The to the comic as far as I can see. Sage is well described, especially the abilities, what they look like, and so forth. So yeah. All right. What's this note? Ortez can talk about his dog got to board attacked. Yeah, I think it's just some bits that need to be talked about. So yeah, okay. Shall we quickly have a look at? Uh, I don't know. Sorry, I'm just wondering what to do. Yeah, because it might be near my bedtime. I just need to find somewhere to look at the time. Yeah, because this palm point thing doesn't always help. Anyway, let's just sit here, move on regardless. Alright, so what's happening here? Oh, where's my tool? I must have dropped it. Yeah, there you go, found it. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, the new additions who come into the fight I'd add later is Predect, the new prehistoric otter. Oh yeah, because so after grabbing the otters, yeah, I think the otters misunderstand the situation and start having like a light fight, and it's Data of all people who once again like resolves the situation and smartly. So yeah, okay. Later is Predect, yeah, Predect is the new prehistoric otter, yeah. More specifically a Enhydrion. Okay, it's good to go for the specific ones because I think there's more other prehistoric otters, but yeah, this is just like one of the ones that are like quite big. I found like a really interesting picture of it, and it has like similarities of like a big cat build. So yeah, it's rather cool. It used to exist on Earth, but this one did used to gain more presence because of its sheer size. Size of a lion or even bigger. The otters saw this new misfit team come along, thinking they were a threat. They have been told about the Legion briefly by the Diterans, in which the racers are a part of the main team. But Data's team is brand new. The otters didn't know who they are. So even if this is like a bit too blatant, at least that does clarify it, because yeah, at this point it could be anyone. Yeah, the otters don't exactly have technology or the news feeds. Maybe it should have been given like a satellite. Um, I don't know, because the plant would have been around for a while, because so the otters are a developed society after all. Anyway, but at the same time, the otters hardly know much about the universe other than the fact that Titrans have brought them back. I felt like they should know more. Anyway, this race just came back into existence after 40 or so years, so they developed on their own before, and they intertwine with the other worlds. But now is a good time to start mixing with other races. Yeah. Yeah, that's like I'm nearly called it in this case, but it's yeah. Anyway, but at the moment the otters don't know who Andatra and the others are, not even known about the Gary's schemes. But as the otters have not encountered other aliens races before, they see Andata's team mixing, having their soul joined in. The otters thought they were going to be chased. All the planet was under threat. Also, the otters were wanting to defend a planet they were just briefly going about. So that's what would you say? Honourable. So yeah. With the fight occurring, Keita goes for Venlig, putting on a giant form, wrecking Venlig all over the place. So yeah, tank versus tank basically. Amalabov could go for Arnlights if we get approached by Burke and Seawell. Predect circles random data, the most inactive fighter. Oh yeah, so I think Predect. So this is on because Predect wasn't in the Otter comic. I reckon what I think I would have probably written a flashback or something, or at least like some kind of communication to show that they have met recently. But Predec is settling well with the others, which could be a bit of a cop out, but I think, but yeah, if writing, yeah, that's quite an odd puzzle to solve. To like be introduced to another team through another spin-off, only to so I just say. And then have like a new edition that's been running them off screen. So yeah, it's a very odd puzzle. Anyway, so yeah, and Data being least active, yeah, that should make the others think, oh, um, 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 yeah, so yeah, Data's just not wanting to make a separate threat because I think Neo has made that mistake. Well, the Otters probably struck first, but still, yeah, Geneva make clones at a time and keep on Data in the spot as well as trying to assist the others. Oh, okay, yeah, other clones assist the others, yeah, that's a good idea. 3 members get attacked here. I don't know what that means. Anyway, in the meantime, Geneva continues questioning Data. Data maintains her stance, not scared, solo others around us keeping up some guard. Yep, so she's doing the coping with the situation quite well. And next up, Genova is asking all sorts like who they are and why they're here. And Data simply says that they are part of the Legion. They have been told about Genova's, and they have been told about Genova's Otter team. Well, it's not Genova, she's not the lead. It is. Who's the lead of it? The Eurasian Otter. I forgot. Yeah, the one with the dual wield. He's almost like the lead, despite it's ensemble once again. And yeah. See, that's the Genova. That simply says the part of the Legion. They've been talked about Genova's off the team. Yeah, about their heroics are within their own world. Yeah, so that it catches up a little bit. Not only the Otters consider the Legion, but the Legion does need some help to explore throughout the galaxy, find Gara, even find other alliances, and even find out what the Gara is planning. Oh, okay, so they get updated about the lot. Okay, yeah, and Otter and Genova having this conversation while this battle is happening, which is yeah, if they're like the two one's not fighting, but I don't know. I think it should keep out to make sure nobody accidentally hurts too much of each other. But I reckon that Genova might have been too forefront, and then Data's like, if I speak to you, then just please pass it on to the others, especially with the cloning ability. So yeah, Genova can really like spread her presence through the cloning. And Data provides some proof thanks to Club to projecting some holograms such as the heritage with General Nicole and the past conversations with Legion members. Yeah, so good convincing way to share evidence. Yeah, because I know I don't know, like I think video footage would be really tricky to fake, especially because we can't really animate anything realistic without being uncanny anyway. Geneva gets her clones to spread the word, stop the fighting. It's just one misunderstanding. Yep, so Geneva can simply stop this fight with their cloning, which is rather effective. Yeah. Other than Burke not wanting to listen, as he was too distracted by the times he was hit, he was the only one who needed some physical restraint by Kato. The others stop, and Atata reassures her team too. Yep, so they work together, which is rather cool. Everyone apologising to one another for 2 ways once the communication was made, and that's where everyone is all calm and considered a rest. With Data sending Nicole a quick message about how they start sleeping, but also having the Otters part of the alliance too. Yeah, that's a very handy update. They all find a nearby cave and some vegetation is brought inside for comfort and warmth, and everyone starts lying down. Yeah. As they all start getting ready, and Data takes 2 pills, one for teeth cleaning pill. Oh my gosh, that is rather cool. Yeah, wow. Has there been any other like fiction to with like a more efficient way of cleaning your teeth, but a teeth cleaning pill, that sounds OP. Which is one of the most expensive in the industry. Yeah, of course it would be. And sleep medication, yeah. So so it looks like she has a sleeper problem, and yeah, I think she has to work a lot, and with how she's feeling with the loss of her friend, I can imagine that being really hard, which is why she requires the sleeping medication. Yeah, even I've had to use it a couple of times whenever I reach low points. And what else is there? Oh yeah, and I think Sheila says later on about she needs to be properly woken up, but unfortunately in the morning she doesn't get woken up, and so the old versus new Legion start fighting one another, and I'm wondering how that misunderstanding comes about, because I'm kind of curious here. And what else? Yeah, because as you can see, I did want to have a go with seeing how the Legion and the new Legion, the Otters, like how they all interact differently with one another, and I guess the same could be said with the Garrus team as well. So it's just to vary in the team and see how they all fight against one another. Anyway, most expensive communication, one keeping job. When she relaxes, alright. Because whilst the job can keep it going, when she relaxes, her own history and only such moments she even tells the others about her deep sleep. She has an 8-hour alarm thanks to a collapter, but Desmond's wake up if something vital comes up. Yeah, she's They're definitely flexible when she has to be. During the dosing, they asked about both pills, and Doctor quickly states that humans need to clean their teeth daily, and thankfully not only races need that requirement. Oh, lucky. Yeah, sometimes my dog's teeth can be cleaned sometimes, anyway. Or teeth that simply didn't get affected. As for Andata's sleeping medication, she simply states the function, but not a reason why. Yeah, of course, yeah. She's not going to state her personal bits and bobs with the otters. Yeah, she would have to spend, just a bit more of a trusting bond between the lot. Barker sensed that Andata is bothered by something. Oh yeah, of course, because of his senses. But regardless, the time for updating is over, so they all start sleeping. The time for updating is over. Me when I finished updating Angry Birds. Sorry, bad joke. Go on, let's just get going. Uh, it looks like I reckon this prehistoric part, because yeah, I think this is like the last stories section we heard, because I think I remember this being some of the later parts of writing this novel, until I gave up. So I think this whole section of the old and new need to fight against one another, then Garrett comes along. Yeah, especially if we're jumping straight into here. So yeah, and then like I said, you're just covering a whole heap of notes. But anyway, some notes first. In another chapter, Paro learns how to fight training. Okay. Then they make up and help train Apollo. So Miski could debate about if tech is needed or not. Well, we would gone through that. Perhaps the next chapter could be on martial arts, but they can teach on their jets, as they could do with joining the others. Persuading Escape to come along. I felt like that's that most of that was achieved in the other chapter. But anyway, chapter Legion, chapter Start Battle. Right, it starts. Modern new Legion fight each other. Planets have barriers up. No, that's following chapter. Okay, these notes are so abstract, aren't they? It just makes you wonder what other people do. Okay. Yeah, let's start the next paragraph. It is in the morning. Our daughter's steam initially have an hour before left. Our daughter's alarm goes off. However, Amel and Siwa are the first to wake up to look outside via the cave entrance / exit. Informal, but okay. And they hear a craft landing nearby. It's the common front, and once again the otters don't recognise it. I know that the otters need to settle, but didn't the Titrans give them any visuals just in case? I don't know. That's a bit weak. Yeah, I surprisingly haven't encountered many eye-raising problems. I've only spotted about 3 instances where I'm just because it was happening dozens of times in when covering the original Pentology. Anyway, Heracraft landing nearby. It's the common front once again the Australia. And so I wonder what to do, but then they see the main Legion exit the vehicle. The look around, Eamon somehow can recall what description see the main Legion exit the vehicle. Okay, that's good. And have a look around. Amal and Seawell, however, Amal and Seawell, I think that's the Eurasian of the sea otter, I think so. However, can recall what description they were given for Tatran some time ago. And then the others slowly wake up. The sun was very bright after all. Yeah, they slept in the cave. And the otters have sensitive hearing, and everyone else is awake, except Data still in a deep sleep. Barcrow is to stay and look after her and wake up. Okay, that's nice. If necessary, no one once they start to up. Sivert and Outnight are the ones to lead as they walk to the Legion. And whilst the original Legion members do enjoy the spectacle of a brand new planet plus the wildlife, Banquet Titrans during the resurrecting process to make sure the animals aren't too vicious. Okay? Just some more of updating, I suppose. But that can react in an over-the-top manner if the territory is getting stepped on, if they get protective of their young. Yep, okay. Both the teams meet each other and lead and see who Nicole has been wanted to add. Also seeing Venden come along as a bit of a shock. Oh yeah, that's something else I've wondered about. Did Nicole ever state to the original Legion who they were hiring? I know Apollo and Venden come as a bit of a shock, but anyway, let's just have a look. Should be a couple of fun moments and conversations for others to become protected of Vendig. Okay. If Outnight explained that Vendig come along from recent resurrected set in Araras, and Vendig left the hang on, why they explain that? How do they know about that, and why don't the original Legion know? I'm a bit puzzled here. Anyway, left the site, they self-isolating raise that when they want to make a difference. This is the original Legion trying to listen to overcome, but at the same time they get flashes of their time when they're fighting Signfall. They were scared for their lives, and they only gained more confidence once the Dawn came about, and when Vondor had to use the healing vines to aid the lot. Okay, that makes the Legion retrospectively a bit I don't know, like emotionally weaker to say, oh, we were absolutely terrified, but of course once Dayton came about, and of course Bond were helping us, then we were fine. But at the same time, I can imagine, I think in all honesty, I can imagine them being scared, even if they have the confidence to get going, etc. And so I got something stuck anyway. But yeah, I can see the original Legion being like, like quite scared to see an Iras again after like years later. Whilst it should be expanded upon, I can still see the idea happening, like because they only saw Fire Time for that to being extremely vicious. So yeah, I can see how they would be really hard to overcome that bias compared to the new Legion members. They haven't had the need to go through the Zionfall. Well, they weren't even alive when they were fighting Zionfall, so yeah, they don't have the bias that the original Legion have. So if the fighting started because of Venlig, yeah, that probably adds more to Venlig's guilt that he gains more of. But anyway, yeah, let's get going. Regardless, both sides discuss for what to do about the anti-Legion. Thankfully, the Legion have found out about what plan there is, what their plan is, and next thing to do is try and look at the operation will take place. Oh yeah, so the previous information they have was when visiting Necron's race, which was shown in the comic, but it looks like I didn't write that chapter in time, despite being discontinued. Anyway, but then the argument starts to occur for efficiency. The regional Legion have an idea to split two different planets and even try moons to find out where the operation is at. Okay, so now they're trying to do moons. Okay. I guess it's not. I think it isn't ideal to go for populated areas first because they're like the go-to places. But I think they're now thinking, oh, maybe we could try moons, because if they are like hard to spot them and that, they know about it, but not the location. Yeah, I can see that happening. It's by being a note. But Andata's team doesn't agree. Civitan outline talk about how hard it is to fight Garrett and his team, and they are unlikely to split off, so why not stick together? It's a choice between searching eyes going around for more places or more protection and numbers. Oh yeah, because I was talking about that when talking about the flaws of the third book I've written, as part of the pentology. So yeah, I thought it was mainly that caused the argument. That would actually work, but if they are kind of disagreeing here, then fair enough. But they're just, but the Legion are confident split, but they're all like, no, this was like a really tricky team, whilst the battle could have made it a bit more like that, but still. Anyway, the Legion all trust everyone is capable of fighting on their own, not to mention if they encounter anyone from the anti-Legion, they can quickly communicate and the rest of the planet show up as quickly as possible, whether it's a nearby scheme or if the Legion are going around the planet. So they do have contingencies. But then Outnight talks about how many of the new Legion members have died on their own. They were gone to soon at a point where they couldn't get a chance to warn anyone else. Yeah, Outnight criticizes about this how lack of responsibility. So that's a similar mindset to Andata, I think. Yeah, one thing they kind of common somewhat. I like the amount of things that they have in common. It's just like many instances where it's like surprised me. But yeah, this is all this Andata's team, with her and the four others. Yeah, they're like a very, very cool Legion members of their own. Anyway, everyone should stick around and he may be on his own, but mainly because he isn't the biggest fan of the Legion. He wants to have his own freedom to help the others rather than being part of a huge corporation. So yeah, we've been seeing a lot of theming about if this corporation was like truly the right step, and I think it is still is. It's just trying to find out what the flaws are in there and how not everyone agrees with it. So yeah, I know I met some new Legion members, and he is angry towards the original Legion about they were not looked after properly, maybe not educated properly. This makes Legion Guild at a point where boss starts to get agitated, boss starts to get tempted to fight, and they all shout on top of one another. I still like the Venlig reason a bit better. This feels a bit quick, etc. Anyway, and so they end up brawling. Fasnos goes for Outright and just try to help, but Erhel defends Fasnos, trying to bounce on them and trying to get them to stop fighting. So once again, Fasnos and Hellwolf are close. Ian for to fire arrows, like an Gushing one to put them all off from fighting. But when Venlig tries to get involved, he accidentally knocks over Hellwolf and Bronzepod to go for Venlig. How did he accidentally do that? I'm not sure. Maybe it's not knowing your own strength again. Venlig once again tries to. I did wonder why Venlig doesn't know his own strength. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Very tough as he lacks skill or of a pod who has been fighting more than a century. Pod throws kicks and punches at Venlig, so even with some powerful abilities like some Venlig and eyes to keep him still. Only for Venlig to break from it, and he starts to get frustrated. Not only is causing accidents, something he's really bothered by, but he is also getting frustrated that he's lacking martial arts skills. Yeah, so that expands on Venlig a bit more. So yeah, let's just have a look at more. Okay. So it's Gordon. Yeah. Thankfully, Katie's more experienced in the Pod's side. Harley and Pod then summons an alter ice form to put Katie off. Katie immediately falls from one punch of solid ice. Maybe a bit more here, but maybe add more detail of how everyone else is fighting. Yeah, I agree. After ages of fighting, Baku has been listening from afar, and he wakes up Andata really struggles to wake up a bit, but Baku knows to be patient, and Andata that he believes both the Legion teams are fighting. Andata starts to get worried, and so tries to get up as quickly as possible, and Baku nearly walks nearby, and she sees everyone is beating on one another, and this when Andata shouts, stopping everyone and making everyone realise what's happening. Oh, I just only realised that previous note, that's just detailing who else is fighting, because we don't know many other details of what Fasnos and Airwall's doing at the moment, but anyway, it looks like it was fast tracked only for me to get back to later on, but like I said, that's another timeline. Gary would come because finding out Ekron knows one of the Ekron sneakily listened about how they're going to be a Dark Planet, hence why they go to the Legion. Both sides calmly tell Andata what all of this fighting is about. Sorry, that just completely phased over me. That's why I don't do reading. Garwood, because finding out Ekron's. Oh, okay, so that's a note to add somewhere about, but yeah, it's good to acknowledge that, yeah. I don't understand the dilemma. Although she has another idea, why not bring Garrett the team to them? After all, she had a theory that if the Legion member has mentioned prehistoric planet whilst nearby them, then Ekron's race are most likely to tell Garrett about the others about this. That's actually a very smart idea. So yeah, and Arta's like, no, maybe enough to the search, just to tell them to and get to us, and if the prehistoric planet was maybe mentioned at one point, with whatever Ekron's race told the original Legion, then that'll get Garrett to be like, wait, do you know where they are? And Ekron's race to be like, yeah, they're a prehistoric planet, and that's where Garrett's like, okay, yeah, let's all go there. Although there would have to be details that like everyone is there, both the original and new Legion members, so there would need to be work on. But I still really like the idea. Yeah, I think because the Legion are so active at a point where they're like, no, come on, let's just keep searching, and Darta's like, no, let them search Buzz. So yeah, she's just a really good thinker. So yeah. Then it concentrates. Most likely to tell Garen and the others about this. They want to fight the Legion, and so tell goes about this. I want to fight the Legion, and with Legion bands from planet to planet, it would make it near possible to track them within one of their representative planets. For instance, Tatrons are certainly high risk of being trapped in their own world. Both Legion teams, however, are hesitant, and they might waste time, but could facilitate it by producing a strong satellite signal. Okay, yeah, that's just adding a bit more to the plan, so yeah, alright. However, few ships come about arriving at the prehistoric planet after light speed, so yeah, okay. Gara was told about the Legion encounter earlier. Now it is a good time to gather all of the mates and fight the main Legion members. the Legion members, and they can simply work off their plan without the more powerful fighters in the way of them. They don't want a battlefield nearby their base. They have a base? I thought they're setting around everywhere. Okay. And I think they'll talk about, fighting so that they're like the Titans don't get involved. So yeah. And not to mention when the Legion see Ekron, I wonder why the Legion, what got their conclusion to go to the prehistoric planet. The new Legion had the reason, a place to settle on where the Otter's going to be at, because that was another alliance thought about. But why was the old Legion gone to them? Is it to try and unite them and then they all get searching? Was that the case? Possibly. Yeah. And then okay. Yeah, I don't know what the base is yet anyway. More depth about the others like Camo or Optin, or at least some hints about enough character and purpose within this chapter. Oh yeah, because this is where the only chapter when we see like an extension of Gara's forces. Right. Yeah. So as I was saying, this is some other like the extension of Gara's goons. Yeah, they only have like this chapter here, and they all get injured at a point where is it Gloop who helps like teleport them away to like a settlement, but would they get arrested later on? I'm not sure. Anyway, the Legion all gather and they see that the Anti-Legion arrive. It's not just Gara, Form, Contra, and Gloop. There are many others part of Gara's cause. Some singular fighters try and fight any more Legion member alliances, and some grouped. The others include. This is definitely referencing the comic. You'll see all of these creatures on those couple of pages anyway. So let's just speed run through this part. So this is basically like to state who these extensions are. One of the extensions is actually rather useful. Yeah, this camo is listed first after all, but also anyway. But where's plant-based hoodie? Okay, laser sniper. The beast creature, non-verbal eyes, big jaws, round head, most sign of what colours, many tentacles from his back. Octin, here is a race with orange skin, blue coat, and wears a katana, weapon, lots of skeleton hand as well. Plus there's Hammerhead, that is a race. Hammerhead sharks normally like human body, glider on his back, and their drilling robot green device on his arm, hyper-intelligent blue squid. Finally, a T-Rex skeleton roaming about, brought back from the Resurrector, bring back from the dead. The alien has a scaly head, and he's showing us shape of the skull. River is shown through. Oh, so this Resurrector, that's not in the battle, but it's explaining what entity it was that brought this T-Rex skeleton back. But this T-Rex skeleton has just joined the Legion, the Anti-Legion rather. So I can see them being like a less intelligent goon that's just like part of the fight. I quite like the description. Innovative staff and organised unhappy dead. Both teams on their own rows have Legion more numbers, but Garrett team is still formidable. Of course, Legion would have more numbers. So so there's seven otters, four of Andata's team, so that's 11, and then 11 plus Pods, Pasnos, Hemel, Fletcher, that's 4. So the Legion have 15, and Garrett is 4 plus 5, so that's about 9. That's a lot. I think I could have maybe drew more Gareth alliances. I think that's something I would have done, to make it seem a bit more balanced, like 15 versus 15, which might sound a bit extensive. And I think the Otters are lower powered at a point where they maybe count as one somewhat, but even then, sorry. Anyway, okay. Not to mention, the Legion is also missing Zami, Scabe, and Aparo, so that's 18 individuals. Oh gosh. Anyway, and Go immediately shares about how Ekron Race told them that the Legion confronted them. Kind of repetitive from earlier, but never mind. Thanks to their honesty in telling Gara quickly. Oh, okay, they're loyal, that's good. Gara was frustrated with the Legion, no, about that plan. The Ekron Race did feel threatened. Have Legion maybe trick the Ekron Race into making them partially responsible for the many deaths if the scheme plays out. Oh, okay. Guilt tripping, is that like the thing the Legion would do. That sounds like something that Andata would do, but not really the Legion. Well, no, actually, I think the Legion would be honest by being like, look, just stop this. We need the universe to be like all peaceful again. We really need to stop this scheme. But anyway, or at least he and the others knew soon. So yeah, as soon as possible, which is good. Yeah, I think Ekron's race, etc. I think the communication spell, yeah, of course, it would still exist. And it's been used a lot of times at a point where that's definitely the assumed way of communicating. I think Garamon pretty much knows that one. Yeah, I really established a limit. So, okay. Legion hope Gara wasn't hurt them or worse, but Gara states that that isn't the case because he thinks that he's fairer than the Legion. Okay, so even Gara's thinking, oh, like, I wouldn't, like, hurt them and that. And so, yeah, Gara's trying to make himself a lot bigger, but he's still in the wrong. Not putting him on edge or punishing for the misdoings. Legion then made it clear that Ekron's race are in for some trouble for partaking in the scheme against Legion. But makes Legion Corporation, they're only given a harsh warning. Okay, so yeah, that is the Legion being fair. Could show that this set contract or like repeat this information so Gara knows. Yeah, that note sounds reasonable. Yeah. Regardless, Gara is pleased to finally see the original Legion. He is keen for revenge. After all, this race got into some dodgy activity while the reptiles. Hang on, it looks like we're adding more to his backstory just all of a sudden. But anyway, evolvement transported from planets, space, or planets, reptiles, the Gara race. So while the Legion can't arrived, and both the reptiles and Gara's race retaliated. The Gara race using laser weapons to make from scraps alongside the reptiles using alternative fire abilities. For different abilities, one could have heat, and we swap this in either book 1 or 3. Oh yeah, I must have thought because the Flamers and Silverrock's race were both fire ability based individuals, because I really struggle to think about any more races that would have the powers and more the same powers. Because some people, do that differently. Because you have Pokemon with the different types of like the different types of individuals, and despite some sharing abilities, I think there's like a small difference between the lot, and not to mention, all of them are extremely distinct, even with their evolving, the evolving stages some of them go through. But yeah, I think I personally find it like a bit of a struggle to be like, oh, there's these two ice characters, but one can freeze air and the other one can produce icy objects, and I think that differentiation, if I'm saying that correctly, I think I've just really struggled to work with that, and I just remember thinking, yeah, you know what, I just prefer one ability, per alien race. Sliverock represents fire, and it's one race, not only ice objects, but probably has freezing air as well. And yeah, nobody else will have chronokinesis except the Titrans, because you could have other plant controlling beings, like Titrans do vines, maybe no one does trees, but I don't know, I just prefer to be a bit more simpler. So yeah, so that explains partially this note here. But yeah, I would have had to rework book 1 anyway. Oh yeah, I think that was still possible, because even if I tried to post it before, it wasn't, of course it wasn't well known, because I just posted them and that's it. And I did try to promote it a bit, but yeah, I think it was quite hard to promote it, just on my own. And so yeah, it looks like I was going to make some quick changes, but obviously I then decided that not only was another thing not working anymore, but yeah, it's just the whole universe thing, wasn't really working as much. But as we all know, books 1 to 5 are heavily flawed. Anyway, yeah, let's just get going. Something I just realised is that yes, each of my alien races are going to have their own set of abilities, but then you have Pod, who also has an element himself, who also has fire, water, and fire abilities. And of course the other two, which I forgot, but that's notes of the reboot. But I think what makes that difference is the combination of with mixing other powers, because that's something else as well. Because I remember coming up with the entities that are, like every life-based ability with every earth ability, for instance, all combined. So yeah, I can do that kind of exploration as well. So yeah, that is yeah, another idea as well. Anyway, so let's get reading on this battle. So someone's firing at the Legion. Okay. The Legion members did all start firing using nearly harmless methods such as both using weapons or Zamir or simply stunning the armed opponents. No, Zamir's not meant to be in the fight, no, ignore that. However, during this fight, Gary's father did slip on some of Everyone's ice when trying to get to Gareth. Oh, sorry, this is still referring to more history involving Gareth. Okay. Did slip on the pod's ice when trying to go for Gareth protection. And when no one else was going to handle the situation until they each have shown defense. I feel like this is like yet another accidental this was like back I've accidentally written Gary's backstory twice almost, I think, but I would have seen the comparison and easy way to go from it. At least you can somewhat see that it's different, well, similar yet different to Fawn's backstory. Suddenly make it guilty himself, responsible for that accident, also against Legion ever since Legion was responsible if any lives have been taken. Yeah, this just sounds like an accidental secondary backstory, and I feel like maybe at least the placement here is better because it's like some some information before as the story starts to climax, like to enhance some mysteries almost. Oh, what I have to admit is after finding out about Fawn, what I'm done to is still investigating, because the next thing was about the machine, and thanks to confronting the camo, that's where she's like, oh yes, you're all going to tell the information. He's like, yeah, fine. And because he turns out to be a little bit of a mole as well. Yeah, and I like how these moles, both him and Gloop, they try and make themselves seem and look significant, but at the same time, they're still, obeying to their own intentions by not taking any lives and such. Well, the camo does take a step too far by destroying Civic's craft, but at least he could be like, well, I did do that. And the others could most likely back him up. Even the Legion would have shouted something like, how could you? So, yeah. So, yeah, it's. I'm not. I think there might be other answers for why he's more within this team in the first place. So, yeah. Anyway, Gareth himself does accident want to make sure Legion ever since he's always responsible for any lives being taken. Yeah. However, last time the old truck was signed for, so it's something that Legion was always avoided. Yeah. Not to mention the Rebels world is independent. It's also stopped the waste of their duty, and the Legion do need to come back. But after explaining all of this, all of the original Legion members are very sorry for what happened. If they knew, they would have compensated in the best way they could. Oh, okay. So yeah, it's basically something bad has happened in the Legion. Lack the knowledge. It's reasonable though. So yeah, and yeah, this is some understandable situation. Making the Legion they think that they should report or go back to previous missions just in case doing something like this before they say to Gareth's father. Yeah, so that's for explaining. Gareth thinks they were too late in the end. The Legion didn't come back nor acknowledge their mistake at the time in their eyes. The Legion to this day have a heavy burden with the loss of life that they were already responsible for, whether it was all from his own extra or signed for and many other murdering foes. Sliverrock and Torrid too. Gareth takes advantage of this, and so he tells his team to open fire and charge, make a Legion defense at first, but now they fight back. What we'll quickly acknowledge is that they do either shoot or throw themselves at each other, so the strategy isn't as much the case here, which is a bit of a shame. But I think because of how varied each team is, I think a lot of them will be 1v1ing each other. That's not really no, that's not a sentence. But yeah, I think it's a bit like Mortal Kombat because even there's many times where varied individuals fight against one another, and the best they can do is just go for their specific individuals, because yeah, because yeah, they have like enough power to take on one another, but not so much of the uh, yeah, they don't have like massive environmental attacks compared to Bod and so forth. Anyway, what's this? Anything from comic that could be added here or any other scene? Oh yeah, so that's just me make sure everything is referenced from the comic. So yeah, as the fight begins, everyone has their opponent. Peanut goes for T-Rex, trying to crawl, and so yeah, we're basically seeing who's pairing one another and what specific actions they're doing and any abilities as well. Go for T-Rex skeleton trying to claw at it, and when trying to whack one, the skeleton hands itself repairs. Cool, making these living skeletons somewhat invincible. And the T-Rex is able to keep breeding. Later in the fight, however, Posnos does fire at one of the astral projection clothes, hitting the T-Rex's head, where most of the Limicor weight is around. And this gets skeleton to fully collapse. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So by using life force to hit the head, which sources the living gore in the skeleton's head, so that's what yeah, knocks the life force away. Therefore, it stops the skeleton from continuing. Okay, because I was wondering what the rules of the invincibility were, but okay. So yeah, I like yeah, only a astral projection. Yeah, so they must have their own unique qualities to shut down skeletons wandering about. So that's kind of cool. This is also kind of shortcutted though, so it's like saying, oh, but let's skip ahead in the fight, and the Apostolos didn't help with this. So yeah, there should be a bit more of an order. It would have made sense if Apostolos was like he quickly did that, although that's quickly getting the skeleton out of the way. But maybe I would have written other segments, in between to make sure there's enough vegetative time and so forth. So yeah. All right, what's next? No energy and sight afterwards. Skeletons back to normal. The energy-based abilities is what takes down the restorated skeletons. Cool. The guide uses special laser weapon, auto aims as a long beam. Oh, auto aiming long beam. Yeah, I remember being inspired by a video game with that. I forgot which one though. But yeah, cool. Hitting strong pros up on the leg, but before able to fire anyone, Frederick immediately went for him, hitting his glider, and the glider falls onto the ground. The glider tries to fire it again whilst get up, but Kato runs to him. It grows big and gets the glider across the ground. I reckon they're going to make Igaro lose 2 fighters so far. That was kind of quick, but okay. Whilst fighting Hellwolf, tricky opponent for Hellwolf as she struggles to fire calls at him. And while she got some help from Fletcher as he fires some powerless arrows to hurt Beast a bit. And thanks to help Hellwolf, it gives her opportunity to use her claws to the base wax, enabling her to fight the beast and even defeat him. One interesting moment in between the fighters that not doing just gloop, gather those who are injured, moving away from the fight. Even those who lose the first need to get onto the ship, as some are more injured than others. Yeah, so that's what Gloop's doing. He's helping the team as opposed to fighting. So it's like a two-way thing where it looks like he's trying to help and save Gary's alliances, but in actuality, it's Gloop naturally like trying to save the lives himself, almost as if he's pretty much already a Legion member, or not so much. Yeah, so it's just like that. That's like one of my favourite subtleties, that he's a mole. Actually, no, he's been misled, but he's got he's got his own intentions. So yeah. Anyway, okay. Oh yeah, there's yeah. With others, not only being in the fight, but likely leaving the cause thinking that they cannot defeat the Legion. Oh, okay, so they're already bailing because they're thinking the fight is too hard. Yeah, especially with 3 of them down so soon. Yeah, I can see that being rather off-putting. So yeah, they really see the presence of the Legion at a point where they don't want to risk continuing. Cannot defeat the Legion. They do not have the density. Oh, I don't know, but just the forthright nature that Gary has, aspiring members have. But in between Gloop's own role, Fletcher aims her crossbow at Gloop, then Gloop just stands still, giving Fletcher a look. Both do remain aware of the fight around, but Fletcher is puzzled. Why isn't Gloop attacking as viciously as the others? So that's where more answers kind of get answered, more questions kind of get answered. Oh, here's the other thing as well. So as we later find out, well, maybe, it's Gloop that gives who's been on the planet and has like the location machine, he then gives it to Camo, which means I think they might be working with each other, and then that's where the detective works out the final puzzle that it was Gloop who revealed the location. Oh no, I think he revealed the location later on. But what was the information that the Camo gave in to give to the detective then? I'm not sure, but yeah. Oh yeah, but even Gloop gives the information, but he's like, I just wanted to stay here to make it look like I'm protecting the machine, and the detective's like, no, looks like you're pretty much losing anyway. Just join the fight with us. But anyway, but I really like this moment between Fletcher and Gloop. Just really showing them that they're they're like sensible almost, and they just see that they already can recognise that they have no intention of hurting one another. We'll eventually get to that conclusion, and also seeing how much Gloop stands out. Anyway, Fletcher looks to really find to where, but Fletcher make Fletcher wonder who he is on this team, and even after gives Gloop a quick look in between fighting, making Undone to wonder as well. Okay, yeah, she picks on that too. Yeah, she's very observant. Garland's Fletcher to fire at the foes, and Katie tries to go for Gloop, but Gloop defends himself by forming a load of go, shape-shifting into totally fit per greater way forwardly, making the Gloopy tricky to charge at. Yeah, so that's just yet another instance of Gloop, like he's still using cool powers, and he could still seem like a member of Gara, and he's also simply defending themselves. But yeah, you can definitely just see what it will look like both in the eyes of Gara and the original Legion. Yeah, it's just, well, the other Legion really. So yeah, I really like those moments of subtlety. They're rather good. Do I have time to? Oh, let's just have a look. Alright, yeah, we're still in the fight, aren't we? The squid, yep, that hasn't been getting, gets fought by Seawell and Burke. Yeah, to the otters. Even one time, Burke gets thrown afar by the squid, and Pod comes to help. It gives the squid a good kick, knocking it over. The Seawell looks the seaweed. No, uses the seaweed around Burke. Okay. Oh, and Yank first. What's it good? Oh, okay. Knocking it into it again. Optimus fighting out night with a sword fight. Optimus' supernatural abilities may consist of his hands being able to detach, even often to perform long-range punches towards Out Knight. Sounds handy. Okay. And attempts to literally throw us at each other, but to little success. Arnett manages to win by summoning a spiritual rhino that swings torn upwards, hitting Octon in the head, knocking him out with a scratch in his face. Sounds a bit fatal, but okay. After this, maybe Octon's stronger. Anyway, this is where our daughter quickly gets to Arnett, and she says that the cloaked Camo has been seen, or has seen as if it's incoming ship, which adds to more of an observation, and probably is trying to go for it. And Dottis tries to shoot at the Camo, but he ran too quickly, finding decent cover, and Out Knight then tries to go after him as he summons the spirit of a cheetah. Oh, okay, that's a smart move. So yeah, Dante tries as well. I think she does continue this way, but it looks like the cheetah, will be the faster one to catch up, run onto it to get to the Camo quickly. Yeah. I guess Andata was distracted by other things to only then see the Camo, because she would have to keep an eye on everyone, but I think she must have blocked fire now and again to be like, oh, okay. So, yeah, it's decent timing because the Camo frankly hasn't done anything yet, but unfortunately what it does eventually achieve is quite catastrophic. As Out Knight goes to find Camo, Vending finishes off fighting the drilling robot. Unfortunately, it's very hard to catch as it keeps drilling in and out of the ground, where it has a move aggressed, where it grounds on surface and spreads the debris all over the place, hitting Bendig and then hitting the others too. However, it tries to be more patient and wait for the robot next time it goes up after going back down again. Eventually leaps up and Bendig grabs it and slowly crushes its head. Robot tries to use its drill against Bendig, only blunting the jaws due to how vulnerable its skin is. It eventually stops functioning once Bendig crushes its head enough, and then he too sees as if his ship starts to come about, and so he goes for it for defense. Yeah, that's admirable. Yeah, he sounds really big in instructions, but I suppose that's where initiative, does have its role too. And Yeah, and I think he just wants to help protect. Yeah, because the ship is a bit defenseless. Yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, if cloaking ships hasn't really been a thing in this universe, I guess that's why Zivit's ship wasn't cloaked. Although I would have had to write in the reason why the ship arrived, because I don't think that was answered in the comic book. Because everyone was going through the jet, and the ship didn't need to be on the planet because Zivit can still teleport all of his animals anyway. But yeah, unfortunately, because of the rule about how he can only summon one creature at a time, yeah, I don't think he'll be able to save them all that way anyway, if that's how it works. So at least that's another like boundary which doesn't ruin the stake. Anyway, ruin the stake. Sounds like a gastro pub joke. Anyway, Chronic so goes for defense. Cameron was found hidden and our night hunter struggled to find him. Okay, managed to hide well afterward. Okay. What did the surrounding area look like? I'm not sure. The watch around the battle steamer hiding was the madness happens, which would have made him hard to see. Uh, yeah, I guess if the fight is that far spread, then fair enough. Let's see. Despite how high the ship is, he is in range, enabling to fire multiple sniper shots at the ship's engine. Is it a brittle enough ship to? I know sniper shots are hard, but I feel like a ship could take sniper shots compared to what a ship would shoot at it. Was a very powerful sniper. Okay, so I can hear and see this making him worried, but he is too occupied fighting with Fawn. Yeah, this whole time doing rather well, but Fawn is hard, making it harder for Fawn to get hold of the lighter back. It's how now get hold of the lighter back. How did he get the lighter back? Did Zivit decide to pocket it after Dot got it off him? Did he have a new one? I'm not sure. Go to help by grabbing Fawn and slamming Fawn onto the ground, telling Zivit to get to the ship. How did he? Oh, have to know about the ship first. Yep, there you go. Past me was in the same wavelength. Zivit gets his device and turns to teleport to his wildlife. Sadly, the ship experience making him shocked. It gets running. He tries to go for all the animals to try and teleport, but none of this is working. The, there is a chance animals could be alive, and it could be that the ship and some systems are down. After all, the ship is the animals' home for the teleporting devices to connect. Shows worry as he keeps running. Bennig then runs past him, because he's faster with the strength, stating he will help any possible animals inside the ship. Um, 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 Oh, sorry, I've clocked in. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, Bendig's trying to help the animals in the ship. Yeah. Meanwhile, our knight takes down Cameron by summoning a Veronic spirit, which helps him back over Camo's head, and the spirit of the python to grab the weapon from Camo, and does send puts the cover of cuffs, makes him on the floor, confronting it for answers. Yeah, that's smart. Our knight seeing the ship and the Camo are getting sorted. He goes back to the fight to help them. Zivit, however, sees Outknight, and Outknight says how powerful both the shooter and has got sorted, and then niggas win the flaming ship. Zivit wonders why Fossil's Outland is helping. Outland wonders why Zivit what Zivit is on about. Zivit's had his mind worried about the animals. Outland, who's stuck on what to say, he tries to get Zivit back into battle, but Zivit resists. He saw Outknight earlier leave the battle earlier, so Zivit is mad at Outknight for not getting to the shooter earlier. Okay, let's see what the note says. Make sure these extreme faults in the Civet has been set up. Not to mention everyone won't be too busy to stop Civet and Outnight. Also, because they end up fighting each other. Also within the hidden spot, also both should feel good for not helping prevent Hellwolf's death. Also, why is the ship arriving in the first place? Teleporting is a thing. Could it be a bad guy hack? Okay, so yeah, these were probably the fixes I'm going to get at to because yeah, it's about to say that if his response is extremely rash, it's far too severe. Because if it is, I know it would be about animals, but he would be running in there instead of because if anything, I think Zivit's reaction would be more warranted if Endig like did come out sooner and just like look through the ship. I don't think any of them are alive, and maybe Adonto could have used like a magnifying gas from afar, Bobby, and like yeah, there's no signs of life in there, and then that's where Zivit then probably goes to attack Outnight. it would have to be more so that Out Knight is responsible. Yeah, those are the fixes I could have done to make that moment better. So yeah, let's get going. Anna then starts to feel bad what could happen to the animals, even quite angry as he is trying to help with the fight. This makes Our Knight regretfully say that if he didn't get these animals in the combat in the first place, or at least protect them better, then this wouldn't have happened, which I can see him saying that. Civet reaches a breaking point and starts to go for Our Knight, swinging his sword, anchor a bladed leg. Our Knight tries to defend and using spirit animals every now and again stops Civet from killing Out Knight. Oh gosh. Both of them end up falling down the ditch later on while they both lose balance. For when they lose balance, okay. So that makes them in the right spot. So yeah, it's more separate from the rest of the fight. Summon a load of bird spirits, Civet dodges them and trips Our Knight up. But Our Knight grabs Civet, enabling them to fall. And then this is where they continue onto lower, somewhat hidden ground. As Finley tries to go around the ship, when Data confronts the camera fronts, the camera cave in. In fear, his spine tingled by Andorta's words, so a very good speaker. He has the location for where the scheme is taking place, and Andorta probably wondered about it. The location he provides Andorta is within an alien hard drive he got it from Gloop, who says he thinks is the mole of the team. Kamo has been the only goon who has he was all into the scheme, but has started to get scared of Gara. So he was more gradual, but Gloop was like, I'm all along. I would have liked more answers of Gloop and the Mole, but sadly those answers we won't be getting. Okay. Trying to carry on significant actions in order to stay alive. As he's the one who has failed the most, Gara has threatened to take his life. Gara is the kind of being who cannot let errors fail his schemes. Oh, yep. So yeah, Gary has like an iron fist. The camera talks about how he used to fail his sniping duties when he gets asked to snipe those associated with Legion. That just talks about how the camera had to seem like he's on point despite his fear and regretting joining in. I wonder why he joined in the first place. Anyway. Associate Legion. Garrett also thought by making his team he can fight all the Legion once, but it's because there come his errors in encouragement, contrary to think of the idea that the robot attack planet scheme to which Garrett drilled over. Okay, so the scheme is what put Garrett the camo off. I'm still a bit lost because it's like one of the situations where the sniper could be like, "Oh, we're going after the Legion, that's good," and to like, "Oh, we're going to do this massive scheme, attack multiple planets," and for him to be like, "Wait, hang on, I didn't agree to this." So that could have been an answer because what Gary's trying to go for is a much wider target. It's not just the Legion members; it's those associated with them, which that would need more backing because you would, because it almost sounds if the Legion are allied, then. Yeah, it just means that Garrett can then go for the Legion more so. But it would have to be clarified because it could have sounded a bit contradictory. And he'd be like, "Oh, I'm not revenge against Legion." And he'd be like, "Oh, just going to, attack all of the planets associated with Legion." Yeah, it's just that I would have to be careful not to contradict that. This makes the camera guilty to it, but in Dodge to see, but does keep a card up just in case she is getting baited. Yeah, smart. And Dot is also still stuck about how and why Gloop is the mole, but regardless, the camera apologizes, wrecks his weapon, okay, and he goes down into the cave. And Dot then wait, he was still in handcuffs, so why is he going down to the cave? Okay. And Dot then states that he shall stay put and make sure that there's no ships for him to leave. And Dot quickly gives one of Samu's drones location a target to arrest. And whilst the camera regretted his actions, the involvement with Garrett initially, as he too wasn't too keen on the Legion, especially as the camera's rebellious creatures. That's some reasoning, yeah, especially backed up by Book 5 a little bit. He still committed crimes he will be sent to court for. Yeah. Alright, let's move on. The camera understands it, so he'll stay in the cave and sits with his cuffs to be extra safe. Oh, okay, so alright then. And Arthur places his cuffs on his legs too, and the camera maintains a face of immense sadness and guiltness. guiltness. Sorry. Adonta then sees Venleg come to her after attempting to go around the flaming ship, but he couldn't find anything alive. It's all consumed by flames, and even Adonta has used to take a magnifying glass up, sensing no life once it was analysed, making him sad once she confirms. So I was on the right line. This should have all happened first, as Ivit then goes for Outnight. Guess it would have matched how some of the situations have calmed down a bit, but it starts to wind down now. But yeah, like I said, that other idea just literally just thought of as better. As Dante is keen to fight, she tries to reassure Venlig that him at least attempt to save the animals is noble, but she reminds Venlig about the battle to which he is struggling to get in the right mindset for. As Dante stays with Venlig for the time being, both of them having to reconvulse while Venlig starts to get a panic attack. Venus struggles to breathe, he struggles to stand, with Dante trying to get Venlig a few rests whilst they both make sure no foes are around. Fair enough. Yeah, Venlig is quite anxious from time to time. So, yeah. If his panic attack is severe, then yeah, I can see why. Dart would like have to stick around. So, fortunately, Gareth's team is shrinking anyway. So I think this was an attempt to shrink the opposite team almost, because that means Alnight and Zibbo are going for one another, and Darter and Venlig are down. If you count all of the civet animals, that's a whole load down too, I suppose. So yeah, I think we are getting down to because the squid is away, T-Rex is away, Octon's away, the camera's away. There's only a couple more still standing, like a couple of extras plus like the main team. So yeah, I'm surprised Fawn hasn't been knocked out. He might have, but he's in the following fight. So yeah. Oh yeah, there's even like going to be more of a rivalry between Apollo and Fawn, so that would have to be built up first before the final fight later on. Because as shown in the comic, Apollo has this cool moment where, because of more control of his power, he materially manipulates Fawn's legs, and that makes Fawn continue to struggle to continue fighting, so he gets neutralized really. All right, let's move on. As the fight starts to round up, okay, good to know, Goop has every injured Anti-Legion member in the ship, and Octon being the least injured, he offers to pilots to try and get the place settled. Okay, so they'll all leave. Alright then. I think they do remain contact with Gara unless they're unable to. Okay. Vector sees this and rectifies a lightning arrow shooting down not only Octon's piloting ship, but stuns the lot inside. Anti-Legion ships, I guess, too. Yeah, that's a good question. Anyway. Freta then tends to fire other ships so the Anti-Legion can stay put within the planet. Sally from afar, Contra fires lightning Freta, knocking him out, only for Contra to be tackled by Pod. He was the only who has been fighting Contra all this time, alongside Pasnos, Contra, Fawn, Squid, Peace, and Gara. No, Squid's still up, okay. And Gara later becomes the last member standing and try and fight Octon and Glider, and with the T-Rex skeleton, camera, and robot definitely staying down. Alright, nice to update to confirm. How Wolf nearly saves Fletcher before the squid attempts to finish Fletcher off via crushing him. Biting the squid, and Gloop subtly moves Fletcher into cover. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they did look at each other earlier, so they had like a minor mutual understanding. So yeah, okay, I like that. Covered by some rocks, as some flat and thin amount of moving goo helps Goop move from afar after nods at Hellwolf. So Gloop sees Hellwolf alright, just being like in order to get him into cover. Okay. And Gloop's moved on to pretend to help Contra as he moves away the stunned ship to hide it from cover. Hide it from cover? Okay. I guess he's just pretended to protect it. Okay. Well, he's protecting for either reason. Yeah, we already talked about how he's trying to be subtle with the morphing. Going back to Zivid and Outnight to continue fighting as they fight. Outnight is having to keep going back slowly, allowing them to get back to higher ground. Nickel and Doctor should criticise them for fighting each other instead of helping. Yeah, that's definitely a worthwhile note that would have been expanded upon. But anyway. With Zivit having no abilities or animals relying on him, this makes it harder for Zivit to go for Outnight. Not only does Outnight have powers, but he's far more skilled. Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah, I think Numians are a bit more combat prepared, although they're more like animal trained, then, because when humans have their secondary animal forms, I don't think they would be learning sword fights unless our knight managed to get self-taught or went somewhere. That I don't know. But also, is that a? Oh, okay, never mind. But also just realised, yeah, looks like all of the Civics animals are gone, yeah, because I did spare the flying one because of for plot reasons, but as shown in the comic. But yeah, it looks like I decided to backtrack on that. So yeah, it is more consistent, whereas if it has lost a lot and then only to get just the powers of the spirits later on. Anyway, so it has powers more skilled. The fight starts to round up as Artnor for his collection of used towards Zivit, tripping Zivin up and stinging spirits zooming across the ground. Oh, Stingray Spirit, okay. Knight then throws a monkey spirit to Zivit's face and summons a horse spirit to milk at Zivit in the chest. Oh my gosh, wow, that's a streak. Anyway, while Zivit remains angry and he becomes too tired, Knight drogs him down, apologising for the animals. And a quick jab about the animal spirits are the better choice. Zivit then falters and admits his wrongdoing. He can see how Outknight has been the better fighter, especially when Outknight defeated Octon with ease, and Zivit struggled against Thorn. Okay, I like that parallel, despite the opposites. Not to mention when Outknight could fight against Garabet when they were when they were at Nuzawat plant earlier. As Outknight stands tall, Zivit sits down, throwing his sword and anchor aside, and he even considered removing his leg blade. Oh, okay. He's like really giving up. I'm not telling Zivit to stop. If Zivit doesn't feel like a Legion member, then that's fine. But Zivit at least needs to help the others, perhaps stick to low stake situations. But Zivit's confidence is completely collapsed, feeling like he has lost all of his progress and purpose. Yeah, I can see that. Meanwhile, Contra continues to fight Pod and the Pasnos, but Pod and the Pasnos are having a hard time because of Contra being able to replenish his suit. What Pod and Pasnos do notice, however, is that Contra seems to be very protective of his head, making them think that's the source. Yet that ends up being true. However, due to Contra having done encounters, he soon makes himself one of the hardest Legion opponents. Not only can he proceed his own astral projection, which makes it hard for Pasnos to use his own astral projection, not to mention temporary visibility, but Contra has both chillers and heaters that can counter Pod's ice and fire. Not a lot to set up of that earlier on, but it is a Legion countering suit, so that might give it a small pass, but that's debatable. Contra does lose a leg later, something like that, where Contra starts to use his over-the-shoulder turret to fire at Pod. Must have lost an arm. Okay, this makes Pod form a block of ice in front of him for the ice, which takes laser fire. Pod then slides 90 degrees around Contra for some closer works, which Contra does manage to counter because of the system that understands every Legion martial arts style. Wow. It's hard for Pod and the Pasnos to come along, especially when Contra forms his laser blade from his arm to try and slice Pasnos. Pasnos gets his blade to counter the attack. Okay, yeah, it's just more. It's a very detailed fight. I like it. Bond then has a clever idea. He starts falling ice from his hand, which makes Contra activate his heater. But Pod quickly and intentionally turns it to water, resulting in a load of steam, which blinds Contra, allowing Bond to stay down where he throws Contra. Oh, that's cool. And the Posnos quickly throwing both blades at Contra's onto the back, making the blades go through the suit. As Contra lands, Pod summons some ice to create shards to thrust upwards, punching more Contra's suit as he lies back. We have Pod preparing to go Contra's head. However, whilst Contra has a Contra in mind, he sees the top of Outknight from afar, thinking he has a good shot. And so with Contra's turret, yeah, this is like an auto turret that is automatically controlled. And he fires at Outknight, resulting in a fatal shot at the side. Outknight's up the back, and not only shocking Zivit at a time where his confidence was going down, but the shocks Pod and the Pasnos, resulting in Contra drives some electricity, creating a sonic boom which pushes Pod and Pasnos away, allowing for some time for Contra to get up, self-repair and leave the battle. Wow, okay. How would Gary feel about him leaving? I'm not sure why he needs time to repair. Contra, all and this time that he sees Gloop trying to throw Goo at Pod, and Pasnos thinking it's pathetic and tells Gloop to finish them off, and so Gloop out of fear forms a load of goo shapeshifting across the ground, and therefore Pod to freeze up, and he starts to interact with them. Yep, so what Gloop is doing here is definitely not fatal. So it looks like he's attacking to make himself look loyal, only for Pod and the Pasnos to easily counter him. So yeah, Gloop's giving himself a free shot, but if he's partially invincible, then he's fine. So let's get his base, starts slicing Gloop away. Gloop starts to still make himself look like a foe, distracting Pod and Pasnos, whilst his eyes would be him at this point. Also, they can still trying to look for Contra despite Gloop being in the way. Okay. Back to Gara, he mindlessly hits Amor, Genova, and Boko. Whilst they are keen to keep going, Beck and Sewell try and help, and Gara, whilst overwhelmed, manages to counter multiple otters at once by spinning, throwing his Cufflet hawks all over the place and keep moving about, making it harder to hit. P-Deck, on the other hand, does well against the beast, and is able to fight the beast a couple of times. Pasnos then helps later by using the Raven's ability to hit the beast very hard, making the beast knocked out, and Kato then throws it by a ship the other goons are at. With Pod also, looks like Kato pays attention, so he's just go on a ship once you're ready. With Pod also fighting Squid after the outs group. More like Freeze's Gloop in an ice cube is then summoned an eyed form trident to keep jabbing at the tentacles. After the Squid manages to confiscate the weapon from Pod then concentrates quickly to summon a whirlpool, which fires Squid away into the water. So far the Squid doesn't come back to the fight, it is an animal after all, so after getting hurt multiple times, stay in the water to give itself a break. Okay, so it stays on prehistoric land, how nice. I think giant squids are probably prehistoric anyway, I'm not sure. No, they still exist, it's just because it's a special blue one, which is in the comic, and I know it was to assist the scheme, but maybe it was a special squid if it was blue. Anyway, Fawn and Concho once repaired. Fawn's fine, it's just Concho needs repairing. Helps Gara fighting the otters, but that is where Kato and Breedek goes for Concho thanks to Breedek's animalistic tendencies and Kato's resilience. They do enough against Contra constitutes after all maybe powerful, but it could be seen as a complex point where it can counter from many Legion abilities, but it can struggle against the likes of literal trying not to throw Contra about and trying to stomp on him. I like that as a weakness because sometimes you can overcomplicate things at a point where you just like I said, overcomplicate at a point where I like the simple bits and bobs. You get countered by them because Kato only can size change, which is because Contra does have a lot of abilities, but if he's getting grabbed that easily, then I can see how he would be a bit out of control. Anyway, with Emma Barco being the only otters fit enough to fight after Gara scratches and knocks out and lightly jumps some of the rest, Wolf comes in for some killer bites and claws to Gara. Gara may be a talented fighter, but he just struggled to counter animal attacks due to how fast the claws and jaws were when pinned to the ground. Even Wolf shards are shot at Torga place at a point where Gara can not only struggle to get up but get them off, but he struggles to run properly or move his arms in such a way. But of how longish these shards prevent Gara from performing normal moves. Yeah, some of the otters that are well enough to manage to fight Fawn to stop him from getting involved in the battle between Gara and Helmwolf. When Helmwolf was doing so well, Gara just managed to fire his grappling hook to Helmwolf's face and then jabbing both claws towards Helmwolf's chest, injuring her, which is really sad. She is moved aside and starts to turn back into a normal form. This shocks everyone, including some Pod who's just finished fighting the squid then. Okay, so we are having simultaneous events. Okay, bit jarring, but okay. Whilst everyone else is in shock, Garen, Fawn, Contra and Gloop all take the chance to escape. Fawn fires fireballs and Contra sprays all over his base is short all around to make an everyone crate or go for cover. Crate, all go for cover. Oh, okay, yeah. So because someone can defend themselves like Pod in his eyes. And then the four of them, they did wonder about the other goons, but Gareth states that they need to get back to the planet where they are outnumbered. They need to finish off the machine now, and they have the final piece of the machinery to work on this. This probably needs its own chapter. Why finish now? Why not have Contra stay for progress? Good question. Stay for progress. Oh, stay on the ship for the ship's own progress. Oh, okay. Well, Condra needed help against the Legion. But yeah, that's true. You could have had like one of the goons to be like, okay, we just simply put this final part of the machine and apply it then, and that's where we can get it up and running once we, even before we come back. So maybe that could have been something. But yeah, even this probably would have been like a chapter heist, which a guy and the others partake. Maybe robbing a Legion facility of some kind. It just depends what machine part it was, because it's two machines: the satellite that creates the shields and the robot generating building. So yeah, and but yeah, I think the rest of the unions just kind of get forgotten. In a certain way, because yeah, oh yeah, like they're stranded on this planet and they're all injured, and it looks like Garrow would have no time for them, to first aid them when yeah, just need to go back to the planet. But once the robot machine's up and running and creates the lot, yeah, the Legion would definitely be outnumbered then. But obviously they overcome that army of Controbots, as they're called. Anyway, um, they have tried to fight the Legion on their own before the scheme, and the Legion have potentially lost 2 members, but they are still high in numbers. But losing those members, knowing how sensitive they are to the failure, they may have faulty mindsets which might make them easier to overwhelm them with a robot army. I can see that mindset. It's not, yeah, I don't know. That's just like almost grasping at straws by thinking, oh, if they're grieving, they might struggle. Uh, it could work. He'll just have to have more depth though. Whilst everyone surrounds Hellwolf, Out Knight did dive from the shot he got from Contra, which did shock Sivert, upsetting him. Out Knight, however, assures Sivert that it can live on because something else he did in his own time was uncover a secret once enough research is done. Okay, when then how did he do that research and were you with? I'm not sure. Around Source of Living God, and that is the spirit to have a ghostly state if you die. This is where Out Knight passes the sword into Zivit as Out Knight starts to scatter and fade away. As a lime green shows up more, a shimmer of green also passes on to Zivit, making Zivit the new sword user. Zivit wonders why him, and Out Knight states that not only did he have to give the sword to someone quickly, but Zivit has a lot of wildlife knowledge and sees some of the benefits of having this power. Zivit could also do with a boost of power after losing his pets. Yeah, I think Zivit and Out Knight would have had need like a moment of sentimentality, only for Zivit to be angry at Out Knight, to do that duel, and then because Out Knight all he did was defend himself while Zivit was getting on angry, and but yeah, so I'm a bit mixed on that rule, to get yourself like a spirit so you can live on in the physical world instead of going to the afterlife. That sounds rather complicated. I like the idea, and even Out Knight stick around to give him some advice, which you would see in the comic. But I think I probably would have removed it and let Sivert and the others like figure out for themselves. But at the same time, I like the animal knowledge thing, and I like how it's giving Sivert an upgrade. So that would mean, oh no, he has 2 swords. No, because he needs the anchor weapon to walk on alongside his blade, either way. So, I tell you why he keeps both swords. It's because of his tail, yeah, and Zivik and the other sword on his tail. So yeah, he's kind of OP-ish. So yeah, so I like that at the moment. Zivik, whilst still lacking confidence, does accept what has happened. Regardless, Out Knight has briefly visit the afterlife, where he can get onto the next stage of going in and out in his ghostly form within the real world, but of course with no interaction with the real world, having to float everywhere. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that rule, because there's like loads of fiction where I've seen them, like go sit down and that, and it just made me think, if they can sit down, why don't they move objects all around? Yeah, I've seen all sorts of that from other media, so I just thought if they literally don't touch anything, it doesn't create contradictions. Yeah, they're just literally, a ghost that just goes through things and moves about, yeah, without moving anything physical. So yeah, I do like that. Or also, um, oh yeah, so Al Knight had to pass the sword quickly on Sivert to continue. That's like a strange rule. You would think that, I don't know, maybe just have it simple as I think maybe that was done so that Zivit was like the one connected to the blade so that no one else could use the sword. I think that's what it's trying to go for. Anyway, ready for unless visible guardian goes have all gone, making Zivit stuck in disbelief, but he sees and Vendig carrying the camo, passing quickly. Carrying the camo? I thought you were staying at the cave unless he was just going to be given to the rest, because what could have happened is to be like, "Oh, stay in the cave," and if to be others to be like, "Oh no, those lot of injured, they're quite neutralized, we'll have them all arrested if you still to get to Nagoon," and to be like, "Oh, okay." So I might have forgotten something there, but yeah, I think all of those spare goons get arrested. But yeah, now I'm going on to Hellwolf's last moment. Yeah, it's much like this moment, and even this whole sequel comic, but because of what the reboot looks like, it looks like I can probably carry some of these ideas over, but not a lot of them, even Hell's last moments, I'm quite hesitant to, that I will be hesitant to do in the reboot. Anyway, whilst Finley drops the camera with the rest of the goons, ready for arrest later. Okay, smart. As Finley is asked to keep an eye on them. That's, yeah, cool. Anto goes for past the tiny crowd and uses her high-tech magnifying glass to analyse Helmut's injuries. Pod covers Helmut's injuries to solid ice, and the Cosmos holds them, making him calluses to yeah, they've been mates despite not being able to expand that side of things. Oh well. Whilst everyone else is in shock, Pod Fletcher, especially if Astrosaurus, said they cannot lose someone who's been part of the team for a long time. Fletcher and Pod try and hold it in, but Astrosaurus is nearly flooding in tears, really scared to lose him, who means the most to him. Yeah, once again, needed more setup. And Dot has bad news. Hellwolf's heart is pierced, and she is not going to make it. Hellwolf is scared of the news, but she can do one more thing. She thanks the Legion for giving a place in the universe, and she lets them all know that the Legion can overcome anything, no matter how many allies they lose, which is reassuring. Hellwolf then fixes on the Taskmaster to know that she actually couldn't finish off the words. Oh, that stings a little. Oh gosh. Anyway, and this is where the room in the real world, as Lost Hellwolf is all silent, and the vastness is now in tears, Sanderson, anger, and Bod and Fletcher are extremely sad. The others are sad too, despite not knowing Hellwolf as well. Civic comes to join in, holding that light sword horizontally. Do weapons like a personal sword need a name? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, their weapons having names. Yeah, of course, I need to think of that. Yeah, because Pod's Trident was never given a name, so yeah, I could do. And the likes of Pod sees out Night didn't make it too, and Zivit says that he'll come back as a spirit and support with its simple explanation. Okay, but this angers the rest. Why doesn't the Hellwolf get another chance? Yeah, I think a whole lot of things would need to be covered between the lot, but at the same time, they do need to get going as well. So yeah, and yeah, I think this is definitely still Hellwolf's moment. It's just Civic coming in to be like, she wasn't like the only one. A knight still could have lived, still living on in some way, but yeah, it's a shame that Hellwolf couldn't. So yeah, I can see how some might be bothered. It's where Veteran and Dota get the situation to be calmer. Some of them sometimes agree, but they need to go back to the base, especially to find out the new location of the scheme is taking place. Yeah, the base will definitely calculate the information most likely. Now that Zami's drones are around to take the goons to the Galactic Prison, they all go and squeeze into the comm front. Or Antarctic jet. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I think this paragraph below might be the last paragraph to read, so we'll do that and then, or you can even see the bookmark in capitals below, that's what I always do, or used to do, when writing these stories. So yeah, let's read the final paragraph and then let's read all of these notes. Back at Earthspace, both vehicles arrive and both Nicole and Binate notice this arrival. Everyone leaves the ships. Nicole's notice from the text and Antarctica is stating that they'll be back at the base. And that's it. Nicole walks outside, angrily asking why the lack of detail, but she stops, and she sees Civet holding that nice sword and Pod carrying the body covered in Bosnos' coat. Oh my gosh! For Bosnos to have a coat, it's a coat. Oh my gosh! Yeah. So yeah, they're all like still stuck in a stage of grief. So I can see why Nicole would be like, okay, so they're just only telling these things. Well, what about the other updates? What about everyone? And then she would then understand why by seeing all of this. Nicole spots that there's no Out Knight and no Hellwolf, and she too is in shock. real sad. She falls on her knees and Fred starts to help her up. And Dota was about to state the location with the hard drive, and Nicole angry asks Dota to get to Binite immediately. Yeah, so she's basically, so despite being angry, it's just like, no, okay, yeah, I'm just grieving, just get going, get to the base, make the progress. So then that's like Nicole's mindset, despite how angry she is. So I can imagine that. Everyone else can either first aid themselves, rest, prepare for the battle, or start gathering some ideas. And not to mention, Zivit would need to know how to use the sword as well. I think that would get addressed. Eventually, Bionate has Barnwell's body, and Bionate and the other scientists analyse Hamill's body, creating an accurate postpartum, something like that. Yeah, that's accurate to real life. So yeah, I like that attention to detail. Meanwhile, the computer has been analysing the hard drive, and some hacking was required to get to the device. Real tricky, but that's when it's done by Binate, etc. Yeah, multiple minds. It's done quicker despite many obstacles. Binate sees that the coordinates have been finalised. There are not much in any planets, but instead it's on a lonely moon, Sota. Oh, it's a moon. I wondered if I turned that planet into a moon because when I was making the guide, I was really struggling to expand on Sota. I had one idea to make it an alien base at one point, like a alien defensive team that all possess the same weaponry despite all being different aliens. I might still go for that idea, but I do still prefer the humans versus aliens kind of conflict and how different they are. So yeah, I remember writing a script on that kind of story. An alien force made up with different aliens, and there's Cosmic and Ajor Sharp and a flying alien, the smart one. Gloop was part of the team as well, and there's a little alien too. Yeah, the little alien was inspired by those squidgy aliens that come out of a what's it called? The egg casing. Yeah, I used to really like those aliens. But yeah, so to make it a moon, it makes it smaller, therefore not really count as a planet. So yeah, I must have changed that idea in the guide. Anyway, Sotra has not been given any heads up or setup, but would it need to then find the answer? Maybe like a tiny setup to make the audience go, oh, okay. But anyway, Adata enters Binate's room and sees the progress. Binate says Adata location on the screen, and Adata texts the others about it, so everyone has more of an idea as they plan, and also asks about Howell's body. Sorry, just phased off once again. So on the screen. Yep, so it's just more progress. And also asks about Howell's body, and Binate and the others can confirm that it was jobs on the heart that took Howell's life. Once the main and current issue has been resolved, Barnett and the rest have offered to organise plans for her funeral. Oh, okay. They even get in touch with the demons soon about it. Oh, yeah, that'd be sad. Sorry, I'm sitting with these little in between moments in between reading, sorry. But now, so to destination, it's time for a plan. And then that's where they would have gone to the battle in that. So, yeah, let's go through the notes and then we can then conclude. So, what's these other notes I came up with as the story would have been getting fixed? Was the camera all along? If Gloop becomes one short over time, then why is he part of the clan in the first place? Yeah, reasonable question. Anything against the Legion? Use comment page. Yeah, for reference. Also, not even flying creature survives. Plus, if it can still be a zookeeper equivalent, but into his spirits for combat. Okay, yeah. So continuing that, yeah, that's a cool idea, and so I did stress the flying creature too. Gloop 2 would have felt bad for letting Elmwolf die, or even letting Alnight get shot too. By the way, I said that Alnight said ghost form. How did he achieve it? Yep, good question. Even the I think Gloop would feel guilty, just to show that he couldn't look like here in front of Gara. Although the thing is, why? Because what he could have done is, unless he, I don't know, why did he go to Settler? He stays inside to arguably protect it, like putting on a facade to still make him feel like part of that team. But I don't know, why didn't he? Because Gara and the others were in a lower position, and it was literally just like Gara who was the only one fighting. So they're all outnumbered, and Gloop could have, I don't know, he could have like taken the turret fire and then try and go for the others, especially if he's temporarily invincible, and then that's where the Legion have like another shot at to take down those three once and for all. So that's like a a stage of events that should have happened. So by strengthening the gloop stuff, that would have made the current events here more excusable. But at the same time, if gloop is this powerful, then yes, we are looking at a really flawed part of the story. Gloop's also very powerful. Why not harm the team? Maybe Gloop has Greta on his eye, feeling threatened by Gara. Oh, okay. That is his weak spot. Energy can also weaken him. That's why he doesn't go for the likes of Contrain or Fawn. Oh, I did address that. Oh, okay. Just by that blow. So, okay. Alright, cool. How about Night then? He's taken the base. Dodge presence and so Naravas absent. He is far in the corner. Oh, so that here looks like what even a robot blueprint idea. Oh, I see. So I think so. I will go back to the previous note, but the robot blueprint. So I reckon that's Contra being like, this is going to be the design, and the sun machine's going to make them. So I think that is was probably going to write in too. But anyway, Health Outline. So this is just the audio event. So yeah, that's sorted. Prisoners in cells. Oh yeah, because I got this chat a bit later on. Oh yeah, no, above the team is arrested. Because I like the idea, but it didn't make sense. Even at a point where I didn't even put it in the comics, did I reconsider it? But they were assigned, so why put Civet and Fenlig in the cells? I don't know. But if it's, maybe, I don't know, because they would find the location of the base, so there would be no need to, go and see Gary's goons. So yeah, not the background ones. So Venlig becomes absent here because in the comic it does the moment of being alone, and for Binet of all creators to be like, oh, do join them. But if he's feeling on that guilt, then yeah, I can see that happening. So he's far away apparently. Well, okay. And Nicole and Zami trying to find where he is. Okay. Make sure it doesn't break the story. Yep, good to acknowledge. Also provides location. Yeah, that was talked about. So Garrett doesn't like the Legion because of losing someone to an injury. He's responsible for the Legion. Definitely explore taking the axe payback. Zombie drones can come too. So yeah, the zombie drones I could have done with that acknowledging. Yeah, because if they did come, then yeah, they would have really helped the battle. So yeah, I'd have to address that. Yeah, to fill out a plot hole and but yeah, even Gary's backstory has been explained twice, so yeah, that note would have been cleared. Alright, so let's see what's next. I was wrong, looks like there's more progress, but anyway, yeah, it's weird to track what the rest of the video is going to be like because the number of pages have been increasing over time. At the moment it says 48 up to 63, but the last 10 of these pages are the brief notes, so yeah, definitely not a lot of progress left, that's for sure. Now there's one more ally to get on board, and that is Pasnos. All of this time has been punching bag, maintaining temporary visibility, still angry. Oh, okay, so I think this is like a moment where they catch for the Legion members, and this is like Nicole going to see a Pasnos at one point, so yeah. But yeah, I was about to say I really like Pasnos, in the rivalry against Gara. Yeah, because the comic didn't really do it justice, but I'm gonna really like these moments here. So Person's using a punching bag, so yeah, he's just so yeah, that's what he does. Yeah, being hungry. So Nicole appears into the room and lets Personos know what has know they have to get going. Oh, okay, yeah, they're nearly leaving. Personos is somewhat pleased to hear. He thinks of it as a chance to kill Gara. Nicole, however, stops Personos in his tracks. Personos cannot do that. Personos then wonders why not. He took Wolf, but Phil reminds Personos that they have been criticised for being involved in someone's death, and it cannot happen again. Yeah, that's like the Legion being the better set to being. So yeah, even if it is Garrett, but the armor is far less powerful for compared to Timefort and many of his allies. There's no need and no point. Personos continues not to buy it, and it shall be his punishment, especially when he makes it to the afterlife. Nicole, however, reminds Personos that about the time where he actually accidentally took and gone into Young Fenders. Yeah, that's referencing book 2. Oh yeah, because did remind means probably said before, but yeah, she would have only talked about it every now and again. But anyway, even though it was a bully, Nicole took took all of his chances to make future decisions, which is really sad. Now tries to redeem himself and all look back. This weighs on her to this day, not only mention all of the people that were lost during Seinfeld's attacks from him and his allies. Nicole doesn't want Vasnos to have that kind of guilt. Being responsible for not seeing many civilians in a huge event is one thing, but to take someone's in front of you where there's a chance of that being to continue living life a more personal and painful experience. Pasnos tries to acknowledge this, and so he nods and walks far slowly. Nicole could see that Pasnos sees to act more sensibly, and so Pasnos is last to join the ship, and Nicole goes back to her office with Minor set with her as some extra help. Yeah, and that's where they pretty much go for the battle. But yeah, I really like this moment. So because I think when writing, if writing the final battle, I think Pasnos would be extremely firm, but he wouldn't. But he would still get Garrett to still be alive. Maybe there might have been a moment where he gets tempted and to then drop his sword at the end of the fight. That could have been something. Or maybe he could have teased Garrett with the blade. So that could be another idea. But regardless, yeah, Pasnos is able to be full on against Garrett because of the armor. Yeah, he needed the hard hitting anyway. All right, so let's just see what's next. All right, another paragraph. So it looks like a written, maybe just the starting point of the final battle. I was really surprised if I did manage to squeeze in other battle moments, but anyway, we'll wait and see. Both spaces for anyway, what's this? Below, it's going back to the villains. Pasnos will have had to choose Garrett in the end. Yeah, okay, yeah, good. Both the bases of weapons and the weapon generator machine are in motion. Garrett keeps an eye out just to. Oh yeah, if you're wondering about claw, so when I keep forgetting Garrett's name, that was the word associated with it because of his claws. But anyway, for weapon, it glues inside the generation area for key blackout just in case. Yep, that was nicely positioned. Both the rotor generating machine alongside the large device to outstrap the planets in shields were created recently after all. This clan has been getting in and out of trouble for 6 months. Oh, not long then. Okay. So yeah, just getting the machines up and ready. Yeah. Suffering from the Legion and uniting for their time to strike is now. The Legion order unless they're about Phil here. I'm not sure what would have been expanded on. Okay, so it's just addressed in the right time, presumably. However, Vaughn sees that the Ultimatarians cover, making him alert to the others, but the robots, Contrabots, are already released, to which the Ultimatarian responds with via a connection of lightning blast, drawing multiple robots all at once. There was another ship. Oh yeah, does Sammy's ship and the Comet Front arrive at the same time? I think that was implied in the comic, but yeah, that's the case. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I don't think Samuel was able to make a pit stop to the base. Yeah, I think they all go straight to Sota, so I think they would have to give him the location. Via collection like Buster and Water robots. Whilst they're in a ship and Samuel Buster their own direction. Yeah, because they three are going. So yeah, Sammy is hacking the shielding machine, and both Pasnos and Zivit alone go for Gara, who's the only one guarding the satellite, and the rest fight the robot army, the other two goons, and they pretty much aim to stop the robot ship, but it is just stopping the robot from going about. And I think the robot machine must have a bit of a motor, which means an unlimited amount of robots being created. So yeah, but yeah, Venling comes about to he's like the final strike against the whole machine, yeah, when everyone else struggled to get through. So yeah, going to make him alert, but the robots are already released, to which responds with lightning blast or multiple. They fight their own robots. Yeah, that would be expanded upon. The rest aim to fight most of the evil foes. Most of the robots are trying to aim to destroy the robot generator machine. Clonot forms her perimeter, edging over the Clonot was a she, to keep the fight singular spot. With not a lot of time, this is when Nicole fulfills the plan. Thanks to given information, this new robotic army is capable of flying, and loads of them would have been produced. With all the planets all caged up, with not only the robots able to go through the barrier, a jump pod can distance and help by preventing the flying robots thanks to their range, and the otters can fight the army heads on to distract the robots. Not to mention having the clone otters, spawn otters are all around the battlefield for more of a war within the base battle. With the otter part of the battle consisting of weapons firing all the lead space. Someone uses his capabilities to hack into the weapon. Also, if an imposter can defend him. They are guessing that the anti-legion will be protecting our facility and no known call will be at. But if they group enough fighters, they can take down Contre, Form, Gloop, and Gara one at a time. With the plan in motion, Civet is taken in a drone. Also, okay. So he is taken to the Newmans so he knows how to use that unliked weapon, considering how useful it will be. Oh yeah, that was an idea. Yeah, for Zerrit to quickly be taken to the Numians to pass on the Sundays of the Hailwolf, only to be taught how to use the blade, despite outright creating the blade. So I don't know, and then quickly join the battle. But in the comics, he gets trained in the base by Outright Spirit, and yeah, both these plans have flaws, because if it doesn't have time for a pit stop, he needs to get going. But anyway, so this is just the starting off setting up of the planet, with Nicole's perimeter and who's getting positioned where. So that's some of it, which he has good detail. But apparently the Numians know how to use that knight's weapon. Okay, seeing how useful it will be. Mentioned this earlier. Yeah. Then the more Cemetery will take in the rest of the location of the next battle. Okay. Yeah. All right then. Oh, turns out there was more progress, so 13 pages left apparently. Okay. Managed that to roll above 2, also Poro and pre-deck the prehistoric otter. Yeah, just simple expansion. Yeah, it's weird about expansion because it's like figuring out how much enough detail is needed. Because when I watch films, I sometimes like count the number of times characters are on screen. I always think, is that like enough? And enough times it is. So yeah. Anyway, at the Numian planet, Sammy's of it to Thasnos all arrive. Numian planet. Oh, okay, so that's the pit stop they took earlier. Would have. The planet is not only cornered by a shield, considering they cannot leave the planet, but they all have contingencies just in case they ever get trapped in later on. Ideas involving Zammy's lightning and Cupid's technology. They see that as he has the new chief of the Numians, Perrain. Oh, him. Okay, he has been the new lead 10 years ago, with the last one who let Turnwell back in since. Yeah, I can see that being an age thing. So yeah, Bahrain, yeah, he was a named Numian in my guide. So yeah. Anyway, so they died from natural causes. Yeah, Bahrain has told the news and is very sad about the death of both Outlet and Wolf. Oh, so it's my gosh, so it's both Numians died. Oh, that's a real shame. Anyway, Bahrain and the other Numians have been wondering for a year more about what Anarch has been up to, but losing Hellwolf is a massive loss, and this is only affects Legion more, but it means less protection for the Numians too. Only Bahrain is the fighter, but even he is half as good as Hellwolf. Once news taken about Hellwolf, Outright and Hellwolf's body has been sent to the base to protect them as they sort out the anti-legion. Okay, did they get cornered then by the shield? Yes. Oh, not cornered by shield as they already cannot leave. Okay. I don't know. You want to leave anything to chance. So why wasn't the Numian planet covered with a shield as well by Gara? Okay. How did Gara know that they wouldn't be able to help? And why is there no other capable Numians either? I'm a bit lost there, but okay. The zombie brought Nightfall with them with a little amount of time around. Yeah, evidently. Civet needs to learn ways of the sword to make him more useful later. Oh, that's like the weird thing. Yeah, so is it worth upgrading a singular member of the team, for a quick pit stop, only to then quickly go back to the battle? Is that time worth using? I suppose if the robots hasn't been released then okay, but I don't know. Even if some other than them, fine, but that's still 3 other members still absent. They could have been cornered by a shield, which would have really affected the story later on. Yeah, Zami wouldn't be able to hack because no one else can. Yeah, with little amount of time, if it needs to learn the ways of the soul, make sure it is asset. He only has one. Okay, well, afterwards about being struggling with the idea of someone take Hellwall's place. There's like, oh, take Hellwall's place. Zivit will. Okay. Didn't know if I was doing that. Despite Sammy stating that no one replaced the role in the Legion, only expanding it, Brain and the other Newmans. No one replaces the Legion role, only expanding it. Yeah, I quite like that. It just makes it keeps Hellwolf, Arvin, Mike, and Dion like all in this spot. So yeah, it's just expanded from there. So yeah, I like that. Just great shows how unique um, and how respectful they all are. Yeah, just maintaining their place even if they're no longer around. Rowan and the other Newmans eventually grew his Zivit to a view to its lens sword. Zivit, after all, knows how to fight, both with hand-to-hand combat and a sword, and the Riverstone only works as a backup. Very risk one of that. Oh yeah, and it's reminded of the Zivit for later on. So yeah, that's very good. Right, another paragraph. I keep getting surprised each time. So it looks like yeah, no more of the battle, and we've gone straight to the ending as it seems. So yeah, a week later, viewing yourself Hellwolf and Outright. Hellwolf may have been more of a hero about Outright due to some respect as he's allied with the Legion. Yeah, even if it's briefly. It takes place in a hall where the public can come pay their respect for Hellwolf alongside finding out the feats which Outright has done and to try and help the others. Arnight's funeral was done first, and then Hellwolf's making the event grander later. The hall was decorated with a greenery alongside other parts such as leaves and Stoker being redone as a reef, which is very nice. A reef which is placed all around the Legion members, old and new, and even the otters come pay their respects to. Plus the whole Legion, there being residents from across stars who have paid respect to the fallen heroes. It wasn't just out in the Hellwolf the following day, where everyone could pay respects to the others who had joined the Legion, yet sadly died, such as Votan, making it a very sad week. Yeah, good to know just the rest. The services for all the fallen ones was done in some ways, such as the sharing fees, times, and then with the history of what they all inspired, who they all inspired, and the meaning of stories. Even their favourite songs were played too. On the gates were placed within the same field as Legion's General Mike, Arvin, and Dion had their own headstone. Their field of any hero represent space protecting the Earth and the universe. Yeah, so it's really nice to know all of these details. After all of these was done, from the attacks against Legion, the Legion then found ways to improve the position doing things. This allows everyone to suggest the ways the Legion can step back without losing control of the universe to less to release time for. Wait, what? Legion. Position ways things being done. Oh, okay, so it's like a response to Gary. You just wonder what to do. Okay, this allows anyone to suggest ways for the Legion how they can take a step back without losing control of the universe to less to release time for. No, I don't understand that. But I think what I was trying to say is, not losing too much control so that no Garrett or Signful equivalents can still go about. So it's just take a step back and maybe be more acknowledging. So another Garrett doesn't get created, but even then, too much release the Anti-Legion. Oh yeah, too much control. Oh, I get it now. So the lack of overseeing created time for, but too much overseeing created a Garrett. So it's just finding that balance. Okay. Speaking of them, all of them have been placed in prison, including Uppity. Yeah, he was found unconscious, but still in a prison same time, same reason as everyone else. Charged with serving the peace, later criminal damage alongside some murders. Yeah. So yeah, so all the paragraphs.